Well, good morning. We're here at the Emergency Operations Center. Hurricane Milton is heading our way. It will arrive either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. We are bracing and are prepared to receive a major hit. We're facing this with the seriousness it deserves, but also with the determination that we will get through this. Folks here at the EOC and our first responders throughout the west coast of Florida have been working nonstop now for weeks to prepare and respond to Hurricane Helene, and then now to prepare and respond to this new major hurricane. The common virtue has been dedication. Dedication to the task at hand, dedication to responding to help our fellow Floridians in danger, and dedication to ensuring that Florida weathers this storm and emerges stronger on the other side. We are prepared and we will respond. I've spoken to the president. We remain in regular contact with FEMA, and we are marshaling all available resources to be able to prepare and respond to Hurricane Milton. I also want to thank the 20 other states who are assisting Florida ahead of the storm. This is just what we as Americans do. We've had opportunities to help other states in the past, including most recently in Western North Carolina, and I think it shows the spirit that these states are stepping up and providing really valued support. We still have a state of emergency for 51 Florida counties. Hurricane Milton is still a major, very strong hurricane. It's currently a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just a whisker shy of a Category 5. And while there is the hope that it will weaken more before landfall, there is high confidence that this hurricane is going to pack a major, major punch and do an awful lot of damage. As you can see behind me, the Florida Division of Emergency Management is fully deployed, fully active. This has been a footing now for over 2 weeks, given both of these storms. The state is actively fulfilling over 1,500 missions. We've delivered massive amounts of supplies, meals, water bottles, sandbags, tarps, generators to be able to help our local communities respond to this storm. We've also deployed more than 11,000 feet of flood protection systems and erected them around critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electric infrastructure. Generators have been deployed at shelters and to support sheltering operations. Starlink internet has been deployed across the entire state of Florida. We have surged an additional 600 ambulances, and they are currently in operation helping in the effort. The state of Florida has considerable fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and it's staged, and they will be utilized as needed following the storm. We've already dispatched a lot of fuel in the lead up to this, but we still have on hand 1.6 million gallons of diesel and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline. There is no, right now, fuel shortage. However, demand has been extraordinarily high, and some gas stations have run out. To be able to help ameliorate that, the Florida Highway Patrol has facilitated 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts with sirens getting through traffic, totaling almost 1 million gallons of gasoline from ports in Tampa, Jacksonville, Everglades, and Manatee, and they are continuing with the fuel escorts as we speak. I'm in contact with the ports on the west coast of Florida. We'll see how this storm impacts those. Clearly, there's a chance that you could have a major impact on Port Manatee as well as on Port Tampa Bay. That could interrupt their ability to receive fuel shipments. And so we're working on contingencies to be able to keep fuel flowing throughout the state of Florida. As we saw this new storm develop, it was clear that a lot of the hardest hit areas on the west coast of Florida from Hurricane Helene had not had major, robust debris removal contracts in place or operations in place. Some of these contractors were good. Some of them were not getting the job done. So you had a major hazard on barrier islands in Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So this weekend, I authorized mandated 24/7 debris removal. We took all the Florida Department of Transportation and other agency vehicles, brought them from all across the state, and they are engaged in other missions as their normal course of business and dedicated it to debris removal. So in a little over 48 hours, and they were working all through the night in the wee hours of the morning in places like Manatee, Sarasota, and Pinellas. They were able to remove 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So that's over 3,000 truckloads of debris. And it's our estimation that on those barrier islands, they were able to make a dent in the debris and reduce it by about 50% just from what Jared Perdue and the other agencies were able to get done. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. It did not stop since this weekend. We're now in a position where it's likely the conditions are going to deteriorate, and so we're going to have to wind that down. But they did make a difference, and there will be less damage from this storm as a result of getting that debris out than there otherwise would have been. The Florida Department of Transportation is staging the following assets ahead of the storm: 156 bridge inspectors, 328 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,500 pieces of heavy equipment. Florida National Guard, Florida State Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and the Florida Highway Patrol have activated additional personnel in advance of the storm. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel on hand, 26 total teams. They are currently embedded in the potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. The National Guard is deploying 6,000 Florida National Guardsmen, as well as 3,000 National Guardsmen from other states. And so we thank for the support on that. We have 34 search and rescue areas that have been brought in from other states. We have 500 tactical vehicles, including 180 high water vehicles, aerial, water, and ground National Guard search and rescue teams. This is the largest Florida National Guard search and rescue mobilization in the entire history of the state of Florida. Our Florida State Guard is also deploying almost 200 soldiers, 10 maritime crews, 3 high water UTVs, 2 UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters, 4 drone teams, 15 cut and toss crews, 2 amphibious rescue crews. We want to thank them. I mean, this was just a dream a couple years ago that they would be involved, and there was a lot of unfair criticism when we stood it up, but they have made a huge difference in this hurricane season. They're going to continue to do it here. We have also worked with the utilities to have the largest staging of utility workers and linemen in advance of the storm any time in American history. We will have in Florida, by the time the storm arises, over 50,000 linemen. And those linemen are being brought in from places as far away as California. So as soon as that storm passes, you're going to see the assessments and the power restoration efforts commence immediately. Additionally, the state of Florida has assisted with the evacuation of 352 healthcare facilities in the potential path of the storm. 16 hospitals have been evacuated. The state veteran nursing homes are currently located that are in the cone. Are all accepting families of their residents to shelter with them. All of those are hurricane proof. All of them are outside of flood zones. So if you do have a family member that's in one of our state nursing homes, you can go and you can shelter with them. That's a safe option, and I know the veterans would appreciate it. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is directing deployment of additional 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers. These officers will help respond after the storm to maintain law and order. And there is going to be a lot of damage from this storm. There's going to be opportunities for people to try to take advantage of that. My message to you is don't even think about it. We are going to come down hard on you. You are not going to you're going to regret that you tried to do that. So I appreciate all the other folks from out of state who are coming in to supplement this effort. We need to maintain law and order. FDLE's mutual aid team is managing more than 70 active law enforcement missions, including identifying post-storm response squads, and these are really important missions, and we're happy for that. So we're preparing for Milton, but we're also still recovering from Hurricane Helene. When Hurricane Helene hit, we reactivated the Florida Disaster Fund. We are now accepting donations into the Florida Disaster Fund for both storms, both Helene and for Milton. This is a private fund. It's affiliated with the state, in terms of disaster, but it's tax-deductible donations. We distributed $63 million after Hurricane Ian to help people largely in Southwest Florida. This is something that is really, really important. So I've directed Volunteer Florida to keep the fund activated for Hurricane Milton. I want to thank, there's already been millions raised for Helene. I want to thank Lennar, Wells Fargo, Walmart, and Publix for making really significant donations. And I know there's going to be a lot more that are going to want to do it. To contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund, you can text disaster to 20222, disaster to 20222, or you can visit floridadisasterfund.org. So now we're bearing down to where the storm is going to arrive within the next 24 hours. You still have time to evacuate if you are in an evacuation zone, particularly if you're in Manatee, Sarasota, Charlotte, those areas. I mean, this track can bounce around. It's not guaranteed it's going to hit there. A lot of the solutions have it going there. You have time to do that. Now, conditions aren't going to be great today. I would say that the roads and the interstates, they are flowing. We've waived tolls. We've done all that so people can do. But the best option would probably be just to evacuate within your own county to one of the shelters. All those counties have multiple shelters that are open. There's a lot of space in those shelters right now, and certainly it would be safe to do a very short evacuation, tens of miles, rather than get on the interstate and go. The roads are still open. People can do that, but I just want to warn people that the conditions are likely going to continue to deteriorate throughout the course of the day. We had, of course, on Monday, when the initial evacuations were coming down, particularly in the Tampa Bay area, had a lot of traffic on I-4 and on I-75. FDOT did the emergency shoulder plan. That helped, but it was slow, and those roads can be very slow anyways. By the time we got to the end of the night, through the wee hours of the morning, it was going pretty quickly. Yesterday was not as bad on those roads as it was on Monday, but what we did see is Alligator Alley down in southern Florida was about 150% of its normal capacity, and I think that's because as people saw the storm potentially bending a little further south, I think a lot of people in Southwest Florida decided to evacuate across the state, and so that's that. The roads now are good, but I would just caution the conditions are not great now, and they're likely going to get worse as the day goes on. Of course, we do have a lot of mandatory evacuations in place. If you want to get a hotel, you can go to visitflorida.com/Priceline, Expedia.com/Florida. That is the emergency accommodation module that is there. I'm not sure what availability there's going to be in a lot of these places at this point, but if that's something that you're interested in, you can try that. Of course, we've worked with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association for distress rates for hotels, as well as waiving pet fees. And I know a lot of the hotels in the state of Florida have responded very positively for that, so I just want to thank them for doing that. We've also partnered with Uber for Hurricane Milton to provide free rides to and from shelters and counties with active evacuation orders. So if you want to utilize that, you go to when you do the ride, you do the promo code Milton Relief, just one word, Milton Relief. OnStar has activated crisis mode, which provides free crisis assistance services and in-vehicle data for Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Cadillac owners. Schools, most of the school districts in the state are closed today. Obviously, if you get out of the path in like the Panhandle, not as much, but in that Florida Peninsula, virtually all school districts are closed. All Florida counties and Miccosukee and Seminole tribes are assisting the state with storm response, and I want to thank all those for their great work. We have 149 general population shelters that are open throughout the state. The current total shelter population is just 31,000 individuals. We have room in those shelters for a total population of almost 200,000 individuals. So there is space available in these shelters. I know a lot of people would rather stay in a hotel, stay with friends, and that's fine. But especially now as the storm's getting closer, you may be able to get in your car and drive 10 miles, get to a shelter, ride the storm out, and then be able to go as you see fit, and hopefully you'll be able to get back to your place very quickly. But space is available. So there are 36 county-owned special needs shelters that are open and operating in counties that are in the path of the storm. Schools and other facilities are now also being used as supplementary state-supported shelters across the state. The state of Florida has now opened 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. These may not ultimately be needed, but you have a lot of people in the evacuation zones. I think most people decided to just leave and find something on their own. We still have a lot of room in the traditional shelters, but out of an abundance of caution, we wanted to open additional options. So the 6 state-operated supplemental shelters currently are Hard Rock Event Center, 5223 Orient Road in Tampa, City Furniture, 3205 South Frontage Road in Plant City, Baycare, 1802 North Del Mabry Highway in Tampa, Life Science Logistics, 310 North Galloway Road, Lakeland, Babcock Ranch, 43281 Cypress Parkway in Punta Gorda, the Wiregrass Ranch Sports Camp, 3021 Sports Coast Way in Wesley Chapel, Florida. That site also has capabilities to service special needs individuals. And Kevin is also working on setting up a 7th site. Now, those state-supported shelters, they do have generators, so you will have access to power. I think you have Starlink at those. They've got Starlink internet. So, look, it's not the 4 seasons, but there are some things there that will make it tolerable to be able to get through the next 24 to 36 hours. You can find the shelter options at floridadisaster.org/shelters. You can also find your county's EM page at floridadisaster.org/counties, floridadisaster.org/counties. So people have time now to evacuate if they are in the area of an evacuation zone. We see the storm as a very strong Category 4. I've said from the beginning, the prognostications are it's likely going to weaken before it gets, but it may not. And even if it does weaken, it's still going to be a major, major impact. So you still have time now to make decisions to protect yourself and your family. Massive amounts of space at these shelters. The roads are flowing. The conditions are going to get bad, so you just got to be very careful with that. But certainly these shelters are a very live option. I want to just finally thank everybody. When you have these emergencies with a major hurricane, it's a huge deal. We spin up all state agencies, everyone here at the EOC, working basically round the clock. You have all the counties and cities that were in the path of Hurricane Helene, and it wasn't just the Big Bend where you took the blow. It was massive surge up and down the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. A lot of damage was done. There were thousands of rescue missions that were effectuated immediately after the storm. Huge things done, like fixing the road and SR 786, helping with the bridges. There was so much that was done in the immediate aftermath and is still being done in that. Then you have another storm that developed, and immediately you're back on that posture, round the clock, no time to rest, no time to sleep for a lot of these folks, and it's not easy. And so I just want to say, on behalf of the state of Florida, thank you for discharging your duties. Thank you for accepting this mission. It's not going to be easy, but there's no better group of people that I would want responding to this than the folks that we have doing it throughout this state. Whether you're talking about the counties down on the Gulf Coast of Florida, whether you're talking about the people that we have here assembled in Tallahassee, these folks have proven themselves. They're working hard, and we will get the job done. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. I want to reiterate that we will get the job done. Absolutely. The men and women behind me are the best in the country, and they lead the industry in what it is that we do. The men that are standing behind me and the men and women that are state agency heads, everybody has checked their ego at the door, and all it is about teamwork right now. We're going to get that done. We're less than 24 hours from landfall, and the governor has been working tirelessly alongside all of us to ensure that we have all the resources needed ahead of landfall. Today, we continue to move thousands of resources to staging areas across the state. We want to ensure we have the right resources to move into the right places at the right time. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's west coast. Counties from Levy to Collier have ordered mandatory evacuations, and I urge you to heed those warnings if you're in one of those zones. You might not want to evacuate, but there are free shelters in your area. If you live in a mobile or manufactured home and you're in this impact area, please go to a local shelter. If you rely on power for medical devices or other things, please go to a local shelter. You live in a home that can't withstand the hurricane force winds, again, please go to a local shelter. We have enormous capacity. We're about 31,000 sheltered last night. We have the ability to do well over 200,000 in the impact area. If you're making a decision, you say, oh, it's too late, there's not enough room for me, there is room. Please come. Your home and belongings can be replaced, but you cannot. You can find a list of all shelters, including our state-run shelters that the governor just mentioned, by visiting floridadisaster.org/shelters. We also have options to assist residents with evacuating. We still are running our shuttle service. You could also go to floridadisaster.org for updates on that 1-800 number. That number is 1-800-729-3413. Again, that's 1-800-729-3413. We've also partnered with Uber, and you can call them and put in the discount code of Milton Relief. That's Milton Relief, and that'll be a free ride to the shelter. If you don't live in an evacuation zone and decide to shelter in place, make sure you have enough supplies to weather the storm and after the storm conditions cease. We recommend you have 7 days of supplies on hand. Power outages are expected with this storm. Charge your electronic devices now before the power starts to go out. If anybody's looked at a radar in the last 8 hours, you see a lot of rain heading into the impact area. You see tornado warnings. I think as of our 7:15 briefing with my executive staff, we had 7 tornado warnings, and as we were walking in here, I saw 2 more. So there's been roughly 10 tornado warnings. Power will start going out, so you need to make sure your electronic devices are charged now. If you can get outside and it's safe to do so, make sure you're bringing out all that furniture, potted plants, decorations. If you can pick it up, put it up. The strong winds can obviously pick that stuff up and deposit it somewhere else. During the storm, we want to start messaging this. We do it every single time, but again, if you've decided to shelter in place and during the storm you hear the trees snapping, maybe the power popping, that can mean that there is flying debris and you should seek shelter immediately inside your home. Treat it as if it's a tornado. Get into the innermost portion of your home. If you have some type of lightweight mattress, pull it over the top of you. Protect yourself from falling debris. Treat it just as if it's a tornado. If you find yourself, all of a sudden, it is absolute calm. You've gone from snapping trees and power lines and the sound of destruction to absolute nothing, like it's a clear day in the middle of the summer. You're in the eye wall of the hurricane, and you need to stay in place. Do not go outside. Do not look around. This eye wall has been moving anywhere from about 4 nautical miles to upwards of 12 to 16 nautical miles. If it reforms the eye wall and starts to collapse again, you may have only minutes in a situation that could be life-threatening. So please make sure you do not go outside if that happens. For more updates in your area, remember to follow your local county emergency management agency's instructions. The agency also has activated the State Assistance Information Line to provide information to Floridians to receive up-to-date information from us. Residents and visitors can call this toll-free hotline at 1-800-342-3557. 1-800-342-3557. Before I close, in anticipation of some of your questions, you may ask, what are the things that we're going to be doing over the next 12 to 24 hours while landfall is happening? The things that we're going to be doing, the Florida State Emergency Response Team with all of its agencies have been working contingency plans. Over a week ago, I set out for our planners to work 3 different contingencies. And that was something that hit the Helene area, something that hit the Tampa Bay area, something that would hit the Fort Myers area, and then even drill down further into that. So in the next 12 to 24 hours, our staff will be moving from a strategic contingency-based plan to tactical operations-based movements. They will pull off the shelf what that strategy was at the time and move directly into tactical operations. We will start working on our damage prediction models. We do have damage prediction models that come from the United States Army Corps of Engineers and other federal agencies. That system is called HAZUS. Our planners, our intelligence cell will start looking at those things to see where the most debris, where the most damage is going to be based on the last calculated movement at landfall. So we will then start marshaling resources from the north and the south with all of the agencies behind me and all the agencies that are out there on the floor right now, to include local county assets and statewide, or I'm sorry, out-of-state mutual aid assets, to move from north or south into those impacted areas, surging more resources where we anticipate having the most damage based on those models. You can always follow us at X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. You can get latest updates also at floridadisaster.org/updates. Governor, again, it makes it very easy for us to do our job and be successful at our job when you have a man standing behind me that's willing to pull the trigger at 96 hours out. All of us can be very successful. And I think this is one thing I just want to point out, because the governor's not going to toot his own horn on this, but I will. General Haas not only is a good friend, but he's one of the best in the business at doing what he's doing. But he can only move as fast as he can call up his soldiers. That takes 72 hours to do that. When the governor gives us 96, the last 3 storms we have marshaled the full depth and breadth of the Florida National Guard before landfall. And that never happened before this governor took office. Governor, thank you.
Jared? Yep, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good morning. I want to reemphasize at FDOT, we are committed, we are determined, and we are resolute, and we are ready to respond to this storm. We took the governor's direction very seriously with the debris mission. Remove as much debris as humanly possible in the barrier islands before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. We mobilized every available state asset along with some of our contractors and have been working around the clock. I want to say thank you to our dedicated FDOT team members down in the Tampa and Southwest Florida regions. They have been working around the clock. Also want to say thank you to the men and women of the Florida National Guard, the Florida State Guard, the Florida Highway Patrol, Southwest Florida Water Management District, and the Florida Department of Agriculture. They all joined forces together to move debris, and we worked into the wee hours of the night last night. We had huge platoons of dump trucks being escorted by Florida Highway Patrol in very severe weather to get debris off of those barrier islands. What we were able to accomplish is truly remarkable, and you heard the governor. We moved nearly 55,000 cubic yards of debris and made a huge dent on those barrier islands, which is going to have a tremendous impact on safety as Hurricane Milton makes landfall. So I want to say thank you to the governor for bringing the vision and the direction to do something of such a great feat. With evacuations, we did notice very heavy traffic on I-75 and I-4 going north to Orlando and up to I-10 over the last few days. We did use emergency shoulder use. It did help to resolve that traffic. And we have continued to have both the Florida Highway Patrol and our Road Ranger Service Patrol circulating those corridors to offer motorist aid. We did see very heavy congestion on Alligator Alley yesterday. We also implemented emergency shoulder use there. Traffic began to resolve around 11 p.m. last night, and we were glad that people chose to leave, seeing where they lived, and were evacuating to get to safety. We will be deactivating emergency shoulder use at noon today. We have to begin to demobilize the signs and the people because conditions will begin deteriorating very quickly. We are monitoring all of our coastal bridges and causeways and low-lying roads in Southwest Florida and in the Tampa region. Conditions are going to deteriorate quickly. We expect bridges and causeways to begin closing early to mid-afternoon today. This is very important. You heard the governor. The window of time is closing to get to safety in a shelter. When winds get high and water gets high and begins to make those bridges and roads unsafe, we do work with the Florida Highway Patrol. We have to close those. Bridges like the Skyway or the Courtney Campbell Causeway, etc. in Tampa region, we do expect those to start closing early to mid-afternoon. That's something you need to keep in mind if you still have to evacuate. As you heard from the governor, we've pre-staged our assets, our bridge inspectors, our team members, our heavy equipment. We do plan to have all of our resources and heavy equipment and contractors staged north and south of the cone. We will be pushing in with full force behind Hurricane Milton as it makes landfall to clear roads, inspect bridges, assess damage, and begin repairs as quickly as we possibly can. Every minute that a road or a bridge is down after a storm comes through can hinder the life safety mission. We take it very seriously. Any damage that we see and find, we will work as quickly and as efficiently as we can to begin those repairs immediately. The seaports on the West Coast, we've been in very close coordination with them. Port Tampa Bay, Port Manatee, both are important for fuel. If the storm surge is consistent with what's predicted, there could be significant issues with both of those two seaports. So we've been coordinating very closely with Division of Emergency Management and looking at making sure we still have fuel moving throughout the state. I want to remind everybody, FL511.com is the place to get traffic information. We have 10 traffic management centers across the entire state. They work 24/7. They will be working throughout the storm. We will be updating FL511.com live throughout this event. The storm surge expected from this hurricane can cause damage to road and bridge infrastructure. This is why our crews are some of the first boots on the ground to assess and inspect. One thing important to remember, there can be damaged facilities. There is going to be high water. Please do not get out and drive around until we have had the opportunity to inspect bridges and roads. Even after the storm passes through, there will be roads underwater. Please do not drive through water. It's inevitable. Every storm season, people choose to drive through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath that water. It can be very dangerous. Please give us time to do our job. Make sure roads are safe before you start driving around. Again, FL511.com, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Mark? Yes, sir.
Good morning. Under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida is a law and order state. And FDLE will work with our partners at all times to ensure that it stays that way. As the commissioner, I've been in contact with the Florida sheriffs in the impacted areas, everything from Jefferson County all the way down to Key West, to ensure that their needs are met and supported. We've also worked hand in hand with the Florida Police Chiefs Association and the Florida Sheriff's Association to ensure if they have any pre-storm needs or even post-storm recovery efforts that we're there for them. I can safely say that the Florida Police Chief Association already has the South Florida Police officers come together for about 80 members that are going to be poised ready to come in to the impact area to support as needed. The Florida Sheriff's Association has strike teams available and ready to move in as needed to support. Now, FDLE is directing the deployment of additional 500 officers that are coming in from out of state. We already have 150 that has been notified and alerted and en route to the area. So tomorrow, after the storm passes, you may see law enforcement entities from other agencies from out of state that will be coming in to support, whether they be as special deputies under the sheriff or state officers that will support local law enforcement or state efforts. If you see them, they are going to be law enforcement authority and have powers as such. So I just want to make sure our people understand that. Florida will not stand for looting, will not stand for it. We will come after you, and we're not going to stop if anyone takes advantage of any of our citizens or visitors in this time of need. So pay attention to that. If you have anybody or anything that you may see that's going wrong, contact your local law enforcement. We're there to support them, and we will be there on top to take care of that. Now, FDLE special agents and law enforcement analysts have been steadfast all the way through Hurricane Helena, and also will continue on past Hurricane Milton to give you that great support. Our mutual aid team at FDLE has already been managing numerous law enforcement missions, and such as identifying post-storm response squads, establishing base camps for first responders, and conducting security missions. Now, in addition, FDLE has nearly 200 analysts that are on standby for reunification efforts for Florida. Law enforcement officers and offices for sheriffs and police departments to help you if you're missing your loved ones. We're here to help and try to find them. FDLE Sworn Training Unit CUT team is standing ready to go out and support any first responder that may have damage to their house, so that way these teams come in and get them back ready, and so that way they can go out and support their community so they're not worried about stuff that's happening at their house. Now, FDLE law enforcement strike teams are coming from Pensacola and Miami into the area. These strike teams will be able to do everything from violent crime investigations to patrol operation and security details. FDLE special agents are activated, all of them are activated to deploy in the impact area as needed. Now, in any type of event, comms is one of the biggest issues. And FDLE Communications Strike Team is already at the ready, working with ESF2 here at the Florida State EOC to ensure that agencies that lose their 911 communication, internet or radio communications, we're there to help them and get them back up and operational as fast as possible. In addition, our FDLE aviation assets are also pre-positioned to conduct overwatch missions for patrol officers and sheriff's offices and departments as needed on request. And I'll echo what Kevin said. Because of Governor DeSantis, we are ready. And thank you again, sir, for your support. And Florida could not be in better hands.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, fellow Floridians. It is an honor to, on behalf of Florida Highway Patrol, to serve Governor DeSantis and his administration and also serve the great people of the state of Florida. Just a brief update on our operations at the Florida Highway Patrol. We have pre-staged high water rescue vehicles in preparation for landfall. FHP is conducting proactive patrols of evacuated communities to suppress criminal activity. As the governor spoke about, we have been laser focused on ensuring that our roadways are open so that we can conduct escorts of fuel trucks to gas stations that are in need of fuel, as we are still doing those missions in this moment. But as the ports on the land side closed down for the hurricane, we are still engaged in transports of ambulances, ambulance companies, first responders, and other elements that need to be where they need to be at a certain time before landfall is made by the hurricane. If you are an ambulance company or if you are a healthcare facility that needs the services of the Florida Highway Patrol for the purposes of getting through congested areas, we would encourage you to dial star FHP, and we will make our best efforts to make sure that you get where you need to go in due time. We are currently also supporting the Department of Juvenile Justice by evacuating juveniles in secure residence facilities, and we are helping to relocate military families from the affected areas. We continue to provide law enforcement services in conjunction with our partners at FDLE to areas in the state that were affected by Hurricane Helene, specifically Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, and Deacle Beach. As of today, all FHP troops and all 2,000 state troopers are activated on an Alpha Bravo shift, and that includes an additional 300 auxiliary state troopers. We are all in, full force, 24/7 from here on out. Now, I want to talk briefly about after the storm passes and makes landfall, and then we come in behind, you're going to see a lot of first responder personnel. You're going to see law enforcement. You're going to see the National Guard. You're going to see the State Guard, out-of-state law enforcement officers. At the direction of Governor DeSantis, we have 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers that are going to complement and supplement our response, and we appreciate FDLE's leadership on that. You're going to see DOT personnel. As far as law enforcement goes, obviously we're going to be focused on search and rescue initially. We're going to be focused on getting roadways back open so that we can amplify our search and rescue efforts. But if you are in need and there's no electricity, for example, or your phone doesn't work, feel free to interact one-on-one with law enforcement officers. We are here to help you in that moment of need. The governor talked a little bit yesterday about in the state of Florida, law and order state, Second Amendment state, you don't know what's behind that door, and I'm speaking directly to the criminal element that intend to take advantage of Floridians. The governor's right, you don't know who is behind that door, and they're probably armed. But if you find yourself in a situation where there is nobody in that home and you intend to burglarize it and take advantage of Floridians, there's going to be consequences. And I'll start with first of all, you're going to have the Florida Highway Patrol, 2,000 state troopers. You're going to have FDLE. You're going to have out-of-county sheriffs. And now we're going to have out-of-state troopers. There's going to be a swarm of law enforcement officers. And I can tell you, on behalf of the Florida Highway Patrol, if we catch you and you try to escape, we're going to chase you. We're going to use intentional contact to stop the pursuit. We're not going to allow you to injure or kill Floridians because of your criminal activity. We're going to hold you accountable and get you in custody. FWC will be deployed. They will catch you in the water. We'll catch you on land. You have the National Guard and the State Guard. They'll catch you in the air. There's no escape from the resources of the state of Florida. The governor has announced in prior months, and we have celebrated a 50-year crime low in the state of Florida. I can promise you, after this storm, there's going to be a new record set, because the state of Florida is not going to give you an opportunity to take advantage of Floridians. And then my final comment would be that we at the Florida Highway Patrol, and I know I speak for all the professionals that are standing behind me and the governor as well, is that we are cognizant of the weight of this moment for the state of Florida. We are cognizant of the weight of your safety and your concern as Floridians, and we are cognizant of our duty as representatives of the government and as law enforcement officers and first responders, and we intend to meet this moment and we intend to honor our duty. And so it is an honor to be a part of this team, to serve the state that I love, to serve the best governor in the state of Florida, and ultimately the people of Florida. Thank you, Governor.
So we're bracing. We know we're going to get hit later tonight or early tomorrow morning. It is going to bring a lot of ferocity. It's going to bring a lot of hazards, a lot of damage. You still have time to make the decision to ensure your safety. You do not have to get on the interstate and drive to Georgia. You don't have to drive to Pensacola. You can go to a local shelter, which would be likely tens of miles away. We also have now these state shelters. There's massive, massive amounts of room in all of those shelters. You ride it out for a night. The storm's likely going to be gone on the east coast of Florida by tomorrow afternoon. You're going to obviously have first responders and everyone on the scene immediately and doing what they can. But you're going to be able to get back. You're going to be able to resume your life. But just make sure that you're putting yourself in a situation where you can safely weather this storm. So you still have time. Time is running out. But if you make that decision now, I think you'll be glad you did. Yep.
A lot of people are choosing to stay in Sarasota, Charlotte County. What's your message to those people that are choosing to stay in their homes?
Well, if you're not in an evacuation zone, I would imagine, because there's a lot of population in some of those areas, like Kevin said, if you're going to hunker down like that, you're basically going to be, if you're not in a flood, you're basically going to be concerned about the wind. And this is a strong storm. So if you start to hear popping, if you start to hear trees snapping, you got to treat that like a tornado, and you got to hunker down because you're going to have debris, you're going to have trees, you're going to have things that could potentially fly around and cause a threat to your life. Now, if you are in an evacuation zone and you're in places like Sarasota or Charlotte, just know that if you get 10 feet of storm surge, you can't just hunker down with that. That is ultimately the surge. Mother Nature is going to win that fight. So I think it's hazardous to be staying, particularly on those barrier islands in Sarasota County, particularly on the barrier islands and other parts of coastal Charlotte County. And so if you're in an evacuation zone, you can just get up, go to one of the many shelters that are available. Maybe you have friends and family close by. Maybe you want to get on the interstate. I would say that's going to be a little dicey, but some people will want to do that. So you still have time to do it. But and we don't know, look, this track of this storm, where it hits, and is it landfall going to be at Sarasota? Is it going to be further north, further south? Just understand, if you're on the southern part of this storm, you are going to get storm surge. So maybe it doesn't hit Charlotte County, maybe it hits Sarasota. Man, you're going to get a lot of storm surge further down south. That's just the reality. I mean, it's churning massive amounts of water, and that water is going to come out. There may be parts where it sucks it out, depending on how the storm goes in northern side of the storm. That's possible. But man, if you're anywhere in the eye or south, for sure, you are going to get major storm surge.
Any estimate on how many people have actually heeded the evacuation call?
Sure.
We've had way higher volumes on our interstate system than we normally do.
I mean, it was on a Monday. I think I-75 was, 150% of what it really was, what it normally is. And that's not the best road anyways. I mean, you start getting close to Ocala, some of these places. I mean, you could just have standstill traffic there. I-4, same thing. Much more than we normally have. But I think anyone that's driven in Central Florida knows you get on I-4 near like Champions Gate in some of these places. That's part of the reason why we're doing Moving Florida Forward, doing all that. And like it needs to get done, and we're accelerating that. But there's bad traffic anyways, but there was a lot of people on the road. And then I think yesterday to see Alligator Alley at 150% of its normal, that's telling you that there are a lot of people that have done that. And we've stressing the availability of local shelters. Anytime you evacuate, there's going to be a certain amount of hazard for that because there's a lot of people on the road, especially if conditions start to get bad. The safest thing is drive that 10 miles, 15 miles, wherever, go to the shelter. But you don't have to do that. A lot of people haven't done that. I'm a little surprised at the number of the shelters. I thought it'd be a little bit higher. But I also think, if the storm wasn't going to hit till Wednesday night or Thursday morning, a lot of people wouldn't want to stay in a shelter Monday or Tuesday night. So I do think you're going to see the shelters. I think that number is going to go up today throughout all those counties that are in the eye of the storm. And of course, we have the state shelters. That's up on the DEM website where you can see all those. Those are going to be, it's like big. Those are all thousands of people can fit in each one of those. And we thank, we've had businesses that have leased it out. I know we did Hard Rock. We've done a bunch of stuff. You're going to have internet. You're going to have a generator. There's going to be power. Again, it's not going to be the Four Seasons, but it is going to be something that's going to be tolerable for a night. And so if you're in a situation where you're just hoping that you don't get hit with massive storm surge, those are going to be really, really good options for you to do.
So obviously the storm is very dangerous, and you've been pushing for evacuations and whatnot. There's also misinformation out there that I think even a member of your team has tried to dispel online. I know the FEMA administrator brought up other reports of misinformation. I just want to know your thoughts on it.
What specific misinformation are you talking?
There was one. There was one tweet that was telling people not to evacuate because there was some collusion between FEMA and a security team that wouldn't let people back into their homes. That was obviously. I know,
guys, listen. I think most people are wise to this. We live in an era where if you put out crap online, you can get a lot of people to share it, and you can monetize that. That's just the way it is. But if you're hearing something that's just outrageous, just know, in the state of Florida, none of that stuff would ever fly. So you don't have to worry about that. FEMA is not leading this show. We are leading this show here in the state of Florida. We're marshaling whatever assets are available to us. We're leveraging that. But certainly with people evacuating, in my executive order, I put in on Saturday that the default is you have a right to immediately return to your home following the storm. Now, there may be some circumstances that are not usual, but if a bridge is about to collapse, if there's real massive hazards, if there's active rescues going on, but the default is you get back. You can't just say, oh, we're just going to keep people off for 48 hours because we think it'll be easier to clean up debris. No. This is your private property. This is your home. You have a right to go back. So that's in our executive order. That'll be something that we work towards to make sure that that's the case. It's important that people are able to get back. And I'd also note, we talk about the debris. You had all this debris, right? These contractors, some of them were doing a lousy job, others weren't. And we decided to take it on ourselves to go really surge people and supplement that. But by keeping the landfills open 24/7, there was a lot of private citizens that were going cleaning up debris, bringing them back. And these guys got like Ford F-250s. They're bringing them back to the landfill drop-in. That was a huge help. So there's not going to be anything where FEMA is ever going to be able to keep you from your home. Be careful about the nonsense that gets circulated, and just know that the more titillating it is, the more likely somebody is making money off of it, and they don't really give a damn about the well-being and safety of the people that are actually in the eye of this storm. It's all just trying to monetize what they're doing. And I know there's been a lot of stuff about what FEMA's done in other states. Look, I haven't been there. I don't know. But I can tell you in Florida, we are leading this train. We're marshaling all available resources, federal, state, and we're supporting local. And that's the way it's going to be. So you can have confidence in that. Yes, sir.
It's coming up on 11 o'clock right now. Roads are passable and encouraging evacuation. Have you guys, based on the size of the storm and the speed it's moving, have you picked a time of when people should not hit the roads and when they should shelter in place?
We haven't, because I think it just depends on where you are, what the conditions are. I would say that the conditions are going to get worse throughout the rest of today. So these local shelters are a great option to be able to go and drive a few miles, get into a shelter, and then just ride out the storm is not going to be a problem. I mean, if you leave right now, go to your local shelter, you're fine, right? If you leave right now and you get on the interstate and you want to drive to Pensacola, look, just know that you're going to start to see some hazards. We do have fatalities on the roads with almost every storm. So the risk that you're assuming is a lot higher than if you just go to a local shelter. So I wouldn't want to say there's like a hard and fast time where you just can't. I think now you can go to the local shelter, but I would say even starting now, when you start talking about the interstate, you are going to see conditions deteriorate throughout today. And there is a lot of rain. There's problems in different parts right now. People get it. There's bands and whatnot. And it's not going to be right now hurricane force right now, but still, this is something that could be problematic. And so, I mean, I just think like if you're elderly or something like that, what would be the better option? Like, I would advise probably just going to the shelter right now rather than trying to get on the interstate, and go visit your kids or something. So, but people can make that decision based on what is in front of them at the time. There will come a time probably where, once we start getting the tropical storm force winds, where it is definitely going to be too dangerous. I don't think we're there now, but I think that's rapidly approaching.
Regarding the shelters, basically for people who are displaced after this storm, will they be able to go to these shelters? If they go to their house and it's destroyed, will they?
I think let Kevin talk. I think these shelters are to ride out the storm. We've worked with counties, with Helene, on sheltering availability for post-storm. I don't know that these are necessarily the same things on that, but we have had that mission. Do you want to address?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. What I'll say to that is, again, to the governor's point, these private sector locations are what we would refer to as the shelters of last resort. Again, they're not the Four Seasons. They're cots in a warehouse in some cases. Our biggest facility is a warehouse that's right next to our new facility in Auburndale. But what we will do, because this is a point of emphasis for the governor, he's given me this direction, hear it loud and clear. When this storm is over, we need to get kids back at school. We need to get community and life back up and running, and we're going to be committed to doing that. My goal that I charge the team out there on the floor with is, let's get kids back in school in 3 to 5 school days after landfall. We're going to do that. To be successful at that, we're going to have people that are going to be in long-term sheltering. So we were going to have to open up other big box stores. Now, what we will do there is, where we're in warehouses right now along the interstate corridors, we will start looking for maybe those mall big box stores, something that may have even been right on the edge of an evacuation zone or a flood zone. For example, there's a really good place, Gulf Square Mall in Pasco County, Hudson. That is in an evacuation zone. That is in a flood zone. We would never go there to put people in harm's way. But after the fact, that might be a very good place to go and open a recovery shelter while we get kids back at school. Thank you.
Yesterday it was said that the state will ask FEMA for a waiver allowing more contractors out of state to come to Florida. Has FEMA responded to that?
Don't believe so, have they?
No, sir. We're still working with that, putting that on a letter. We got 3 options. We're just trying to get the best option that's going to have the path of least resistance.
Great.
Related to the schools part of that, to kind of what Director Guthrie was talking about, I believe after Ian, there was a situation where some of the schools were just too damaged to actually have kids back in there. Is that something you just have to wait and see where the storm hits? And
that'll be that. We'll assess that at the time. I know, like on Sanibel, for example, those kids went to different school at that point across the bridge. It's a lot easier when we fixed the Sanibel Causeway, so they were able to do that. That may happen here. We'll see, but that'll likely be driven by the school districts make a decision, and then we'll be able to offer probably some support for that through our Department of Education. But these are things that are live possibilities. A storm of this magnitude, you are going to have some of these the schools that could be damaged. Now, I would say most of the schools that are not like on Berry barrier islands. These are good structures mostly, and that's why we use them for shelters. So I would imagine you'll see some damage inland, but probably not to the extent that we saw on the barrier islands after Ian. On these barrier islands at the schools they're kind of in the similar spot. It's a big storm, and you could have some damage, and it may not be as simple as just being able to get people back in after 3 days. Okay.
Basically, the people who are staying behind, and the police are going door to door in some places. Are you guys being told who these people are and their locations, and are you?
That's a local thing. I know the sheriffs and the first responders on the county basis, they're doing that. What I've always said is, you are being warned on this. You've seen, just think about Helene on these Gulf Coast in central Florida. It was 100 miles away, and you still had feet of storm surge where there were fatalities as a result of that. This is one that's going to be potentially delivering even more surge than what we saw in Pinellas and Manatee. Almost definitely will deliver more surge in some of these areas. And so that is hazardous, that is life-threatening, and you'd be wise to go to a shelter, ride it out, but rather than try to mess with that. And if there are a lot of people that do stay behind, unfortunately, there will be fatalities. I don't think there's any way around it when you have storm surge that could be 10 feet. So you have time to do that. There's going to be people who stay behind who are going to be in distress. We are going to, working with the locals, we're going to conduct rescue operations. We will do that, and a lot of those were successful last time in the Helene. But why would you want to risk it at this point? So this is a big storm. It's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to create a lot of threats to life. It's obviously going to destroy property. We're bracing for that, but we're doing everything we can to try to mitigate the damage beforehand, and we'll do everything we can to help with rescues and getting people back on their feet afterwards. Okay, thanks.
as much as 3 to 5 feet above ground level for when Milton exits the east coast of Florida tomorrow. So let's talk about why you want to get out of those storm surge evacuation zones. What are you going to see when that devastating push of water comes in off the Gulf onto the west coast of Florida? You're going to see large areas with deep water due to storm surge flooding. Again, 10 to 15 feet above ground level in some places. Structural damage to buildings, some buildings being washed away by damaging wave action. Locations may be uninhabitable for an extended period. You do not want to be in those locations after the storm. Roads will be washed out or flooded, escape routes may be cut off, and there will be major damage to coastal infrastructure in those areas. Now let's move on to the wind threat. Again, Milton right now, Category 4 hurricane, still expected to be a major hurricane when it reaches the west coast of Florida late this evening or overnight tonight, and maintain hurricane status all the way across the Florida Peninsula and out into the western Atlantic during the day on Thursday. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning, and that includes places like Fort Myers up through Port Charlotte, Tampa, St. Petersburg, all the way up to Ocala, Orlando, Melbourne, to St. Augustine. So much of the central portion of the Florida Peninsula, both coasts, expecting hurricane conditions, and particularly within that landfall area where we're expecting those Category 3 winds in the eye wall, you're going to have significant structural damage to even to well-framed homes. Mobile homes could be severely damaged or destroyed. Large trees will be snapped and uprooted. Widespread power outages. Again, roads will be impassable from large debris. And then we're also going to see hurricane force winds again along the I-4 corridor, especially in wind gusts, leading to significant power outages, wind damage in this area as well. Now let's move on to the flooding threat, which is substantial as well from rainfall now along and north of the track of Milton Center, which now appears to be focused on that I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, expecting 6 to 12 inches of rain, isolated rainfall amounts as high as 18 inches, and that's going to lead to widespread life-threatening, potentially catastrophic flooding in this region, especially this area highlighted in pink all the way from today into Thursday. That's where we're going to have widespread, potentially life-threatening flooding along that I-4 corridor, with a substantial risk even north and south of that area as well, depending exactly on where those heaviest rains fall. When we get up to north of 15 inches of rain, the types of impacts we see are flooding to homes and businesses, rescues being conducted, flooding in places that don't normally flood, and again, roads that will be closed and eroded, creating hidden dangers that will not make it safe to be out and about. So the message this afternoon, again, I want to touch on the tornado threat as well, which I mentioned at the beginning, is expanding and is quite significant across much of central and southern Florida, with a greater tornado risk than is even typical with most landfalling hurricanes, especially in this region from, say, Orlando down to the Lake Okeechobee area, but extending across much of central and southern Florida, where we have a tornado watch in place through 9 p.m. tonight. And again, those tornadoes and those small thunderstorms will be advancing northward out ahead of Milton's landfall, going to create dangerous conditions across portions of the Florida Peninsula. So if you are in these areas, you want to make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts, flash flood warnings, tornado warnings. Make sure you have wireless emergency alerts turned on your smartphone, have a battery-powered NOAA weather radio so that you will be alerted, especially overnight tonight when you might be asleep, to dangerous conditions in your area. So again, let's wrap up with the final points here on Hurricane Milton. We're expecting a large area of destructive storm surge exceeding 10 feet above ground level in some places along portions of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. If you're in that storm surge warning area, it's a life-threatening situation. You should evacuate. You still have a little bit of time to get out and save your life. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida and then across the Florida Peninsula along and near the track of Milton's Center. Again, life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts in places like Orlando, all the way over to the east coast of Florida. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. And then finally, we have that heavy rainfall risk with the potential for life-threatening and catastrophic flash and urban flooding across portions of central Florida, with a risk of long-term major river flooding as well. So please stay with us here at the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for more on Milton throughout the rest of the day and tonight. You can get more information on your local impacts at your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
2, 1.
In less than 14 hours, Hurricane Milton will make landfall on the western coast of Florida. Winds will be fierce at well over 100 miles per hour, with storm surges reaching up to 15 feet and up to 18 inches of rain. It's looking like the storm of the century. I'm here with leaders of my administration who are in the front lines preparing for this storm and will brief me in our latest efforts. To save lives and livelihoods, I want to emphasize a few things. First, many communities in Hurricane Milton's path do not have a moment to catch their breath between Helene and Milton. 2 historic storms in 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who has followed local guidance to evacuate ahead of landfall. I know it's really tough leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own, but I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours. It's literally a matter of life and death. Second, for the last week, my team has done everything possible to prepare for this storm. I immediately approved emergency declarations in Florida and the Seminole Tribe in Florida. I also surged search and rescue teams, water, food, power generators, ambulances to the region. In my direction, Administrator Criswell will be in the State Emergency Operations Center in Florida tonight. And Kamala and I are going to keep pressure on the companies so prices stay stable on gasoline, flights, and goods people need. Finally, we're teaming up with state and local officials to support impacted communities. I spoke with the Florida Governor DeSantis, with Mayor Tampa Castor, the Tampa Mayor, the Clearwater Mayor, Rector, and the Pinellas County Chairwoman, Peters. I offer them everything we need, everything we have, everything they need. And I made it clear to them they should reach out if there's anything more they need. I gave them my personal phone number here at the White House to contact me directly if that's necessary. Let me close with this. I want to thank the governors of all the affected areas over the last couple weeks. Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Virginia. You know, we've been in constant contact, and they've been very thankful and appreciative of the help the federal government is providing. And I'm appreciative of all they're doing as well. And I've told them to contact me with anything else they need. We have made available an unprecedented number of assets to deal with this crisis. We're going to continue to do so until the job is done. But now I want to be clear about something. For the last few weeks, there's been a reckless, irresponsible, and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies that are disturbing people. It's undermining confidence in the incredible rescue and recovery work that has already been taken and will continue to be taken. And it's harmful to those who need help the most. There's simply no place for this to happen. Former President Trump has led the onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. That's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That's simply not true. They're saying the money is needed for this crisis is being diverted to migrants. What a ridiculous thing to say. It's not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, a congresswoman of Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's got to stop. In moments like this, there are no red or blue states. There's one United States of America, where neighbors are helping neighbors. Volunteers and first responders are risking everything, including their own lives, to help their fellow Americans. State, local, and federal officials are standing side by side. Let me repeat, no one should make the American people question whether their governments will make sure that this disaster, when it strikes, they'll be there. We will, all of us. I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Harris, if that's okay with all of you. Thank you. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Liz, thank you for the work that you have been doing. As the President said, we've been working around the clock to prepare for Hurricane Milton and to ensure that people are safe, including ensuring federal, state, and local resources are being coordinated in a smart and efficient and effective way. We have also been in constant contact with the leaders in Florida to make sure that we are cutting any red tape that might get in the way of getting relief to folks, to make sure also that communities receive the resources and the support that they need as quickly as possible. Already, we have sent more than 1,000 federal personnel to be on the ground in Florida to assist with what needs to happen in the state. Sure that we are cutting any red tape that might get in the way of getting relief to folks, to make sure also that communities receive the resources and the support that they need as quickly as possible. Already, we have sent more than 1,000 federal personnel to be on the ground in Florida to assist with what needs to happen in the state to prepare for this hurricane, and we will continue to scale up those efforts. To the people of Florida, and in particular, the people of the Tampa region, we urge you to take this storm seriously. As has been said before, this is a storm that is expected to be of historic proportion. And many of you, I know, are tough, and you've ridden out these hurricanes before. This one's going to be different. And so we ask you that by every measure, understand it's going to be more dangerous, more deadly, and more catastrophic. So please listen to your local officials. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. And if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate immediately. Do not wait until it is too late. And in the hours and days ahead, President Biden and I and our administration will continue to do everything we can to protect the people who have been in the path of this storm. And once the storm has passed, we will be there to help folks recover and rebuild, as we continue to do for those communities in Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, and across the Southeast who have been devastated by Hurricane Helene. Finally, as the president mentioned, to any company that or individual that might use this crisis to exploit people who are desperate for help through illegal fraud or price gouging, whether it be at the gas pump, the airport, or the hotel counter, know that we are monitoring these behaviors and the situation on the ground very closely, and anyone taking advantage of consumers will be held accountable. The bottom line is this hurricane poses an extreme danger, and we urge everyone in Florida to take extreme caution. And we are with you, and we will get through this together. And with that, I will hand it over to Homeland Security Advisor Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. President, Madam Vice President. Administrator Criswell. Over to you, Deanne.
Thank you, Liz. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, I just want to assure you we are taking this storm very seriously. As you will hear from Dr. Brennan shortly, Milton is currently a Category 4 storm and will remain a hurricane as it crosses over Florida. At your direction, Mr. President, I will be traveling down to We are taking this storm very seriously. As you will hear from Dr. Brennan shortly, Milton is currently a Category 4 storm and will remain a hurricane as it crosses over Florida. At your direction, Mr. President, I will be traveling down to Tallahassee tonight to embed at the state EOC to meet with my team as well as our state partners. And I will be there to assess the damages and the impacts immediately following the storm, working in close coordination with the state to ensure that they have everything that they need to support their priorities. As you have always directed me to do, I am leaning forward to make sure that we are strategically placing our resources and our teams to be able to rapidly respond in Florida. There are currently over 1,000 federal personnel on the ground in Florida supporting the efforts from Hurricane Helene, as well as the previous storms that have happened over the last few years. And I have directed, at your direction, an additional 1,200 search and rescue personnel from FEMA, the Coast Guard, and the Department of Defense to stage in Florida so they are ready to take action as soon as Milton makes landfall. This also includes 30 high water vehicles, helicopters, as well as boats to be able to go in and support the counties and the states as needed. I've also moved over 500 ambulances to help assist with the response, 6 incident management assistance teams, one specifically into Tampa and others throughout the region, multiple power assessment teams, and dozens of medical facility assessment teams so they can go in and check on the health and medical facilities as soon as the storm passes. And Mr. President and Madam Vice President, I have also moved millions of meals and liters of water into Florida to be able to support any of those immediate needs. I really appreciate, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, your continuous effort to help lift up the warnings and the guidance that you just gave about what people need to do in the path of Hurricane Milton. This is an extremely dangerous storm, and we need all of the residents that are in the path of the storm to listen to their local officials. They will tell you if there's still time to evacuate or what you need to do if you are still where you're at. They will give you the right information about what you need to do to protect yourself where you are at right now. Sometimes just traveling a few miles inland can mean the difference between life and death, and nobody has to lose their life as a result of this storm. So in short, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, I assure you we are taking this storm extremely seriously. We are focused, and we are ready to support the people of Florida.
Dan, you're doing a hell of a job. You always have. We've been through a lot of this together, all three of us, including the Vice President. And I have one question right now, though. What are you most worried about today and into tomorrow? And what messaging can we do to help people in the hours before it makes landfall?
Mr. President, the biggest concern is making sure people have gotten out of harm's way. Over the next 24 hours, we are going to see significant winds. We are going to see storm surge. We are going to see flooding from the rain. People need to be able to take this storm seriously. They need to move, if they still have time to move, out of harm's way. And we are prepared to support Florida with additional search and rescue assets to help save lives. That's our immediate concern, Mr. President, is saving lives over the next 24 hours.
Have you ever seen a storm like this one since you've been in charge?
I think this is going to be one of the biggest ones that we have seen after it makes landfall. I mean, we saw a lot of impact from Hurricane Ian, but this one is different. This one just looks different, and I think we're going to have a lot of impacts and people that are going to need our help, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Administrator Criswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we concerned about any misinformation or disinformation regarding evacuations that we need to clear up at this point?
There's been a lot of misinformation out there, Madam Vice President, that's for sure. But I have not heard anything specific to the evacuations. I think that the local officials, the state officials have been very strong in getting that message out there and getting people to move out of harm's way. I was in Florida on Monday and met with the mayor of Tampa as well as the mayor of St. Petersburg, and we saw people evacuating. And so they are listening to their local officials, and that was encouraging.
That's great. Thank you.
I think we'll move on then. Thank you, Administrator Criswell. We'll move to Director Brennan from the National Hurricane Center.
Thank you, Liz. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, good afternoon. As Administrator Criswell mentioned, we are just hours away from seeing a potentially catastrophic hurricane landfall along the west coast of Florida, with the center of Milton expected to cross the coast late this evening or very early tomorrow morning. Is a powerful major hurricane and a large hurricane at that. We are already seeing multiple life-threatening hazards playing out across Florida. We have multiple tornado warnings in effect across portions of southern Florida. We're seeing winds increasing, heavy rainfall spreading across much of the state. And conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate over the next few hours, especially where landfall is going to occur along the west coast. That's where we're expecting that devastating storm surge of as much as 10 to 15 feet above ground level, from somewhere near the Tampa Bay region southward to Port Charlotte, with significant storm surge extending hundreds of miles even farther south to the Fort Myers and Naples area. And that is why we have been supporting so many evacuation decisions to get people away from that devastating storm surge. Time is running out now for people to leave along the west coast before conditions deteriorate further. Additionally, Milton is going to be a powerful hurricane when it makes landfall and move quickly across the state and remain at hurricane intensity as it moves across Florida tonight and as it enters the western Atlantic during the day tomorrow. So that is going to bring the risk of hurricane conditions to much of the central portion of the state. We have hurricane warnings in effect from Fort Myers up through Tampa to Cedar Key along the West Coast, all the way through the I-4 corridor across Orlando to Daytona Beach, up to St. Augustine, including the Cape Canaveral area and the East Coast down to Port St. Lucie. So a large area is at risk of seeing devastating wind impacts, widespread power outages, structural damage. And that could lead to a very unsafe environment after the storm, where we tend to see a lot of post-storm fatalities in this very dangerous environment that's left. Additionally, we are expecting very heavy rainfall, 6 to 12 inches, amounts as high as 18 inches across the heavily populated I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, which could lead to widespread catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and urban flooding tonight and into Thursday in that area. And that's an area where we lost about 16 people in Hurricane Ian to that same type of flooding. So there's a tremendous risk to both life and property there. I do want to thank the administrator and FEMA and her for her team's support and our coordination on that. And I finally want to thank the NOAA and Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters who've been flying into Milton for days now, providing us just tremendously valuable direct data that has really helped inform our life-saving forecast and warnings. So thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President.
Mike, I know you're tired of hearing from me. I've been talking to you so much lately, but I appreciate your constant input you've given me and let me know what's going on. What more can you tell us about how the location of this storm is going to affect the storm surge in Florida? I mean, because that's pretty consequential, right? The surge. I mean, that's what you're focusing on?
Yes, Mr. President. Just a shift of a few miles in the landfall location will make a big difference in what area sees that very worst storm surge. So a track of the center to the north of Tampa Bay would push the highest storm surge into Tampa Bay itself. A track 5 or 10 or 20 miles south would push that higher storm surge, say, down to the Sarasota, Port Charlotte area. Even as close as we are to landfall, it's not really possible to tell exactly where that worst surge will occur. It's one wobble away from shifting 10 or 20 miles. So that's why we've conveyed that risk across such a large area to help support the evacuation of much of that west central coast of Florida.
But Tampa Bay is particularly vulnerable, correct?
Correct. Yes, Mr. President. It's one of the most vulnerable locations along the entire west coast of Florida because water gets funneled up into the bay. If you were to see a worst case scenario there, you could see storm surge as much as twice as high as they saw during Helene, where it got up to 7 or 8 feet in the bay. It could potentially get up above 10 feet in this event.
Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mike. It's good to see you again, and thank you for all your work. So for the folks who have been living in Florida a long time and have experienced these storms many times, how are you talking with them about how this is going to be different and so the difference between what they're used to and what this will be as a way to hopefully give them more encouragement to know that they need to get out?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice President. Yes, we've been emphasizing the size and the intensity of the storm and the direction at which it's approaching, which is unusual and really raises that storm surge risk for the west coast of Florida. We typically see hurricanes approach the west coast of Florida from the south or southeast, moving parallel to the coast. This track more perpendicular to the coast really raises the storm surge risk. And the size of the storm is going to produce hazardous impacts across much of the peninsula. So we've been hitting the surge risk on both coasts, actually, the hurricane force winds, the flooding rainfall threat, the tornadoes, and trying to re-emphasize the scale and breadth of the threat, which is somewhat unusual for Milton.
Thank you, and thanks for your good work.
Mike, one more question.
Yes, sir.
For people listening, what is the width of the state of Florida from the Tampa Bay area across to Sebastian Inlet in that area to Palm Beach? What kind of distance are we talking about?
Across the state of Florida, you're probably talking about, 150, 200 miles. That's an estimate, but the storm's going to be moving at 15 miles per hour. So it's going to be moving across that area very quickly. And the tropical storm force winds, the 30, 40 mile per hour winds or greater now extend almost out more than 200 miles from the center. They're going to get even larger as the storm approaches the coastline. So that's going to cause those wind impacts to affect much of the state.
The reason I asked the question is I think, at least for me, having done a lot of this the last 3 years, emphasizes the consequential damage this storm can do. I mean, it's going to enter Florida on the west as a hurricane and leave as a hurricane. And that's pretty unusual. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will move on now to the National Weather Service Director, Ken Graham.
All right, thanks, Liz. I appreciate it, and wanted to thank Administrator Criswell for everything through this, and Dr. Brennan as well. The Hurricane Center has been really focused on this and on it with such a great forecast the whole way. I just wish we could minimize those impacts, but that doesn't look like what's going to happen. So, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, we continue to work at the National Weather Service with our federal, state, and local decision makers during the storms. Look, we actually have our scientists embedded with FEMA, the state and local emergency operations centers, and we also have our scientists embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard District 7 to really help out with these decisions to make sure they're right there to answer the questions as they come up. They're covering really the subtleties, as you've mentioned in this forecast. Dr. Brennan mentioned those small changes can make a big difference. Little wiggles really do matter. Those small wobbles make a difference in the storm surge. And all these big storms, they wobble and wiggle all the way in. We'll see that happening as this gets closer to landfall. So as Administrator Criswell said, listen to those local officials. I can't stress enough, 30 years with NOAA, 30 years in the Weather Service. This is a particularly dangerous track. People really need to be getting into their safe locations as the impacts start deteriorating really quickly over the next few hours. Words really matter in these storms. Even if the winds decrease somewhat near landfall, we really try to avoid words like weaken. It really gives a false sense of security to the public. So we really want to stress that no matter what happens to that, the wind speed in this system, catastrophic impacts will result either way. The size of the wind speed, the actual size of it will be expanding, as Dr. Brennan was saying. So much of that impact will cover most of the peninsula. And Mr. President, like you said, Milton, think about it. I just goes over my mind over and over. Milton will enter as a hurricane and exit as a hurricane. So you'll see damage from the landfall point on the west coast, and you'll see damage on the east coast as well. So it's really important to focus on those impacts. Again, seeing those impacts on both coasts. We're really starting to see the impacts as we speak. I was just looking at the radar before doing this meeting here, and we've got tornadoes already touching down in some spots in Florida, and some have been confirmed that have touched down as well. And about 90% of those tornadoes occur on that right front quadrant of a tropical system. So we're really, our folks are at the Weather Service are on duty 24 hours a day, watching that radar to make sure that we can get those warnings out quickly to people so they can take cover. And as Dr. Brennan said, think about it, Mike, right, 140 miles wide. Now we're 200, and we expect it to be greater than 240 miles away from the center with these winds. So that's a huge area that we can see some of that damage. Very concerned about the storm surge, and I wanted to double down on something. It's not just Tampa Bay with that 8 to 12 foot forecast, or 10 to 15 down to Boca Grande. I mean, you could see 5 to 8 feet of storm surge all the way down to Chokoloskee. Think about Fort Myers, Naples, well away from that center. We just got to really keep reminding people they're not safe, even though you're not near the center of the storm. So we'll continue to really message that as we can. The other part of this, flooding could last a while. So unlike other areas with elevation, there's not much elevation in Florida. So some of these rivers are going to be slow to drain. Some of these rivers could stay up for about a week after the storm, and the storm surge will act as a blocker to drain some of that rain from the inland area. So that could really be add some challenges to some communities with the flooding and recovery efforts, as some of the roads will be pretty impassable. So, I was looking at this, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. Yesterday I said the clock was ticking. Today I'm saying the alarm bell's going off. People really need to start getting into their safe place. And as always, the Weather Service remains on duty 24/7 to make sure that the decision makers have all the information they need and the updates to this storm.
Ken, I'd like to focus on one thing you said. I don't think most people would think it, but the idea that sometimes it takes days for rivers to crest after a major storm like this. Are there any particular areas of concern that that are related to this type of flooding? And how long do you think the flooding conditions could last? In other words, I think people think once the winds are died down and gotten through that, okay, we're all set. But these rivers flooding are consequential, and it takes time, right?
It takes time. That storm surge pushes up every nook and cranny of Florida. So it goes up bays, goes up rivers, it fills in all these areas. And then you add that incredible amount of rainfall, and that rain can't drain because the storm surge has it blocked. So just really looking at some of the areas in Hillsborough River, Alafaya River, the Peace River, some of these type of traditional places that could flood, we really got to watch those areas and those communities. So it takes quite a while for that water to drain.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ken, I have a question for you. You mentioned words matter, and I know there's a lot of media following this briefing. So there have been, we've gone from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4, and the language that a lot of folks have been using is downgrade. But it sounds like you're cautioning us that that may communicate a sense that the danger is lessened when in fact it's not. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know a lot of folks are watching right now and would love to have your feedback on how we should be talking about this.
Yeah, we need everybody that communicates to the public to be on the same page with the words, because I've 30 years of doing this. I've seen this so many times. People will think, oh, it was a Cat 5, now it's a Cat 3. That's not a reason to relax. That's not weakened. That's not diminished. That means that we've expanded the wind field. The impacts don't change associated with that. And I've seen this in Hurricane Florence and other historic hurricanes. So we have to be mindful of the words that we use and focus on those impacts. Those impacts haven't changed no matter what the wind speed does over the next 24 hours.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Graham. We'll go now to Secretary Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security. Ali, over to you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, if I can just pick up on the important phrase, the words matter. I want to thank you for the strength and moral clarity with which you have been speaking to bat down false information that is being spread. That false information is only hurting survivors in need of help. And it is also hurting the first responders who are so bravely risking their lives to deliver that help to the survivors. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, we are executing on your directive to not only rely on FEMA to provide emergency relief, but to draw upon other resources throughout the Department of Homeland Security and throughout the federal government, throughout your administration. I know you will hear from the Commandant of the United States Coast Guard, Linda Fagan. The United States Coast Guard has deployed almost 1,300 personnel to Florida, not just for search and rescue, but also to ensure the safety and security of the port of Tampa, which is a critical lifeline for supplies that are needed by Florida and elsewhere. I want to also say that our U.S. Customs and Border Protection has devoted search and rescue personnel as well as other parts of our department. To give you just a quick snapshot of some of the resources that are devoted from other parts of the administration, the Department of Defense is providing search and rescue, commodity movement, commodity distribution, and security to Florida. We already have 1.5 million meals and 2.8 million liters of water ready to provide to people in need. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is providing temporary power, temporary roofing, debris removal support, and engineering expertise. The U.S. Forest Administration is also providing debris removal. This is absolutely critical so that our search and rescue personnel can reach the people in need and provide them with the humanitarian relief upon which they rely. Health and Human Services is providing hospital and health-related support. The Small Business Administration has dedicated 137 personnel to assist people who have lost or whose businesses are destroyed, to get them back up on their feet and understand what resources are available to them. We have an entire administration dedicated to this effort at your direction. And with that, I'll pause.
Hey, Ali, Mr. Secretary, do you have everything you need from all the federal departments and the agencies in support of this response? Is there anything lacking?
We certainly do have all of the resources. We are well positioned to continue to respond to Hurricane Helene, to respond to Hurricane Milton. Mr. President, we are meeting the moment and meeting the challenges because of the extraordinary people who've spoken before me.
Well, I want to thank the governors. They've stepped up. All this disinformation going out about how, we're devoting all this money to migrants and even one congresswoman suggesting that I control the weather and implying that I'm sending it to red states. It's stuff off the wall. It's like out of a comic book. But, people, when they're in trouble, or for example, and I asked this to our administrator, they said that you get $750 and that's it. You lost everything, you get $750. That's not it. That's just, you give you immediately what you need to get by the next day, to get a prescription, to get a whatever. Are you getting calls already about what we're going to be able to deliver for people who get in trouble?
We are, Mr. President. Let me say that, one of the false narratives is that the federal employees who are actually delivering assistance will take an individual's land. And that is causing individual survivors not to approach the people who are there to help and obtain the relief to which they are entitled and that we have available to them. And the Vice President knows very well, as a former prosecutor, that false information only is fuel for the criminal element to exploit individuals in positions of vulnerability. And Madam Vice President, your words at the outset were so very important for that reason.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you and the folks in your agency working with FEMA, NOAA, and all the federal agencies. I've been on the ground, and the work that you all have been doing to coordinate with local and state law enforcement and first responders has been outstanding. It really does show the best of the kind of work that we do in a moment of crisis to work together. So I applaud the folks that work with you and your leadership in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. We'll go now to Admiral Linda Fagan, the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and I want to assure you that the Coast Guard is ready to respond. We continue to monitor the storm closely and are mindful of how dangerous and devastating the storm is and the potential to the region, which is still recovering from Hurricane Helene. My senior field commanders are well integrated with both the state and local emergency responders and have stood up incident commands. We continue to surge personnel and assets from across the country into the region. And I want to highlight how we prepare for storms. And so we have people in helicopters and aircraft and boats and cutters that would have been in harm's way for the passage of this storm. And we have sorely moved those people and assets out of harm's way for the storm. They are ready and positioned to begin to move back into the region as soon as it is safe to do so. In addition to the aircraft and ships and boats, it includes shallow water boats, medical teams, pollution response teams, crisis support teams. Our top priority is saving lives and safeguarding the marine transportation system. This also includes responding to any pollution incidents. We will begin to move back into the region as soon as it is safe to do so, with our primary initial focus being life-saving work and reopening the ports to re-enable the flow of commerce. I want to focus just for a minute on the Port of Tampa, which is the largest port in Florida. And depending on the impacts of the storm, there could be some impacts to the port and commerce flow. We will conduct overflights as well as bring ships into the region to ensure that the channel and the harbor is clear and safe for commercial traffic. We will work with the Army Corps of Engineers and others to do those assessments. We'll work to reestablish the aids to navigation constellation and work with the pilotage in the area to ensure that ships are able to move safely in and out of the Port of Tampa. We'll also need to ensure that the port has electricity for handling of cargo and cargo flows. So I share this with you, Mr. President, because we are myopically focused on regaining commerce flows into the Port of Tampa once the assessments are able to be made. It does take a little bit of time, but we will move with all urgency to ensure that Tampa is reopened for commerce and commercial flows. We continue to monitor the storm closely, and a number of our briefers have spoken on the need to heed the evacuation orders. And just like to emphasize that my first responders, and as one of the critical first response agencies pours a hurricane response like that, my first responders have moved out of harm's way and are not in the path of the storm. They are ready for immediate reconstitution into the area, and you will see them moving quickly. But as the storm effects come on, people really need to move into safe positions so that they do not lose their lives. Mr. President, your Coast Guard is ready to respond, and we are well positioned for that. Thank you, sir.
Admiral, one of the things that I don't know whether people have not been through any kind of hurricane in the past may not understand is that when the rainfall and the flood surge are significant, but these elevated water levels are likely to be accompanied by large and destructive waves. It's not just the water rising, there's significant waves. And what do you anticipate, if anyone else wants to respond, what do we anticipate in terms of the wave damage that's done? Not just the water rising, but these waves, large waves coming in.
Sir, I'll just touch on the impact of the water and just the flow and significance of any kind of increased water flow, storm surge, whether it's wave driven or otherwise. It creates conditions that are incredibly hazardous to life. People can't swim or save themselves, which again just emphasizes why it's so critical that people evacuate and get themselves out of harm's way. And that allows then for the assessment with regard to any property or property impacts.
I know search and rescue is obviously the #1 priority immediately after the storm, but we know that the Port of Tampa is critical for the state and the state's economy and the region as well. What can you and the Army Corps of Engineers do to get the port quickly reopened once this storm passes through?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We're already in conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers aligned on the need to begin those assessments as quickly as possible to determine whether there were any impacts from the storm or not and regain and reopen the Port of Tampa. The Port of Everglades is also a critical port on the east coast of Florida. The Port of Everglades remains open for fuel tankers to ensure that commerce continues to flow into the state from other ports that are not in the direct impact of the storm. But sir, I assure you, we in the Corps of Engineers are already in conversation with regard to what it will take to reconstitute the Port of Tampa, and we will lean into that work as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it.
Commandant, I echo the President's words. Thank you for what you and the men and women of the Coast Guard have been doing in response to Hurricane Helene and now this, and your emphasis on the importance of the port in Tampa is critically important to recovery. So thank you for all the work that you are doing. I know that resources are spread thin in terms of your folks being on the ground in every area right now, and you're doing an extraordinary job. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
To each of the dedicated professionals on this screen, we are truly in your debt and in debt to your teams for what they are doing right now to prepare for and respond to what is coming to Florida this evening. With that, we will conclude the public part of this briefing. And if you'll just stay on the screen for a few minutes, we can
I say one closing
have further
thing?
conversation. Of course, Mr. President.
Pass on to your folks how much we respect and understand. A lot of these folks are risking their lives.
Yes.
They're risking their lives to help other people. I mean, this is Americans helping Americans in ways that when, to me, it's a measure of who we are as a nation when we see this happen. And it constantly happens. Americans stepping up to help other Americans and risking their lives. So thank all these first responders. It really matters. Really, from the bottom of our heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry. We're ready.
Mr. President, what's your message to Donald Trump?
Holy cow. How do you stand Delray now? Go to the Italian shops, perhaps the cost is a little better, you know. Just make little comments. Yeah, just do a couple of those when you're like, well, when I was in Wisconsin, you mean? Oh, sorry. You should do that guy. Just walk around Delray. Oh, yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So the safety of all Americans is the Biden-Harris administration's first priority. As the security situation in Lebanon becomes increasingly volatile, I want to take a moment to talk about the numerous steps the Biden-Harris administration is taking to support Americans who seek to depart or relocate within Lebanon. We are working around the clock to help Americans in Lebanon by providing as many options as possible to depart and offering loans to U.S. citizens who need assistance. Since September 27th, the United States has secured more than 4,000 airplane seats for American citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their family members to depart Lebanon. We have reserved seats for Americans and their family members on daily commercial airlines that continue to fly out of Beirut, and we have organized additional flights for U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their spouses, children, and parents to depart Lebanon. As long as the Beirut airport remains open, we will continue to make more airplane seats available daily. To date, the number of seats available continues to exceed demand. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut remains open and can help Americans who need emergency passports or other documentation. We urge Americans to take advantage of these options. Ultimately, a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. We are in discussions for when we will be able to achieve that. Now, earlier today, as many of you saw, the President and the Vice President received an update regarding Hurricane Helene response and recovery efforts. Under their leadership, FEMA has provided $344 million in direct assistance to survivors, along with an additional $180 million to ensure our federal partners can carry out their critical recovery work. More than 8,000 federal personnel are deployed, including FEMA disaster survivor assistant teams that are in neighborhoods across the affected states, helping survivors apply for assistance. These personnel across the Southeast, including Florida, will both continue Hurricane Helene recovery efforts and respond to the impacts of Hurricane Milton. As the President has said, we will be there for the communities devastated by the storm for as long as it takes. The President and the Vice President received a briefing on the administration's life-saving preparations ahead of Hurricane Milton. The President continues to mobilize a whole of government effort to prepare for Hurricane Milton. Earlier this week, the President quickly approved the state of Florida's and the Seminole tribe of Florida's request for an emergency declaration pre-Milton landfall. He directed his team to keep working to increase the size and presence of our efforts as we prepare for Milton's landfall. The President spoke directly to Governor DeSantis, Tampa Mayor Castor, Clearwater Mayor Rector, and Pinellas County Chairwoman Peters to make sure we are meeting their needs, and gave them his personal number so they can call him directly. At the President's direction, the administration has been in touch with more than 60 local officials in cities and counties along the likely path of impact to ensure needs are met in advance of the storm. The President gathered his cabinet representing 16 agencies and departments to ensure every corner of the U.S. government is assisting with Helene recovery and preparations for Milton. And at the President's direction, FEMA Administrator Criswell will travel to Florida tonight to join the personnel on the ground and ensure every Floridian gets the help that they need. FEMA is pre-staging a full slate of response capabilities in Florida and the region, including 8 urban search and rescue teams, 3 U.S. Coast Guard swift water rescue teams, 15.6 million meals, 13.9 million liters of water already pre-positioned, an additional 20 million meals and 40 million liters of water ready to deploy as needed. More than 1,000 staff already in the region. And as the President and the Vice President have said, any attempts to price gouge Americans, whether at the gas pumps, airport, or hotel counter during this storm, are unacceptable. The Justice Department, FTC, and Consumer Financial Protection Bureau put out a statement warning consumers about those looking to take advantage of natural disasters. The administration will also continue to work out and call out misinformation and conspiracy theories around the storm and federal and state responses. This is wrong, dangerous, and it must stop immediately. You heard the President speak to this just moments ago. Everyone, especially those in positions of power, must do everything they can to encourage survivors to register for assistance, not discourage them by allowing these falsehoods to fester. This storm will be catastrophic. It will be catastrophic. We urge everyone to listen to local officials, and if you are told to evacuate, do so. Please do so immediately. If you can't evacuate or need a safe place to shelter, text shelter and your zip code to 43362 to get a list of open shelters near you. With that, I will turn it over to Administrator Criswell, who is joining us virtually. Thank you so much, Administrator. I know you are incredibly busy today, but thank you for your time. And with that, I'm going to just turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Corrine. So good afternoon, everybody. As you just heard from Corrine, I just had an opportunity to brief President Biden and Vice President Harris on our preparatory actions as we prepare for Hurricane Milton to make landfall in Florida. The entire federal family is leaning forward for Milton's response. And right now, I am in North Carolina, continuing to lead the response and recovery efforts for the impacts to Helene across many states. But I will be traveling this evening to Florida to be with the team that I have there on the ground, as well as meet with the governor and his team to make sure that we are working side by side to meet the needs of Floridians as Hurricane Milton passes through the state. I want to deliver a very important message to the people of Florida. This is going to be a catastrophic storm. It is going to be a potentially deadly storm. Please listen to your local officials as they will be giving you the best information about what you need to do where you are located. This storm is going to bring deadly storm surge, intense winds, flooding, but it is already bringing tornadoes across Florida. So if you do get an emergency message on your phone right now for a tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately. My heart goes out to all of the Floridians who have been in the path of many storms. They have had impacts from Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Debbie, Hurricane Idalia, and now Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. Floridians, they're no strangers to these storms, but this one, Hurricane Milton, it is expected to be catastrophic. And I promise you that FEMA is ready. FEMA and the entire federal family will be there to provide those immediate life-saving activities and begin to stabilize the incident after the storm passes. And again, I will be there on the ground to assess the impacts and prioritize the movement of federal resources to where the state needs them most. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, these are going to be tough as we watch the impacts move across Florida. And again, we're already seeing impacts from this storm with tornadoes and high winds happening in different parts of Florida. The most important thing is your safety. And I need everyone listening to do everything you can to protect yourself and your family as Milton passes. Some of you may still be able to safely evacuate. Others, it may be too late. Again, I need you to listen to your local officials. They will know exactly what you are still able to do. And if you receive, again, a tornado warning on your phone, through a NOAA radio, or from your local officials, there are tornadoes that are happening now. You need to seek shelter immediately. I have also been in contact with Governor DeSantis, Mayor Castor, Mayor Welch, and Mayor Dyer, as well as all the tribal nations in Florida that are in the path of this storm. The President's swift approval of the pre-landfall emergency declaration for Florida, as well as the Seminole Tribe of Florida, allows us to be able to employ the resources that we have staged to immediately begin to save lives and support the response activities. In addition to the thousands of people that I already have on the ground in Florida for Hurricane Helene, as well as the previous storms from previous years, at the President's direction, I sent an additional 1,200 search and rescue personnel, 6 incident management assistance teams, multiple power assessment teams, and dozens of medical facility assessment personnel into the area pre-landfall. We've also staged over 500 ambulances, and the search and rescue teams include high water vehicles and air assets as well as boats to support those life-saving activities in the first hours after the storm passes. As you heard Corrine say, we've also pushed millions of meals and liters of water into Florida to support those immediate needs. And let me be clear, the movement of these resources and these commodities are not taking away from our ongoing response and recovery efforts in North Carolina and the other states that were impacted by Hurricane Helene. We are built for this. We have managed multiple simultaneous catastrophic incidents before, and we are prepared to do this again. And I want the people to hear it from me. FEMA is ready. Our agency is postured to respond to this storm and maintain our current response and recovery efforts for Hurricane Helene impacted states. And we will be providing, and I will be providing regular updates to President Biden and Vice President Harris as this storm passes, so we can make sure that we are getting all of the federal resources that are needed to support their response. And they have directed me, as they always do, to make sure that Floridians continue to get everything they need. I want to be clear, we at FEMA stand ready to both continue our support to Hurricane Helene and respond to the impacts from Hurricane Milton. This is what we do best. We manage complex incidents. We coordinate, we communicate, and we respond. And again, I will be traveling to Florida later today so I can join my team as well as our state partners that are in the field preparing for the impacts from Hurricane Milton. My leadership team, they are the best of the best. They are trained to work across multiple states and support the impacts that states are going to be feeling. And I want everybody to know that we are prepared for what we need to do to support Florida as well as all of the other states. Before I take questions, I just want to emphasize once again, because this is extremely important. People need to listen to their local officials. They need to take this storm seriously. It's going to hit the west coast of Florida as a major hurricane, and it will still be a hurricane as it departs on the eastern coast of Florida. There will be flooding, there will be tornadoes, storm surge. Take the actions you need to protect yourself and your family. We do not need to lose any lives as a result of this storm. We have the time to prepare. Make sure that you're taking those actions now. And with that, Corrine, I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Administrator. I just want to remind folks that she can only hear us, can't see us. So I'm going to start calling on folks right now. Go ahead, Omar.
Thank you. I appreciate you making this time. Do you have an estimate of the universe of how many people are not heeding the evacuation orders and remain at risk?
I do not have an estimate, but what I can tell you is that I was in Florida on Monday. I met with the mayor of Tampa and the mayor of St. Petersburg, and I saw people leaving the area. People are listening. They are leaving. But we know there's always a few that want to stay behind and protect their home. This storm is different. This storm is going to bring deadly storm surge. And so I want people who still have time to evacuate to make sure that they're doing so, but doing so safely under the guidance and the advice of their local officials.
Go ahead, MJ.
Thank you, Administrator. This is MJ Lee with CNN. The White House has been talking a lot about the threat of misinformation, disinformation as it relates to storm recovery efforts. Can you talk to us about whether there's one piece of incorrect information that you think, in your view, has been most damaging, that you think would be most important to clarify?
Well, honestly, I think all of it is damaging to our ability to be able to reach people. It's intentional to create distrust, and that level of distrust is, as the president said earlier today, un-American. And what we need to do is make sure people can get the assistance that they need and they deserve. And so I want people to be able to come to us, register for assistance, so we can help them on their road to recovery.
Go ahead, Nandita.
Thank you. Administrator, you have said that FEMA has enough money to get through both hurricanes, Helene and Milton, but that you're assessing how much more you need from Congress. Is there an assessment that you can share with us?
We're continuing to make that assessment, as we do not know what it's going to cost us right now to get through Hurricane Milton. I think, as I've briefed all of you before, we went into immediate needs funding in August of this year. That allowed me to make sure I had enough money for this response, and I needed that for Hurricane Helene. Without going into INF, I probably would not have had enough money to support Hurricane Helene. With the full authority to spend against the president's fiscal year 25 budget, I've been able to start paying the recovery projects that we put on hold. But the amount that we're spending for Hurricane Helene and the amount that we anticipate we're going to spend for Hurricane Milton, we are watching that very closely and assessing it every day so we can have a good estimate of how much more that we will need to be asking for in a supplemental.
Good, Selena.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you, Administrator Criswell. Selena Wayne with ABC News. Could you give any specific examples about the real-world impact that this misinformation is having, both in terms of, are you seeing people who aren't taking precautions because they don't trust the government or FEMA or NOAA, and then in terms of the threat to FEMA workers, have you seen examples of threats against them on the ground?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that what I am hearing is people that are not coming to us and asking us for assistance. They're not registering for the help that they need, or they are afraid to approach some of our staff because they are unsure of what the government is doing. I think one of the biggest ones that I continue to hear is that we're going to take their land from them. Simply untrue. When you register for assistance, we give you an initial amount of money, $750, to help support those immediate needs. And there were rumors out there that if you received this money and you didn't pay it back, that we would take your home. Simply untrue. This is a series of assistance that we give over time, those immediate needs. We've already given out over $60 million in North Carolina alone for people's property losses, as well as this immediate assistance. We will continue to give that money out. And as it relates to my staff, I mean, it's just demoralizing. I think that if they take it personally, they have left their families and their homes to come here and support people in need, but they're focused. They continue to stay focused on why they're here. They know their purpose, and that is to help people, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay. Go ahead, Gabe.
Thank you, Administrator. You said before that you have dealt with misinformation in the past. Why do you think that misinformation is so rampant this time around? Is it because of the election? Is it because of certain politicians? Is it because of tech platforms? Or is it because of potentially a foreign actor?
Yeah, I mean, I have definitely seen misinformation before. We have had misinformation for a long time, but we have seen it increase recently. We saw a significant increase in the response in Maui, and even more, the greatest amount that I've seen in this response to Hurricane Helene. I don't want to speculate as to why we're seeing this increase. It's just damaging, and it just makes it harder for us to do our job, and it's a distraction for the people that are out there doing really hard work to help the people get the assistance that they need and deserve.
Ken?
Could you just describe, the storm is going to be making landfall late at night on the West Coast. To what extent does that add to the complications or the dangers for residents? And just how unique is it, the fact that it will be a hurricane when it hits the West Coast, but also a hurricane when it exits the East Coast of Florida?
I think anytime we see a storm hit during the evening, it just complicates things, right? Because we know that we will have power outages as a result of this. It will be dark. People will have to try to protect themselves without the same level of light that they're used to. It just creates a whole other level of complication. But as we heard from Director Brennan earlier today, it is very rare for a storm to be a hurricane when it makes landfall and as it exits the state. It's going to move quickly, according to him, through the state, but that means it's going to create these catastrophic impacts across the state. We're going to see the most significant with storm surge on the West Coast, but we know from Hurricane Ian how much inland flooding and flash flooding that happened on the East Coast in the Orlando area. And so we're concerned about that. And that's why I talked to the mayor of Orlando earlier today to make sure he knew that even though the West Coast is getting a lot of focus on this, that the East Coast is going to have significant threats as well. And that's why I've also got incident management teams right there in the Orlando area to help work side by side with the local officials so we can get those resources in as quickly as possible when this storm is making landfall and moving across the state.
And I know, Administrator, you have to head out. Akela, you have the last question.
Okay. Hi, Administrator. I'm just wondering if the administration is confident that the election will still be able to be conducted by November, that power outages, that roads will be safe to drive on so voters can cast their ballot.
So, the election piece is with the states, and we have resources that we can help them with to ensure we meet whatever needs that they have, and we'll continue to work with them if they have any specific requirements.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Safe travels. I know
Thanks,
you've been in
Corinne.
North Carolina for some time helping on the ground there. We really appreciate everything that you're doing, and safe travels to Florida tonight.
Thanks,
Thank
Corinne.
you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Amr?
Great. On the Netanyahu call earlier today, was the president told by Prime Minister Netanyahu how he intends to respond to Iran after the October 1 attack? And then secondly, the Prime Minister's office and President Trump have confirmed they spoke last week. Was the White House informed of that call ahead of time, and do you know the contents of that call? And just generally, are you comfortable with that type of conversation happening?
So look, a couple of things. You just asked me a slew of things there. I do want to say, I know there's the rabbi call that the president's going to be doing momentarily. We'll let you know when that happens. I think we're running a little bit behind, and I know that there's going to be an opportunity for all of you all to tune in. Let me just give you a couple of just top lines on the call. It lasted about 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes long. It was direct. It was productive, obviously the call that the president had with the Prime Minister of Israel. They discussed a range of issues, and we are going to have a readout shortly that you all will have to get a better sense of what was discussed on the call, so I'm not going to get ahead of that. I know the team is working through that at this time. So as you all know, the U.S. and the Israeli government have had discussion since last week, certainly since after the Iran attack. And so those discussions continued with the president and the prime minister. Certainly not going to get into those discussions. There's going to be a readout. Don't have anything else beyond that to share, but I can say that they did have a discussion about that. And it is a continued discussion. It started off with obviously staff level discussion last week, and obviously the two leaders had an opportunity to talk directly. Like I said, it was productive, it was direct, it lasted about 30 minutes. And this is on top of more than a dozen calls that the President and the Prime Minister have had since October 7th of last year. As it relates to one of your questions there about the book, look, as you know, there are...
About the Trump conversation last week.
Oh.
Did I ask about the book as well? But
we can come back to the book.
We can come back. There's plenty of questions. I'd like to answer that as well. But particularly about Trump's conversation, I think that's more pertinent to today's.
We'll say more about the Trump conversation.
So Trump spoke with Netanyahu last week.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Were you guys aware of it?
Look, I don't. That's something for obviously the Trump team to speak to. I can't speak to that about their conversation. I just don't have anything to add.
I guess it's more relevant. Are we having like two different, a former administration and the current administration doing foreign policy at the same time?
As you know, there's one president at a time. That has been the way that we've done this, right, in this country, and so that is what exists. The current president, President Biden, had a conversation with the Prime Minister. They've had, as I mentioned, more than a dozen conversations since the past year, since October 7th of 2023. And I think what you have seen from this administration is the continued support for Israel's security. You saw that over the past couple of days, obviously since past couple of weeks, when Iran attacked Israel, the president directed his military to protect Israel. He was very proud to be able to do that, and that support continues. They had as I said, a direct, a productive conversation, as they've had for many times. This is, when you think about the president and the prime minister, they've known each other for decades. And so that's what I can speak to. I'm not going to get into the former president and his conversation with world leaders.
If I can just ask one about the book.
Yep.
Russia said today that the COVID testing material that was given to Putin by Trump was nothing abnormal. Back then, there was a lot of trading going on of material. Is that true? And then if it is true, why was the president going after Trump yesterday at the KC fundraiser over giving Putin this material?
I mean, look, that was a political event, so I'm going to let the president speak to what he said at that event. I'm not going to go beyond that. What I will say is, as it relates to what happened in the last administration, how then the president behaved and what he was able to do, whatever is being reported, I'm going to leave it to the 2020, that time in 2020, to that administration. Look, what I can say, and we can say very proudly and forcefully, I believe, is how this president responded to a once-in-a-century pandemic. He put forth a comprehensive strategy to move forward, to get shots in arms, money in pockets at a time where the economy was at a tailspin. And this is a president that took that very, very seriously, along with a critical partnership that he had with the vice president. And that's why we've seen the economy turn around. That's why we all sitting here today without masks on, because the president actually took this seriously and made sure that we were able to get out of the pandemic. That's what I'm going to speak to. The president said what he wanted to say yesterday, and I'll leave it as that.
But I guess, is it just adding to misinformation then? Because that what the last president at that time was doing, what it sounds like he thought was the right thing. Everybody needed material at that time.
I'm going to let the former president speak for himself, and how he behaved and the actions that he took. That is for him to speak to. What I can speak to is what the president has done over the last 3.5 years. And look, when we came into this administration, we did not have a comprehensive strategy to deal with COVID. That did not happen. I mean, you had a former president who was telling people to inject bleach. And you have this president and this vice president who took it very seriously and put forth a comprehensive strategy to deal with a once-in-a-century pandemic. And the economy is now, just looking at the data, the economy has turned around. We are leading with the economy worldly, globally. And, we are in a different place. And that is because of the leadership of this president. We all saw, some of you were in this room. when the former president would come to the podium to talk about the pandemic and the lies that was spewing and what was happening. And this president took it seriously. That's what I can say. Go ahead, Gabe.
Thanks, Doreen. Regarding the Woodward book and Prime Minister Netanyahu, you said that, and you have referenced the dozen calls the president has had with the Prime Minister since the start of the war. As it was brought up last time, he hadn't had one before this, before August 21st. In the book, Woodward reports that the president used an expletive when referring to Netanyahu and calling him a bad guy and other disparaging remarks. What's the White House response to that?
So I'll say first that, look, there's going to be many books that are written about this administration and many administration. It's a typical thing to occur. Nothing atypical about that. I'm not going to weigh in on particulars in each one of those books. What I can say to that question that you asked me, I cannot confirm. That is not something that I can confirm from here.
But does it speak to the relationship of President Biden and
And this is what I've said moments ago, Gabe, which is this president and the prime minister have known each other for decades. And their conversations, their relationship have always been honest and direct. And this 30-minute conversation that they had today was also direct and very productive. And, you know, you have heard the president say he doesn't agree with everything, and they have disagreements. But because they have had this decades-long relationship, they're able to be honest with each other. I think what matters here is that this administration, this president's commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and that will certainly continue to be the case.
And quickly on another topic, on the reporting in that book that the former President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin at least 7 times since leaving office. Is that appropriate?
So look, we're not aware of those calls. I certainly can't confirm any of those calls from here. But if it is indeed true, are we concerned? Do we have serious concerns? Yes. If it is true. Again, I cannot confirm any of those calls. Let's not forget, it is concerning, especially when we know the former president was lobbying against more aid for Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia's aggression. So if true, it is concerning, but again, I want to be really clear, I cannot confirm any of these calls.
But how is it possible that the intelligence community wouldn't know that a former president spoke with Putin?
I hear you, I just cannot confirm those calls happening.
Has not been briefed on this?
I cannot confirm any of these calls were true. Okay.
Thanks, Doreen. Given that the president canceled his foreign trip, he would have left, I think, tomorrow morning for Germany and Angola. Can you give us just a sense of what the next few days will look like as he is monitoring Milton?
Yeah.
Will he be here the whole time probably? Is it possible he'll go to Delaware over the weekend? Are you guys talking about a possible trip to Florida at some point already?
So as you saw this morning, the president's going to continue to get hurricane briefings, not just on Milton and how we're preparing and what's happening. Obviously, we're all certainly very much focused. He's going to be laser focused on that, as well as the vice president. And so he'll continue to be updated, continue to get those briefings. I don't have any travel to read out to you at this time, whether it is to the impacted areas or outside of that. What I can say is the president is going to continue to be laser focused on the storms and what's happening, the preparations, how we are still certainly responding to the immediate needs of folks who have been impacted by Hurricane Helene as well. That is also very much in front of us and what we're trying to do and get done there. But that's going to be his focus. You'll continue to hear more from the president. I can guarantee you that over the next couple of days. But what we want to share very, very clearly with Floridians out there, it is important to evacuate. It's important to take this storm very, very seriously. It will be catastrophic. You heard from the FEMA administrator. She is headed down to Florida to be there with her team to assist on the ground as we are pre-positioning and preparing for the storm.
And just back to the phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Did the president at any point in this phone call, you said that it was constructive, urge the prime minister to not take certain actions as they relate to either the situation in Lebanon or potential retaliatory strikes against Iran?
So look, I'm going to say what I said moments ago. This was a continued discussion on the leaders level. As you know, the staff level has been talking since last week, and it is certainly to continue to speak to the response on Iran's attack and a long list of other conversations and issues that they wanted to discuss between the two leaders. I don't have anything else to speak to or to say. There's going to be a readout shortly that will have a little bit more detail of that conversation. I'm just not going to get into specifics from here.
Would it be safe to say that the president now has a clear understanding of and a clear picture of what Israel's plans are for retaliating against
What I can
Iran?
tell you is they had a discussion. They continued their discussion on a response to Iran's attack. A discussion last week, a discussion that certainly started at the staff level, and now the two leaders were able to have a productive, a straightforward, honest conversation, as they tend to do. I don't have anything beyond that.
Thanks, Corinne. So Vice President Harris was also on that call between President Biden and Netanyahu. Can you just explain the role she played in that call? Did she just listen in? Did she weigh in on the issues as well?
I would refer you to her team to speak to that.
Just going back to the contents of the call, I know there's a readout coming out soon, but can you just describe the tone of that call in terms of was the president continuing to push back on issues that were being presented to him from Netanyahu?
It was direct and it was productive. That's what I'll share.
And can we say at this point if Israel has made a decision on how they want to respond?
They continue to have a discussion on Israel's response to the attack, to Iran's attack last week. I'm not going to go into specifics or details. There's going to be a readout shortly. Okay, Michael.
Thanks, Corinne. Going back to your warnings against price gouging during the hurricanes, I'm just wondering, does the administration have any reports that that's actually happening, or was this just intended to be a preemptory strike to keep it from happening?
Well, I think certainly a preemptive attempt to keep it from happening. We're keeping a close eye on prices at the pump, at the airport, obviously, and also these hotel counters to just make sure that it doesn't happen. We tend to see this type of behavior during this time, and we want to be very, very clear. It is not okay. It is not. There's no time to do that. But certainly, when people are evacuating, when people are fearful about what's to come, especially with the historic hurricane like Hurricane Milton, we want to make sure that this is not happening. And that's why the Department of Transportation is on top of it. You have DOJ, FTC, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and so they're going to certainly take actions here. And to protect consumers, and that is what we want to make sure that we're doing. We're protecting consumers, we're protecting Americans, and so that's our focus. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. Going back to the reporting in the Woodward book, if former President Trump has been speaking to President Putin, he's also had calls and meetings with other foreign leaders, both since he left office and since he announced his latest campaign for the presidency. Is the administration at all concerned that he appears to be running a shadow foreign policy while campaigning for president against the incumbent administration?
And so look, I'm going to give you the same answer that I give to Amr here, which is, as we know, it's one president at a time. That is how we do our business here in this country, as you know very, very clearly. Look, and I said, if there was we cannot confirm this, if there was a call with President Putin, if that is indeed true, yeah, there are concerns, especially when you had the former president lobbying against Ukraine aid. Yeah, but I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm those calls.
What about his meetings with foreign leaders such as Viktor Orban, who has opposed aid to Ukraine as well?
Look, I'm going to let the former president speak to his calls with world leaders. I'm not going to dive into that, but what I will say is that this president is focused at what's at hand, right? He had a conversation with the prime minister, 30 minutes, as I stated, half an hour. It was direct. It was very much honest. It was to show that, we're going to continue to have those discussions with Israel on how they're going to respond after Iran's attack last week. You saw what this administration, what this president directed his military to do, and our commitment to Israel's security continues to be ironclad. That is what I can speak to, and that is what we're focused on. And as you know, we have a Hurricane Milton that's coming, and you heard from the president. So he has a lot to focus on, and as a leader, that's what he's going to do.
One more on the same topic.
Sure.
Traditionally, when former presidents do interface with foreign leaders, there is a process by which they can liaise with the incumbent administration to be possibly briefed on any policy concerns and possibly provide a readout of those conversations afterwards. Has former President Trump availed himself of any resources that might be available to him?
I don't have anything to speak to on that particular question, but I understand your question. I just don't have anything for you at this time. Okay.
Thanks, Karin. One more try on the biblical. Sorry.
Sure.
Did the president during this conversation address the latest comments Prime Minister Netanyahu made, saying that Lebanon could experience the same level of destruction as Gaza if they don't free themselves from Hezbollah?
So look, as I stated, they had a productive and honest conversation, but what I will say very clearly about that particular question is we cannot and will not see Lebanon turn into Gaza, into another Gaza. That is not what we want to see. The suffering in both Gaza and Lebanon adds even greater urgency, as you've heard from us, to our efforts certainly to end the conflicts and lay a foundation for lasting peace and security in the region. For over a year, if you think about what has occurred for over a year, you've seen Hezbollah has attacked Israel and rejected all off-ramps to this conflict. That's what you've seen. The suffering we are seeing in Lebanon could have been avoided if Hezbollah would have stopped its rockets attacks on Israel. So, look, I'm going to just reiterate what our position is when it comes to Lebanon. We are working our way back towards a ceasefire process that's going to create a space to negotiate on a diplomatic resolution that only ends the fighting. That's what we're going to continue to do, and allow civilians from both sides of the blue line to return home. And we want to see that be done safely and certainly with security as well. And so that's what our focus is going to be on. Okay.
Thank you, Corinne.
I keep trying to call her. Let me let her go. Go ahead.
Thank you. So more on the Middle East.
Yeah.
At this point, does the White House understand that Israel is planning to attack energy facilities in Iran?
So we've spoken to that, and look, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. I'm not going to get into that from here. That has been asked of the president. That has been asked of us last week. What I can say is that we've had discussions, we're continuing discussions with Israel on their response to Iran's attack last week. I'm not going to dive into it. I'm not going to get into it from here. And so you saw that happening on the staff level, and now what you saw today was that happening on the leaders level. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or speculations from here.
And how would you describe right now the relationship between the president and Netanyahu?
I mean, look, they've known each other for decades. They've known each other for decades. And because of that, they're able to have that frank conversation. Because of that, the president's able to be honest, and they're both able to be honest to each other. And I think what I can report to you, and I've said this multiple times already, the conversation that they had today was productive. And it was direct, very much in line with many other conversations that they have had, not just in the past year, but over decades. And I think you've heard the president speak directly about his relationship with the prime minister. And so they've known each other for a long time. They've had a decades-long friendship, and I think that says it all for me. Go ahead, Mandy.
Thank you. I will say in the Middle East, you said that the administration will continue evacuating U.S. citizens from Lebanon as long as the airport is open. Do you have any guarantee that Israel is not bombing the airport?
Say that one more time. The last part, I didn't hear that.
Does the White House have any guarantee that Israel will not bomb Beirut airport?
So look, we're going to have very direct conversations with the government of Israel. about the shape and the nature as we speak about Lebanon specifically, right? And the ultimate scope of their campaign. Those conversations are going to continue. And I'm not going to get into specific conversations that we're having, but it will continue to be very direct. And that's what you've seen over the past year, and that's what's going to continue.
You also said that you're working towards a ceasefire and a diplomatic solution as the best outcome to the crisis. So how exactly will this materialize, considering that Israel has rejected a ceasefire, a diplomatic solution, and Hezbollah leaders have been killed one after the other? So who are you talking to when you talk about ceasefire?
Look, we want to see, as the president has said, we want to reach a ceasefire deal. That's what we want to see. And again, to provide space for that diplomatic resolution, those diplomatic conversations, and we want to see civilians on both sides to return back home. And on both sides of the border, obviously. And so those discussions continue. We have been very clear that those conversations have been continuing for some time now. Ultimately, we need a diplomatic resolution. We understand that. We have to have a diplomatic resolution, and that's the only way to achieve that long-lasting stability, right? When you think about security across the Israel and Lebanon border. And so that's what we want to see. It doesn't stop us from having those conversations, to having those discussions. Today, you heard from me, you heard from us that the two leaders spoke about an array of issues. They continued that discussion about how Israel's going to respond to Iran's attack from last week, and a bunch of other things that are incredibly important to both leaders. We'll have a readout shortly that we'll share a little bit more.
And one last question. In 2 weeks, there is already 8 hospitals in Lebanon are out of service. There is thousands of people being killed. There is 1 million forced to flee their homes, and the Israelis has called in for more troops. So how can this not be a scenario in Gaza that we have seen it unfolding? And second isn't that a mission creep? How do you agree with the Israelis on the outcome of the war if Netanyahu said we're going to continue regardless of what the White House more or less is saying, as long as we are not achieving our aims in Lebanon?
Look, I'm going to say what I said moments ago. We do not want to see Gaza, what happened in Gaza happen in Lebanon. That's what I said, and that is something that we do not want to see. And as we've said, Israel does have the right to defend itself. To go after their security threats that they see. But one civilian casualty is too many, and we've been very clear about that. Israel must take every feasible precaution to prevent civilian harm. And those are the discussions that we're going to continue to have. Look, you heard from us, we announced some humanitarian assistance for Lebanon, for the challenges that they're dealing with. $157 million, we announced that last week to deal with those humanitarian challenges. And so we're aware of what's going on, and we've been very clear. We've been very clear on this. Okay, Jared.
Just two kind of clarifying questions, at least clarifying for me. They may be clear for others. But have you, in the talks that the president has had with the Israeli prime minister, sort of beyond just kind of the details or the readout, is there now an expectation that Israel would inform the administration in advance of action it's planning to take against Iran?
What I can tell you that the discussions continue on how Israel's going to respond to that attack, to the attack from Iran last week. Those discussions continue. I'm not going to get into details from here.
And then just quickly on the Lebanon, you talked about kind of the efforts being made to help Americans get out.
Yeah, Americans so far, who are in Lebanon.
Are those all commercial flights at this point, or are you talking about like some military charters or diplomatic charters as well?
Yeah, so what I spoke to was commercial flights, and what we're trying to do, get some seats on, certainly on these flights. I would refer you to the State Department. They did a very good laydown of this as well, and they're certainly helping to lead that effort, so I would refer you to the State Department on any specifics. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Corinne. You're pretty consistent. You don't often speculate about hypotheticals, but today on more than one occasion, you've said that if it's true that former President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin, then that's concerning.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, why is this administration willing to speculate about that in particular?
I said if it's true.
Speculation.
It's speculation, but if it's true, because I knew, right? We all knew that you all will have questions about for us about the national security concerns, about our thoughts about this, and so if it is indeed true, right? We're talking about President Putin here. We see what's happening in Ukraine, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That's about democracy. That's about Ukrainians fighting for their freedom. And we've heard the former president say and lobby against the funding for Ukraine. So yeah, if it is true, it is indeed concerning because we're talking about our national security here. So we want it to be, I want it to be very, very clear. And so I'll leave it there.
And then a second question.
Sure.
Does President Biden regret making Merrick Garland his Attorney General, as Mr. Woodward has reported?
Look, the reason I'm able to speculate, because that's a national security concern, I wanted to be very clear about that. But as I've stated many times before, there's going to be many books written about an administration. It's very much typical. And I'm just not going to comment on every specifics, every matter that comes up or any particulars that come up.
And then a national security question.
Yeah.
Mr. Woodward also reports that according to intelligence reports, White House officials here believed that there was as much of a 50% chance that Russia would use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine. I mean, is that 50% odds number, is that accurate? And if so, would this administration, let the American public know that that kind of risk is real?
Again, I'm not going to speak to everything that is in a book, every particular. There's going to be many books written, and we understand that. It's not atypical, but I won't respond to every piece in a book. All right, guys, got to go. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
days if you're listening anywhere on the West Coast. And we're going to be broadcast throughout the state as the next couple of days go. You want to get this information. You really do. So hopefully you've taken every precaution until then. Search those. If you have the old school junk drawer where you have old batteries in there, head on over there and make sure that you are able to hear what we have to say throughout the night. Not just Aaron and myself, but everybody here under the Operation Stormwatch team.
Yeah, I'm looking at a video downtown Tampa as we are seriously seeing the deterioration of the situation there, and the conditions are getting worse and worse as we get along here, but getting closer to landfall, and I'm expecting it to be, from what we heard, and when we started this, Jay, we were expecting it to be around 2 a.m. That timeline has gone up. It is now, we're looking at about 10 p.m. tonight is when we're going to be seeing potential landfall. But the structure of the storm has definitely changed. It had to do with the dry air that we saw on the backside of it, the shear. They just absolutely changed the structure. So that's where the tornado threat remains high. We're seeing all those warnings. And then just before midnight, maybe 10, 11 o'clock, is when we're expecting to see landfall. And that is when we will see the significant storm surge, and that's when we'll see the storm surge, especially south of the track. That's when we'll see a lot of the storm surge come in, and it's going to be deadly in some areas, 10 to 15 feet.
Yeah, just looking at more and more of these updates, and up in Pasco County, we had a couple of texts as well. This is from Pasco County up there. If you haven't evacuated, it's time to ride out the storm where you are. Call a loved one or neighbor to let them know where you'll be riding out the storm. Pasco County 911 is for emergency only. If you are in danger, call 911 and we'll get to you as quickly as possible. Please do not call 911 if you need a ride. So a lot of this talk that we've had so far today, Aaron, is kind of Hillsborough, Pinellas, and farther south. But we do know that there are people listening north of Hillsborough County as well. We're definitely keeping a close eye on you guys out there. And when we get information, we'll pass this along to you. And if you look at any of the recent maps, Aaron and I were speaking about this during the last break, you can barely see the state of Florida. Yeah. It's just this rain pretty much encompassing the entire state. So be patient, be on the lookout for all the latest information. We're going to make sure we pass that along to you when we get it right here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage.
Yeah, once again, Hurricane Milton moving at around 16 miles per hour to the northeast. It is a Category 4, 130 mile per hour winds, and we're going to expect to get a lot of those gusts, 70-plus mile per hour winds in the Orlando area. So inland, you're still going to have a lot of it. We'll continue here. Operation Stormwatch, iHeartRadio coverage of Hurricane Milton.
The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's Big Sue with the Week in Hollywood History.
October 8th, 1927. Comedians Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy make their on-screen debut as a team in the silent
And right now, the latest from the 3 o'clock advisory, Hurricane Milton winds at about 130 miles per hour. It is a Category 4, moving northeast at 16 miles per hour, and currently about 110 miles west off of Fort Myers. So this thing is getting closer and closer, and as we get into the nighttime, we're going to see it approach as a Category 4, maybe make landfall as a Category 3, but we're still talking about catastrophic wind levels here, 125 miles per hour as it starts to make its way onto land, and really exiting the state still at around 85 mile per hour winds. So Orlando, inland, Vero Beach, it's going to, you're going to be seeing the effects, not just there, but all across the state of Florida. Jacksonville Beach, you're going to see storm surge up the coast and up that side, the east coast of Florida. You're going to see some of that storm surge because we got a hurricane warning really all the way close to up to Jacksonville, down to, of course, most of the middle of the state has that hurricane warning right now. And Sarasota, you could be looking at over 110 mile per hour winds. It's going to be a serious situation. We're going to get to Captain Mike at a Big Pine Key in just a second here.
Yeah, and people have been asking all day, like, what is FEMA doing in this situation? Well, we got some numbers for you. 7 FEMA incident management assistant teams, 8 FEMA urban search and rescue and swift water rescue teams, 3 U.S. Coast Guard flood response teams, 4 specialized teams for temporary power, debris experts, roofing, and wastewater experts as well, and then 10 healthcare system assessment teams and 5 disaster medical assistant teams and an incident management team from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I know yesterday, Aaron, there was people that were posted up at Citrus Park Mall in there trying to make sure that they're ready to go. And then at Tropicana Field, where the Rays play, a bunch of linemen and first responders there getting ready to assist people in need that are dealing with Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, I know we've had linemen come all across the country, all the way from California. We have linemen who are ready to go. So they'll be stationed and positioned and ready to jump into action when it's safe to do so. Let's go to the hotline. Captain Mike from Big Pine Key is calling in. Captain Mike, where are you? What are you seeing out there?
Well, I'm not actually in the Keys. I'm actually, as a lot of people who listen to Fishing Show, I call in all the time from the Keys. I'm also a nurse. I've been attached to a skilled nursing facility out of Tarpon Springs, and we evacuated. I am sitting in Gulfport, in the highest point of Pinellas County, dead center Gulfport, and taking care of patients, doing the nursing thing. And it's pretty squirrely here, a lot of rain. And the winds are probably about 35, 40 mile an hour right now, sustained. So it's starting to affect this area pretty good.
Yeah, and I feel like, Captain Mike, I've talked to you on the air a couple times over the years. I feel like you've been here a long time. You've seen a lot of these hurricanes. What, as far as the lead up to this, is it any different from really anything you've ever witnessed or prepared for before?
Never. This one, I think having 2 storms within a week and a half, 2 weeks of one another, I think people finally decided this is going to be the one that finally gets some part of Tampa Bay and we get it out of our system. And I think the roads were packed the other day when we were coming down here, just from Tarpon Springs, getting the patients down here. And it's crazy how many people evacuated. I am very impressed with the job that people have done to say, hey, no more, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, I think we've been through it enough recently, and I think maybe social media has helped out as well, because now that we see it, when some of us are visual learners, I know I am, when I can see it, it really helps me understand how dangerous a major hurricane is. And we're talking about Category 3, Category 4, Category 5. When it makes landfall, probably a Category 3. But that is exactly what we're talking about. And I think a lot of people, like you said, Captain Mike, they've seen it now. They've been through it. Most people that have lived here before, we know when to leave and when not to leave. And this was one of those hurricanes. We were all ready to leave.
Absolutely. And just so you know, once the storm's over and we get our patients back to home, as well as I do, I don't stop. I get on one of my boats, and if people need help, I turn from Nurse Mike back to Captain Mike, and that's what we do. We help people out. And I grew up in Bradenton, Florida, Sarasota area. That's where we evacuated last for Helene. and it was nice to be home, unfortunately, under those circumstances. But we'll be there, and I'll be there to help all the people I know, and I know a lot in Bradenton.
Well, Captain Mike, you are always doing your part, and I know you're not alone. I know a lot of people feel the same way you do, that once this thing's over, it's time to jump into action and do what we can to help. But I'll tell you right now, we appreciate it, but stay safe yourself, okay? Make sure you make it through this one.
And like I'm telling people, God bless, keep your head down, and keep your life jacket handy.
Yep, that's it. That's all we can say is just be prepared, and hopefully we won't have to get to that. Captain Mike, thank you so much. I'm hoping that's not
All
the
right,
case.
guys, thanks for taking my call. I sure appreciate it. And you guys, will see you soon when you're talking sports again.
That's right. Be well. Stay safe, buddy. Can't wait to do
All
that.
right.
Can't wait to get to the other side of this. I've been telling people that the last couple days.
Buddy.
Hey, thanks, man. I've been telling people the last couple days that they can really, this is one of those things that let's just get to the end of this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take the preparations. It's going to be bad for a lot of people. And at some point, there's just nothing you can do, right? I know everyone's different in their preparation. I'm a man, but I'm not the manliest of men. And I wasn't going up there to put the board. I don't know how to put all the board. I have like 20-foot high windows. I don't know how to put boards on those things. So I'm just hoping for the best. I know what's coming my way. And believe me, I know what I could be going home to.
Yes.
You know what's more important than that? Surviving.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stay alive. So it's going to be a long, long night. We're getting another tornado warning from Polk, I believe.
Yes,
tornado
Polk
warning
and
from
Highlands. Yeah.
Polk and Highlands County until what time was that?
4:30.
4:30 today. So we expect for a lot of these to continue to come in. The tornado warnings have been a big part of the story today of what's been happening here with Hurricane Milton, and I think it's going to continue to be a big part of the story. If you want to text in 97720, that's how you can text in if you have any information or any questions. 97720. This is iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch. We've got the coverage of Hurricane Milton. If you're just joining us, I know there are a lot of people that are listening and want the information specifically in Florida, what's happening around you, and we will have that for you. But I also know there's a lot of people listening from outside the state. They want to know what's happening in the areas where their loved ones are. So appreciate everyone listening on iHeartRadio right now. A lot of people outside the area listening on the free iHeartRadio app. Make sure it's downloaded. But yeah, we'll try to get you all the information you need. We know you have people you love and care about, so we'll try to make sure we're getting into every little area here to keep you updated. But at this point, if you're new to this type of coverage, you live outside the state, you never really dealt with it, and you have people you care about, there is one thing I can tell you. Doing these storms, as long as I have Jay, I know you can attest to this. Everyone bands together.
Right.
Everyone bands together. It's honestly maybe the only time where everyone is there, for the most part, good people. It's where I have the most faith in humanity and the community, because everyone does seem to come together for the most part. Of course, there are some bad actors. I don't want to, act like nobody is, but there's going to be, people here throughout that are going to band together to help you out. Saw it in North Carolina, saw it during Helene here in the state of Florida. Everyone, the community coming together. So for people that are outside listening, just take solace in that a little bit, that we're going to make sure that we all do come back better than ever. But it's going to be a long night, Jay. There's no doubt about that. Somebody just saw 2 tornadoes off State Route 60, man. It's not ending.
No, it's not. And Mark in Venice, also from the 941, just now getting first really stronger blast of wind and rain. Manhole outside already pushing water up for the past 30 minutes. Pond out back had 4 feet of bank to spare a couple hours ago, now over bank a little. And also from the 727, power out in the Sun City Center in Ruskin. Already those power outages are going to continue to rise, Aaron.
Can't believe I just exposed myself to all the people listening right now.
Safe, man?
Yeah, I do. Safe. I don't know how to put the boards up. Yeah, there's some things that I just can't. I'm not capable of doing.
It's okay.
Is it?
Is it? I don't know.
We're seeing some power outages already now. Sun City Center, Ruskin, some power outages there. Some TECO customers they're going to be doing what they can to get the power back up. And really a great job, the grid over the last couple of years of just really improving it to make sure that when we do lose power, that way, really a lot of the lines, they're underground now. The grid's underground. So a lot of people, it's not like it used to be where all the lines are above ground. Now they're really changing things, and it's kind of part of the learning lesson that we're all going through. Power companies are going through it as well.
Yeah, and we just got told by our producer, over 85,000 people. Is that in the state, Jamie? 85,000 people, according to CNN, without power in the state of Florida due to Hurricane Milton.
Just the beginning, by the way.
Yes.
This is just the beginning. It is going to be a lot worse. There are going to be a lot more outages. So one thing I do remember from Hurricane Helene, you were with me, Jay, on the air. We got a call from an older lady. And I felt bad for her because she called and her neighbors all had power. She didn't have power. She wanted power. She wanted her lights back on. And she was very frustrated.
Yes, she was.
Very frustrated. And I felt bad for her, but I also wanted to kind of let her know there are a lot of people that are dealing with a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
So if the power outage is the worst of your situation, right, and we can get just tomorrow, even if your power is still out, I know how frustrating that is. I know how annoying that is. They are doing all they can to get that back up. They're not forgetting about you. They know about the outages. They're very aware. They can see and pinpoint exactly where these outages are. So I don't want people to feel like they're forgotten about or, I see somebody swearing at one of the power companies on the text line. You don't have to do that. They're going to do their best. Just really, I know it's easier said than done, but this is the time to be as patient as we can. And hand up, I had to tell myself earlier, I mentioned a little earlier, I had to tell myself yesterday, be patient, be patient. I was waiting long in a long gas line, and I can get pretty impatient, but I had to remind myself, if there's one time to just regroup mentally and just relax.
Woosah. Take a deep breath.
I did. I woosah'd myself, and I was fine. But yeah, a lot of people, that's really kind of what we have to do tonight because we're a couple hours away from this thing getting nasty.
Somebody on the text line, are the shelters animal friendly? There are a slew of them.
Some are not, though.
Some are not. So if you can give us a better idea of where your location is, we can give you a couple of shelters that are animal friendly.
I don't know, but I got to be honest. You waited too late. It's so late.
Right.
It's just, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go, but if it's close and you can make it there safely, then great. But the situation here, we're really starting to see the torrential rains, the tornadoes, the winds starting to come in. We're going to see storm surge here a little bit later on, depending on where you are. So just not, I wish you would have gone earlier. I want to say don't go, but now is the last second.
Yeah. And also, this is something that, I know we'll talk about this a lot on the backside of the storm. Don't go in this water. Obviously, the wind and the rain, the storm surge, and that is a huge thing to keep an eye on. But that water is going to be nasty. I saw it firsthand there on Gulf Boulevard, and when that water finally receded, and just to see all that muck and nastiness on the front lawn of people, just don't go out in that water. Stay patient. Stay inside your house. Hopefully you've prepared up to the point where you have food and you can deal with the lack of electricity for as long as it may be. But just don't go outside. Don't try to be a hero. There is a lot of uncertainties and a lot of things that we don't know about this storm. So make sure you stay where you're at and be smart.
Yeah, starting to see a lot of activity, even on the east coast of the state, Vero Beach and Fort Pierce, seeing a lot of those bands coming in, and the entire state is really getting it right now. Let's go live to Erica Rodriguez, who joins us in studio. Erica, thanks for coming in again. What is the latest you're seeing?
Well, as you were just saying, starting to get to that point. It's too late.
It's too late.
Lee County government tweeting just a short time ago, no longer safe to be on the roads. You're going to be needing to shelter in place wherever you are because time's here. Pasco County, a similar message as well, saying if you haven't evacuated, it's time to ride out the storm where you are. And this is the scary part. Call a loved one or a neighbor to let them know where you are.
Yeah. Listen, Eric, I was saying it earlier. My thick-headed brother, and he's probably listening right now, he's staying in Sarasota in an evacuation zone right off the bay near Siesta Key, and he's decided to ride it out with his wife and 4 animals. And all I texted him was, make sure you have crates for the animals that you can put above water. Because it's I don't know what more to say.
Right.
I love my brother a lot. I love my sister-in-law. Couldn't get through to him. And then at this point, it's well, hunker down and let's hope for the best.
And that's exactly kind of the message that now is what the messaging is changing because, again, it's almost too late at this point. We've been talking about a lot of the shelters are almost filled at this point. And Hillsborough County recently saying, at this point, the winds are getting too much, so the county transportation, which was taking people who needed to get to the shelter, that is now stopped as well. So the conditions are worsening. They're only going to get worse. And one little good note, City of Tampa, they have now been able to get that Tiger Dam system around the Krause pumping station. So the hope is that that is going to be able to keep the wastewater system flowing in that area.
That's huge.
Because that has been a massive problem. We saw in St. Pete when they had to have all that system shut down.
And that's a big, when you talk about shutting down that system, We're talking about hours where people aren't going to be able to flush their toilets or use the water. It can get nasty.
Yeah, of course. And that's what you think of okay, I can sit in the dark for a while. But when I can't flush my toilet, I can't take a shower, I can't do laundry, that's when it really starts to hit you that...
We're cavemen.
Yeah.
We got nothing.
We're going back.
Yeah.
Another thing, Gainesville Airport is now going to be closing the terminal at 9 o'clock tonight. They hope to reopen on Thursday, but we'll see. And just a little tidbit. So far, just at the National Weather Service, Tampa Bay, Miami, and Melbourne, there have been 53 tornado warnings issued today alone.
Crazy. That's been a big part of the story. We were saying, Erica,
Over
you've
and
done
over,
this.
yeah.
You know, we were here last year. There's always a different thing that comes out at you that you're not expecting. That pre-storm before that was kind of made its way in earlier this morning. That was a little unexpected. These tornadoes, that's been a big part of the story that I wasn't really expecting.
I don't think a lot of people, they've always said that quadrant can produce tornadoes, but a lot of times you don't actually see that happen. They're happening with this storm, and a lot of the videos, they're significant tornadoes. Nothing to mess with.
Yeah, and before we let you go, you wear a lot of hats while you're here. Do you have a dog or an animal?
Oh, yeah.
All right, you can help us with this because I don't have one. Jay, you don't have a dog, right?
No.
Somebody texted in, my dog has to go, you know what?
Yep.
She won't go out in the rain. They're not happy with this. They're not happy with their dog for not going in the rain. What do you do? I don't even know. I don't have a dog.
I mean, what you can do is if you've got any of the wee-wee pads or something, even newspaper, back in the day, before they had wee-wee pads, you had newspaper and you paper trained the dog. So if you have maybe a patio or something that's covered, kind of put it out there, and if the dog's got to go, the dog's eventually gonna go.
It's another situation. Like I don't have animals, so I wasn't thinking. Obviously, the cats are going to go in the litter. I don't think about that with the dog. Like, what do you go get a pile of grass and you just try to recreate it in your home, and you're like, this is it.
I've seen people in the past. They have to go out like up north, go out in the snow with the dog. Like they won't go out very far, but if you take a step out there with them, they'll go do their business and run back inside.
Right, it's gats to go.
Yeah.
It's another element though that you have to think about because.
Right.
These are the last moments because at night, 9 o'clock at night, when it's starting to make landfall, close to making landfall, you don't want to be taking your dogs out in that.
Of course not.
You want to make sure it's the last moment, get it out of the way, and then you're hunkered down.
I mean, you kind of watch the radar, see, okay, there might be a slight easing here. That's when we go. Make the run, go out, go do whatever you need to do and get back in.
When I used to walk my friend, I would dog sit for my friend a couple times. I feel like if I used to tell the dog strong enough to go, he listened.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Mister, I can't put the plywood up in my house.
I'm a dog whisperer. It's a little different.
Erica, the lie detector test determined that was a lie.
Or not. Erica Rodriguez joining us. Thanks again, Erica. We'll catch up with you in a little bit.
Thank you, Erica. Yeah, and
somebody texted me, by the way, one of our normal listeners from the 813 in Tampa who knows me very well, like a lot of people do not listening right now. And they said, Aaron, please do not expose yourself to everyone again, your true self. But all right, I'll keep it locked in.
And it's kind of ironic, too. We were just talking about pets. If you've been around any animals here in the last couple of days, they know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, animals are weird with their sense of things.
And when we were driving down from Tampa on Monday night, we saw so many birds. There was birds. It was I want to say it was around Sun City Center, and there was all these birds lined up right on top of the building, in perfect formation. Like animals, they have that sixth sense.
Yeah.
They know what the heck is going on. I wanted to pass along this info from the National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center. The satellite imagery shows a strong and powerful hurricane barreling towards the west coast of Florida. And just listen to some of these numbers when it comes to the risk of flash flooding over the next 3 days. From kind of that middle part of the state, Tampa Bay to Orlando, and just slightly north of there, going up into the Pasco County region, at least 70% of a risk of flash flooding. So for all the different things we talk about when we're talking about wind and rain and storm surge, the flash flooding for this, the ramifications of this is going to, be for the next couple of days. So that is certainly something to be aware of. And again, don't go out into that water. Don't try to drive through this water. Take every precaution. Stay in your house for as long as it takes.
Yeah, listen, when you're inside, be with your family. Try to, keep tabs on everyone. Obviously, you're going to want to try to get some sleep. If you got young kids, you're going to want to keep them calm and try to get them to sleep. But try to stay together. Try to really, be in the same area. Look outside, like I said. Make sure there's no trees nearby that could fall into the house. Stay away from windows. Stay away from the exterior doors, because when the wind comes in and could rip those things, could rip right through those things. And I think most importantly, and we'll be with you the entire night. We're not leaving the station. We are going to be here. I know Ryan Gorman's going to be coming on, Dana McKay in just a little bit, Big Rig. We got so many people here, a part of this great team, Operation Stormwatch here at iHeartRadio. So we will be with you. So until really we get the all clear for you to be able to start venturing out, stay home.
Right.
But even when that does happen and you feel like you have the all clear, like Jay was mentioning, there's so many factors, the down power lines. I mean, there's danger everywhere when this storm ends. So it's kind of, we all knew it, the calm before the storm. The last couple days, it's like we know that it's going to be a long couple days, especially when you're in it. This is the most, I hope you got your sleep, because this is the time where you're going to have to be the most patient just to get to the other side of this thing. It can be long, it can be frightening, and Jay, I hate it. We've covered a lot of these. I hate when the worst part, when the landfall happens overnight. That just adds such a frightening element to this thing.
Because there already is that sense of unknown and unpredictability, and then when you can't see, you take away one of those senses, it makes it that much more difficult. And just seeing some of these pictures from tornado damage in Fort Myers, I mean, just catastrophic already. And we're unfortunately going to see more scenes like this over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, Colonial and Orangewood, multiple rooftops are just gone, just absolutely gone. So I expect to see some more of this. We're about 6 hours away, give or take, from landfall. We're going to see the storm surge flooding begin right here on the West Coast, and it's going to continue here. And in some areas, we're looking, especially in the just Tampa Bay area, south of the Tampa Bay area, we're looking at about 10 to 15 feet potentially of storm surge. So this is just the beginning of what is going to be a very long night. Most of the state is going to be dealing with tropical, if not all the state, tropical storm force winds. Damaging winds are really going to be coming in the Orlando, Newport Richey, Tampa, Sarasota, Sebring. But in the middle of that, really Sarasota, Lakeland, maybe Titusville on the back side of this thing, you're going to be dealing with serious hurricane force winds, 75 plus, in some areas 100 plus mile per hour winds, especially when it's
tomorrow too.
Yeah, that's tomorrow on the other side. When it hits here on the Titusville, they're going to be dealing with those 74 plus mile an hour winds potentially. You're going to get over 100 plus when it comes to Sarasota County and that area. Bradenton, Sarasota, the wind is going to be massive.
Just wild to think of the amount of things to be concerned about. It's not just the rain, it's not just the wind, it's not just the flash floods, it's not just the storm surge. And there's just the power outages, the dealing with the plumbing, right? I was just reading an article of St. Pete. We just spoke about how they had to turn things off a couple of weeks ago, and we had some of our people that live close to the building there in Featherstown, where we're doing our show pretty much every day, saying, man, that was one of the biggest things we had to adjust to.
Yeah.
And that's certainly something that we will pass along that information if they do have to do the same thing, because it has a lot to do with what the storm surge looks like.
Now, I'm not going to lie. I've been doing this for a long time. I'll be honest with all of you, because that's what we want to do here. I've been got before by social media. Yeah. Early on in my day, I got by a fake shark. Thought it was a real shark. I got. Got. I really don't get got anymore. I try very hard to not get got. It's usually the animals that I get got with. Everything else I'm pretty much sure on, but I never know here in Florida. But I do know the alligators and the snakes, not the sharks, but the alligators and the snakes, especially in areas where you have a lot of that, when the flooding happens, that's where you start to see them in unusual places. We have a buddy, Ian, who had an eel in his right off of in Tampa, off of Gandy and Dale Mabry, which, if you're not familiar with the area, there should not be an eel there. There was an eel in his business, right? His place of business. There are alligators and snakes I'm seeing from my FWC that are, making their way into some of the floodwaters in those areas. So just be aware of it. The message here from my FWC was give them space. I think that goes without saying. Yeah, give the alligator space. If you see the alligator, it's most likely real. Stay away from it. All right, we're going to continue here. We got a lot more to cover for you. Well, like I said, we're about 6 hours from Hurricane Milton making landfall, and we'll be with you the entire way, and we'll have all the officials you need to hear from. He's Jay Retcher. I'm Aaron Jacobson. You can text in if you have any information or you have any questions. 97720. You're listening to iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Milton.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
There was a murder in central Ohio that many people still don't want to talk about. The man who committed that crime once sat on death row, but now he's on the run. His name is Lester Eubanks. Lester didn't tunnel out of prison or scale a stone wall. On a December morning in 1973, he and a small group of inmates were granted permission to walk outside prison walls. His handcuffs were taken off. He changed into civilian clothing, and he and 3 others were driven to a local mall. They were told they could wander the stores and were asked to return to a designated meeting spot. Hours later, all the inmates came back, except Lester Eubanks, and he hasn't been seen since.
He had a full plan. The guy had a plan.
I was just astounded that this could actually happen.
There were many years when it seemed like no one was even looking for Lester. But recently, his whereabouts have become the focus of the U.S. Marshal Service, the federal agents who track fugitives. The case is testing the marshals.
Those 9 lives are running out, and we're going to catch up with Lester.
And is being urged on by those hurt most by Lester's crime.
He's had enough free time. He confessed to the crime, and his time is up.
I'm Sunny Hostin with ABC News. Over the past year, a team from the ABC News investigative unit joined the search for Lester Eubanks. They uncovered new leads, possible sightings, and at every turn found resistance from those who want Lester Eubanks to be forgotten. What they've uncovered is a case that's about more than murder. It's about family loyalty, a life on the run, and a first-hand look at how the U.S. Marshals are trying to solve one of the oldest fugitive cases in American history. Now, they may be closer than ever. From ABC News.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
I'm wondering if you have seen this man.
Have you seen this man?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, Streaming Edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Monday, the premiere of the DreamWorks kids animated series Mighty Monster Wheelies. Next Tuesday, the debut of the Netflix stand-up special Rachel Bloom, Death, Let Me Do My Special. Next Wednesday, season 2 of the Netflix docuseries Ancient Apocalypse, as well as the documentary film Sweet Bobby, My Catfish Nightmare. Next Thursday, season 2 of the Netflix animated series Jurassic World Chaos Theory, as well as the season 3 debut of The Lincoln Lawyer. Next Friday on Netflix, the chilling drama Woman of the Hour, starring and directed by Anna Kendrick. Next Monday on Hulu, the Family Guy Halloween special. Next Tuesday on Peacock, the debut of the docuseries Anatomy of Lies. Next Friday on Hulu, the documentary film Fanatical, the catfishing of Tegan and Sarah, as well as the new drama series Rivals, starring Alex Hassel and David Tennant. Next Friday on Peacock, the debut of the horror comedy movie Hysteria, starring Bruce Campbell and Julie Bowen. Over on Disney Plus, Lego Marvel Avengers Mission Demolition Special. Next Tuesday on Amazon Prime Video, the new series Beyond Black Beauty. Next Wednesday, the Amazon Prime Video premiere of the game show Are You Smarter Than a Celebrity, hosted by Travis Kelce.
now moving northeast at 17 miles per hour, so a tick faster. Pressure rising a little bit, 950 millibars, and then the winds at about 120 miles per hour. So that is the latest from the 4 o'clock advisory. And Jay, the story has been, and we'll take texts from you as well, 97720 if you want to text in. The story certainly has been the tornadoes and the activity that we're seeing with the tornadoes. It's been stunning. It has been devastating. We've seen in Fort Myers specifically a lot of widespread damage in Fort Myers when it comes to the tornadoes. So we will keep you updated. If you have people in the Fort Myers area that you know, if you're listening from out of state right now on the iHeartRadio app, a lot of them will probably still have cell phone service right now. So just check in with them, make sure they're okay. But once those tornadoes go through, then we're going to be dealing with another situation. So that's just the beginning of it. Also, we'll get to some more information here. I got a water main break situation and information in Bradenton. I'll have that for you in just a little bit. But do want to go to the phone lines right now. Manatee County, we have Bill Logan. We're just trying to get all the emergency management and get all the contacts all across the state of Florida. So let's go out to Manatee County. And Bill, what are we seeing out there? What's your message for people in the Manatee County area?
Well, we locked everything down pretty much here in Manatee County. Okay. Let folks know that get gotten to the shelters they needed to before I get done the end of this sentence. So we really had a mass response. Last night, there were about 6,000 people that spent the night in 10 shelters across the county. We opened up an additional 6 this morning at 10 o'clock. And as of right now, we're just over 11,000. So we have really picked up a lot of folks who have decided that they do not want to deal with Milton on their own, and they want to get to a safe spot.
Have you run into anyone who was hesitant, who you had to convince to get out and get to a shelter?
There are a lot of folks who have called into our 311 citizen information line with just the conundrum of, do I need to go? And they're asking, help me out in making this decision. I've got an elderly parent, or I've got pets that I don't want to take to a shelter. And so literally our operators have been walking people through making a life decision, over the phone. 7,000 calls plus since Monday have come into our 311 operators, and they have really been a lifeline to folks in the dark and who are just right now kind of waiting and anticipating what could be the worst.
Have you seen a change in the calls in the last couple of days because of the track of the storm where it started to tick slightly more south?
Not really. I think it really picked up over the weekend when we first saw that, kind of bullseye coming into Coquina Beach and, looking at that dotted line going right over Manatee County. So when folks started seeing that, it was, let's get some more sandbags. Let's take our preparation seriously. And then after we see this little jog or this little wobble off to the south, I think there's maybe a little bit of a sigh of relief that it might not be as bad, but it's going to be bad certainly for someone somewhere. And you just don't know, because until it actually makes that landfall, you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and it gets really scary when the landfall happens overnight and it's dark out. I know it's just inevitable, so I'm going to bring it up. It seems like every hurricane, somebody decides to stay home and they get stuck. When that happens and they're stuck at home and it's dark out, what do you have to say to those people? I mean, they're going to want to reach out and try to get assistance, but for some of them, it's not going to be there.
It's not, because we've gone into the lockdown mode here at the Emergency Operations Center. The doors are shut. Nobody can get in or out. It's 40 miles an hour plus winds sustained. So it's just not safe for folks to go out and make emergency calls. And those folks who have decided to ride out the storm wherever they are going to have to realize that help's not coming right away. It's going to take a while, and it's going to take quite a while with this storm.
Bill Logan out of Manatee County, running emergency management out there and doing a great job. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and thanks for relaying that information.
Absolutely. Thanks for keeping our folks safe and advised.
Absolutely. It's the least we can do. We're going to get to Gordon Bird in just a second here, but first want to get to Rebecca Berry, Max Defender 8 meteorologist. Rebecca, what's the latest we're seeing here? We got the 4 o'clock advisory.
Yeah, so it's down to that Category 3 hurricane status. Not that made that much of a difference. It went from 130 mile per hour winds down to 125 mile per hour winds. But what we're noticing in real time is a more northern wobble. And so that would not, it's most likely going to move to the north of the National Hurricane Center center track. So that would mean a landfall north of Sarasota, somewhere between Bradenton and St. Pete. And of course, the threshold there for storm surge in the Bay is the southern edge of that eye wall being south of the Skyway Bridge. If it is south of the Skyway Bridge, we do not get that push of water into Tampa Bay, and the storm surge is all to the south of that point. But if we do get the southern edge of the eye wall north of the Skyway Bridge, then we have the push of water into the Bay for that to be a big concern of storm surge in the Bay, which we had previously backed off all of our storm surge models saying that was not going to occur. And so it's still not a definite going to occur, but it's our primary concern at this hour is seeing if this storm makes a turn back to the east, a more easterly turn to make that landfall closer to Bradenton, closer to Sarasota, as opposed to Bradenton northward. And so that's the primary concern in the Max Defender 8 office right now, is that it may not, unfortunately, we may not be able to escape some surge in the Bay if it continues on the exact straight direct path as it is on right now.
It's why the next few advisories, the next couple hours are going to be so important here. One more question here, and we got to let you go because I know how busy you are.
Becca, a lot of people are asking how far inland could they see storm surge? We know obviously right on the coast there, incredible damage, but how far inward can we see that?
And so that is highly dependent on your elevation and the elevation of the coastline. And there is a great map that shows you how far water moves in your neighborhood. It's part of, if you just search storm surge inundation forecast model, it's interactive. You can zoom in. It's across the entire state of Florida, but you zoom in onto your neighborhood. And basically the coastline of Manatee and Sarasota counties is pretty steep, so to speak. And so we wouldn't see water pushing very far inland from that immediate coastline. Now, the exceptions are rivers and bays. We'll get higher volumes of water pushed miles and miles and miles up into rivers and into bays. In areas like Port Charlotte, the coastline is not nearly as steep. It's more of a gradual slope up. So you get feet and feet of storm surge in those areas well away from the coastline. And so it's very heavily dependent on how fast the land goes up from sea level where you're at.
Real quick, can you just give out that website again, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have the exact website, but if you searched Storm Surge Forecast Florida, the interactive site from NOAA pops up.
Awesome. Rebecca Berry, Max Defender 8 meteorologist. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gordon Bird is in studio right now as well. We're going to get the latest from the what we're seeing here, the 4 o'clock advisory. Gordon Bird in the newsroom. What do you see?
Well, now, storm surge, Rebecca Berry obviously covered very thoroughly. There are plenty of other factors involved with this hurricane as well. And many areas that aren't seeing storm surge are going to see a lot of flooding from rain. There's a flash flood warning right now for Pinellas County until 5:30 this evening. There's another flash flood warning on the East Coast from around about Melbourne down toward Indian River, Martin, and St. Lucie counties until 6:30 this evening. Those areas are getting a lot of rain, and more is expected. So you could see flooding from rainfall. Of course, tropical storm force winds are already coming onshore and have made it inland in much of the Tampa Bay area. There are multiple tornado warnings that we've had this afternoon. There's a report out of Fort Myers.
It's been crazy there, Gordon.
They had 5 tornado touchdowns, a lot of damage there. So far, we're not hearing any reports of injuries, knock on wood.
Yeah, that was going to be my main, because I know a lot of people, Gordon, have been asking and texting in, worried about people in Fort Myers. So that's a good piece of information that you haven't heard any of that. That's valuable information right now for people who have loved ones in Fort Myers.
Right now, the center of Milton is about 100 miles southwest of Tampa, and you can see the eye wall on the radar coverage if you still have video and television and the internet. And top winds, as mentioned, are down to 125, and the center is moving northeast at 17.
So. And the eye was just destroyed a little while ago, but now we just got that wall, and you see that counterclockwise rotation of this storm, and that's why we keep saying, Gordon, to the south of it is we're going to see a lot of that storm surge. It's just going to be bringing that water up onto the coast, and that's where it just becomes really, really dangerous. So, Gordon, anything else before we let you go here?
Well, needless to say, if you are where you are, that's where you're going to be until this storm moves through.
You know what? It is needless to say, but I still think people haven't listened to that. Like, there are still people texting in that they're on the roads right now. Texting in that they're on the roads driving. They're like, oh, it's all clear on 75. Well, why are you on 75? It should be all clear except for you. Gordon Bird in the newsroom, thank you so much. We'll get an update from you in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you,
I just got that website for the storm surge, the inundation, nhc.noaa.gov/surge. That's nhc.noaa.gov/surge.
We see so many great stories of humanity and people being just decent human beings, good human beings. And then we get stories like we got about this dog that just make me question what is going on out there. A dog had to be rescued. Thankfully, somebody saw this because I don't know how they did. Dog had to be rescued, was tied up. Somebody just left it tied up. Clearly had enough I don't know what they were thinking, but they went out to tie it up. And instead of just giving it a chance and giving the dog a chance to live, and thankfully somebody saw that. But I've seen a couple reports of that. Do not just tie your animal up. That is nuts. So don't want to be seeing any more of that.
Yeah, and listen, just thinking about some of the things that we just heard from Rebecca Berry, we're really keeping an eye on this eye wall, for lack of a better term, north or south of the Skyway Bridge, Aaron. That is going to be pivotal.
Yep.
As far as what kind of storm surge we get in the Bay. If the south side of that eye wall is north of the Skyway Bridge, that is going to be cataclysmic. South, that would be a huge, huge thing. But we need more of an easterly direction rather than it riding the coast to what we've seen from other storms in the past.
Yeah, just to try to give people perspective up along the west coast of Florida here. If you're listening, and a lot of people have vacationed here if they're not from here and they're listening right now. It is, what's going to happen here is if it hits St. Pete Beach, there's going to be 15 feet of water in the bay. If it hits Longboat Key, which is, 15, 20 miles south of that area, there's not much of any water in the bay. And I'm reading this from Jeff Biradelli, Max Defender 8, chief meteorologist, and that's who we work with. But it's just any slight wobble here, like you mentioned, any slight change in this trajectory in the track is going to mean the difference in a good way for some people and in a really bad way for other people. That's why hurricanes are so bizarre as far as the way we track them, especially in Florida. You know it's coming. You know it's going to do significant damage. If you're in Tampa Bay, you're rooting for it to go south. But you know what happens when it goes south? It's going to do a lot of damage to your neighbors to the south in Sarasota and Venice. So I equate it to like a sporting event in a weird way. And of course, it would have to be cricket because cricket goes on forever. It's like you're rooting for your team to do something, but you're like a move, a field goal, move, go wide right. But that wide right means devastation for so many other people. So just so bizarre, the internal feelings I think a lot of us get throughout the hurricane and feelings of guilt, I think a lot of people feel as well. That's a natural thing.
Yeah, it's, what do they call it? Survivor's guilt,
yeah.
right? When
a lot of people have that during Helene,
Yeah, they do. And it's tough to, again, we went to one of our colleagues' place that lived right there on Gulf Boulevard, and to be able to see, Aaron, their whole life, like pretty much, like out on their front lawn, and then to realize that there was cranes coming by and taking a lot of that debris away. And I believe Governor DeSantis said something between 75 and 80% of that debris was able to be cleared away in the Tampa Bay area and abroad. But just think about that.
Yep.
Still 20 to 25% of that debris that's just kind of like waiting to be shuffled around.
I'm really worried about it.
That type of stuff that's in the water, that is already nasty water as it is. Now you already have that with some of the muck from Hurricane Helene. You got to be careful and you got to be concerned with that as well. Don't go out in the water at any time, even if there's a lull, even if there's a calmness between, rain bands. Don't go outside because you could get yourself really sick. And you know what you're not going to be able to do? You're not going to be able to get to hospitals. You're not going to be able to get on the road and get the proper care. So don't be a hero in things like this when it comes to just going out there and messing around in the water. Just don't do it.
Fort Myers police just put this out. Shelter in place. Stay off the roads. And that, of course, is due to not only the deterioration of the situation, but the tornadoes that have been just hammering Fort Myers. So shelter in place, stay off the roads, and that's something that you should have already been doing, but the police in Fort Myers have let you know that it is not time to go outside right now, especially with all the tornadoes they're just getting battered with. If you want to text in 97720, if you want any information, text in, or you can call us 954-989-1154. I'm going to give that number out again. If you have any questions, you want to call us, or you're the eyes and ears out there, 954-989-1154. I do want to get back to this text we got a little bit ago from someone in Venice who was homeless, Mark. And I see you, Mark. I'm keeping up with you, and I'm going to make sure. Here's the thing. Mark is stuck right now in an area in a building that he is in the stairwell. He could not get to his shelter, and I feel awful that he couldn't get to his shelter. But he's got. Right now, Mark, you're stuck in that building. You say you're in the stairwell. You say there's no windows. You're listening to us on the radio. Stay with us. Stay there. Do not move. At this point, that's the best advice I can give you. You're in a sturdy commercial building. You said you can get to higher ground if you have to go upstairs, so you've got your plan with you. Mark, save our number. I'm going to give you the number, 954-989-1150 or 54. 954-989-1154. Mark or anyone else out there, if your situation does become dire, please reach out. We will try to do what we can to get people to you. But remember, as I mentioned, right now we're at that point where if things go wrong, some people might not be able to get to you. So just keep in mind, get to higher ground if you have to. That's the best advice I have for you, Mark. Let's go now to the hotline where our good buddy Frank Harris from iHeart, boots on the ground, and he is in Sarasota. Frank, it does not look good where you're at. How you doing over there?
We're in the Emergency Operations Center in Manatee County, so I feel safe, and the mood here is good. But I mean, it's tense. When there's this large of a storm that's this powerful, when people start saying storm of the century, just everybody's on edge.
Yeah, and Frank, how has it changed? Because we were looking at Tampa Bay area, and we knew that there was always going to possibly be some weather headed your direction. But has the vibe at all changed in the last 24 hours as we've seen certain shifts in the models?
Honestly, I just think we're prepared for the worst. Right. When it was heading toward Tampa, a little further north, we're always aware of the storm surge. So, is this a situation where maybe some areas that thought they would be inundated with storm surge might have a couple feet less? I think Aaron, was saying earlier that a couple of feet can make a huge difference. In my house, I want to say I am anticipating losing my house because we're right off the river, probably about 5 houses. We had 7 feet of water during Helene that came right up to the doorstep. So I've sandbagged up to about 10 feet. So if we stay less than 10, I think I might have a home to come back to. Yeah. But again, when you add those kind of winds, it's hard to tell what you're going to return to.
I know you're in Manatee County. You're at the Emergency Operations Management. It gets a little confusing, especially when I'm trying to think of the logistics of Longboat Key, where they're in for a very long night here. I know like portions of her or Manatee, I believe, are Manatee County, and some are Sarasota County. Do I have that wrong?
Well, Longboat is like unincorporated, so they're a separate governmental entity. But yes, from a geographic standpoint, they do stand right off the coast of Manatee County, a barrier island off there.
Do you know what the concerns are with the people around you, emergency operations, as far as the barrier islands and just really out there in Sarasota, Longboat Key, all that area is in for a very, very dangerous night?
Correct. And I think what it comes down to, and from speaking to the officials here too, is did people evacuate? I mean, I spoke with one official who said there were, I think, 137,000 people in those initial evacuation zones, and there were 6,000 people in the shelters this morning. So that leaves 131,000 people. Did they heed the warning. And, because we had the ramp up, because of the sensitivity from Helene, did they take that into account and actually go somewhere else, or are there still people in their homes? And unfortunately, we just won't know. Once the bridges are closed, once officials are able to start getting out there, that's when we'll know the extent. But then again, that's life, and that's what's most important. But I think so much of us with this storm surge, that's where the concern lies right now.
Frank Harris, it says here, credible source. I don't know so much about that, but we kidding.
I would not. Whoever told you that, they lied.
Well, Frank, we love you. You do such a great work, and you're such a valuable member of our iHeart family. And, we're thinking about your partner when we see this kind of stuff heading your direction. Definitely our heart goes out to you. So please keep in touch. And if there's anything we can do, please let us know.
I will, and I want to thank you guys for the coverage. Our entire team, and I've been manning this entire time. I've been manning our social medias. I've been on email with a ton of people, and people could not be more complimentary of the service that you are doing these communities today.
I hate to break it to them. I'm just here for the free coffee, Frank.
What else is new for Aaron Jacobs?
Hey, Frank, thanks so much.
Frank.
Stay safe out
Be
there.
well, buddy.
All right, keep us updated because you're in a bad area. Thanks, Frank.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye.
I mean, that's where we're at right now. And listen, I know I'm making a couple jokes here and there, but
you got to lighten it up a little bit. Listen, we're not making, when we do things like that, we're joking with friends. Frank, we consider a colleague.
Oh, no, I'll joke with everybody too, but that's it. I mean, I do believe in the middle of this, it's a long haul, and you got to have a little bit of, a little moment of just release and levity and just kind of, because we know, especially it's going to be a very, very long night moving forward. Right. I just think it's important to kind of keep your wits about you, stay loose, because we're not even close to what this thing is about to be. So great to hear from our buddy Frank in Sarasota, the Manatee County area as well, and just make sure he's okay. If you want to text in 97720 with any information, 97720 is the number you can text in. Also 954-989-1154 if you'd like to call in.
Aaron, I'm looking at a video online from Ariel Placencia. She is a Fox 13 News reporter there in Tampa. Northbound lanes of Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa already underwater right around the Oregon Avenue intersection. And that is kind of one of the more well-known places that floods in Tampa, even when it's just normal rain. Yeah. Right. So that is something that we see. I mean, that was kind of the scene, right, of your your infamous shark sighting.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
And we're looking at this video and just, man, I can't even imagine what that's going to look like in the next 4 to 5 hours. And I also want to show some love to a lot of people on the TV side, friends that we work with on the sports side, kind of flipping things over, and they're covering the storm. I see our guy Evan Klosky as well from WTSP. It's all hands on deck when you're a part of the Tampa Bay media, and everybody up and down the West Coast. Because of storms like this, we need everybody to be able to get this information out to the people in our community.
Yeah, it's the entire state. We saw it during Helene up at the Panhandle. Everyone just jumps in. We're broadcasters, so even though we wear sports caps or music or whatever it is, when it comes time to help out the community, when these natural disasters or a hurricane in this situation comes up, then that's when we jump into action here. I do want to remind everyone or let people know, 7:30, we're going to have coverage for you throughout the night. We will not be going anywhere. We will be right here with you. Tonight at 7:30, Governor DeSantis will have a news conference in Tallahassee, so we will carry that for you live at 7:30 tonight. Governor DeSantis, once again, will have that on the air for you, because we're going to continue here. Jay and I will go for about an hour and a half, and then we're going to have some other people jumping in. I believe Rory O'Neill is going to jump in at 6 o'clock. Ryan Gorman's going to come back around midnight. You and I are going to come back around 2 a.m., so do not go anywhere. Keep us locked in however you're listening to us. It's battery-operated radio, iHeartRadio. It's free. It's Operation Stormwatch on iHeartRadio with coverage of Hurricane Milton. Don't go anywhere.
The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's Big Sue with the Week in Hollywood History.
October 8th, 1927. Comedians Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy make their on-screen debut as a team in the silent short The Second 100 Years. The duo would go on to appear in over 100 additional projects through 1950. October 9th, 1986. The Late Show starring Joan Rivers marks the debut of the Fox network and made Rivers the first woman to host her own national late-night talk show. Her replacement, Arsenio Hall, was the first black host of a national late-night talker and would launch a hit syndicated show in 1989. October 10th, 1979. British American rockers Fleetwood Mac received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Over 5+ decades, the band sold over 120 million albums worldwide and were 1998 inductees into the Rock and Roll.
President Biden and Vice President Harris got a briefing about Hurricane Milton before it makes landfall. The Vice President says Milton expected to be of historic proportions, advising Americans to take this very seriously.
This hurricane poses an extreme danger, and we urge everyone in Florida to take extreme caution. And we are with you. and we will get through this together.
Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis in Lake City says many customers will lose power, but they do have a plan in place.
We will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work.
The latest update from the National Hurricane Center has downgraded Milton to a Category 3 storm, still potentially deadly. It's expected to make landfall either late Wednesday night or early Thursday morning. America's listening to Fox News.
Wherever, whenever.
Be sure to check in as soon as you get to your car after work for breaking information you need to know about. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, 25 now to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program, you may not know our very own sweet baby James served in the Navy for a number of years. And what does that mean? That means he is a member of GovX. Anybody that has served or serves in the military or served in law enforcement
Hillsborough EOC?
Yes.
Go ahead. It's 813-272-6600. So
last chance.
It really is your last chance.
I mean, really. I mean, if you're out there and you're dealing with some troubles, I just saw Florida Highway Patrol. They're dealing with an overturned camper. It looks like on I believe 75. We do not need that happening right now. First responders have so much on their mind. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, sorry, Polk Parkway. It's a overturned camper and a pickup truck. Now, no injuries have been reported, but now we've got FHP troopers who are having to deal with this. And thankfully, there are no injuries, but these are just some of the reasons why you should just stay inside. Nothing good is happening right now, and the resources are needed elsewhere, and they're going to be needed throughout the night here.
Yeah, so make sure again as we get closer and closer, and we're seeing a lot of the TV reports as well as the people out there in the storm. It's still light out.
Yep.
Right. It's still light out for the most part, and we see our guy Evan Klosky
and downtown
Patterson,
Tampa right now.
These guys are all over the place doing such a great job. But it's only going to get more kind of drear as the night goes on when we start losing some of that light, Aaron, and it's dark outside. So please be careful and this is not the time to be able to go out and gallivant around your neighborhood. Stay in, double check everything. If you still have power, make sure you're keeping an eye on everything that's going on because there's a good chance eventually you're going to lose it at some point.
Yeah, over 114,000 people now in the state without power. And joining us for the latest update, Erica Rodriguez. And Erica, you've been doing such a great job keeping us informed. What is the latest that people need to know about Hurricane Milton and what's happening here?
Well, you were just talking about power, and people are starting to lose power. So if you still had the lights on, we're getting some updates from power companies saying charge your devices now before they go out. Make sure your cell phones and all your other batteries are fully charged. Make sure your operating systems on your phone have been updated. Because just in case, and more of a question of when, not if you lose power, at least you have enough juice in that phone or whatever equipment to get you through the day, at least. Storm surge, we know that's going to be a major problem, not only on the Gulf Coast, but also on the Atlantic coast as the storm makes its way through.
And we see this a lot with these storms, especially when we get up, the Jacksonville area and really other states. When we get into Georgia, South Carolina, start to see the impacts that a lot of them don't really expect sometimes.
Oh, yeah. And that's what they're saying. Brevard, Volusia, and all these other areas are going to see storm surge as well. So they need to prepare for not only the winds of a hurricane that is going to be going through central Florida, but also the storm surge. Again, not the 10, 15 feet that we might see in the Tampa Bay area. But the governor has been promising that they are prepared. They've got 6,000 Florida Guard soldiers, an additional 3,000 from other states, 34 search and rescue aircraft, 500 tactical vehicles. And he's calling this the largest storm mobilization in the state's history. So that is the goal, is to keep as many people safe as long as possible. We've had 5 tornadoes touch down in Lee County from Hurricane Milton already. No reports of injuries. That's the good news in South Florida. In Miami-Dade, Broward County, in that whole region, 5 confirmed tornadoes and an additional tornado on radar as of 4 o'clock. Talking about the winds. The winds are starting to build, not only in South Florida, but in the Bay Area. Fort Myers Beach, 68-mile-per-hour wind gust, 63 miles an hour in St. Pete within the past hour. So conditions are starting to deteriorate. We've been talking about the fact time's up. You can't evacuate at this point. Polk County starting to see flooding as well. We're going to start looking forward to what happens if you're locked in when you finally try to get out. What are you going to do with your gas? How are you going to get gas? Well, Port Tampa is closed, so the governor has now having fuel deliveries being sent to Port Everglades in the Fort Lauderdale area. So there will be fuel. There is no shortage. 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand, 1.1 million gallons of regular unleaded gasoline as well. So
and that's true, by the way. I know some people are like, yeah, of course he's going to say there's no shortage of gas, right? There is not. I mean, I've seen, even when there were long lines and people were panicking, getting gas, they were being, Ryan Gorman, who was on earlier, talked about this situation where when he went to a gas station and they were out of gas, there was a tanker coming in right at that time. So he got that gas right away. And I was seeing that when I came down as well. So they are doing a good job with that.
Yeah, and it's here wherever you go. I saw a big tanker this morning as well. So good news is, yes, if you pull into a station There's no gas. It will be refilled. Of course, this is once conditions improve, because right now it's hunker down time.
Yep, that's it. And Erica Rodriguez, thank you so much. You go hunker down, and then we'll bring you back in about an hour. There you have it, Erica Rodriguez. And I'm looking at, now I want people to be aware that even though the latest we're seeing, and I saw 125 mile per hour winds, as I've told you, it has been downgraded to a Category 3. But that, you can't look at that and go, oh, this thing was a 5 a couple hours ago, and now it's a 3. It's getting so much weaker. There is such a small difference between, when I talk about storm surge and how a foot or two makes a big difference, when we talk about wind speeds, 125 mile per hour, 130 mile per hour, there's such a slight difference that will make it a Category 3 or a Category 4 or even a Category 5 that those winds are still catastrophic. So I know a lot of people are going, oh, it's only a Category 3 right now. That's not the case. 125 mile per hour winds, those are deadly. Those are catastrophic. It is a major hurricane. And we want to see it continue to go down, and we want that pressure to go up. We want this storm to weaken, but that still is so, so deadly, 125 mile per hour winds.
And this is kind of something that we've been actually talking about the last day or so, is that we thought when it got closer to landfall, it was going to go down to a Category 3. So this isn't something that is kind of unforeseen. We knew that farther and farther away it was going to be a Category 5, and eventually it was going to weaken to the point where right before landfall, it was going to become a Category 3 before it hit.
We knew that the last couple,
right. So, this is not a surprise.
But the storm listen, the intensity, right, of this storm, that has taken me by surprise as far as how fast it intensified. Last week we were talking about this being, maybe not too much of a big deal. And now we're talking about something like you just said. It was a Category 5. And now at this point, there should be no surprises, right?
Yeah, I don't think anything surprises me anymore when it comes to storm coverage.
Seriously.
Right? You never know. And when we get that email, right, a week or so before that, we got to brace for whether it's impact or brace for relocating our families to hop on Operation Storm Coverage. We are ready to roll. And it is kind of surreal to see a lot of our friends that we have in the Tampa Bay area that cover sports out there in the middle of the storm right now doing their thing and trying to help out their community. So
literally, it's all hands on deck. I'm looking at TV.
Kenny Morales.
We've just seen all these guys who are now got the mics in their hands, and they're sports guys who are now storm chasers. So that's kind of how it goes in the media. It's whatever you can do, because this is our time to help the community. This is what we can do to be here for you, and it's the least we can do. One thing I do want to remind people, Jay, it's not really for now, but for when this thing ends, I'm going to note this 1,000 times as we get closer to tomorrow. But and once again, I don't want anyone on the roads, but when you do get back on the roads tomorrow or the next day, whenever it is, when the storm is cleared up and it's safe to do it, I just want to remind people, and I saw this from FHP Tampa, and it's a really good note, and I want to say it a lot. When the traffic lights go out, when we get back on the roads eventually in a couple days, whenever it is, there will be a lot of traffic lights that are out. Treat the intersection as a 4-way stop. I hate when I see people lose their life after the storm is well beyond, it's gone, it's out of the state, and people lose their life because of senselessness, like not understanding the rules of the road, right, and just being impatient. And this is going to be the long haul, not just now, not just tonight, the next couple days, even the next couple weeks. We just don't know at this point what this thing could turn into, but right now it's a monster.
Yeah, and it's pretty wild to see how kind of like the sports world is affected too. I just saw that George Steinbrenner Field's being used as a shelter for team employees and their families over for the Yankees that have been working out there at their Tampa complex. We know that Raymond James Stadium is right there, and they're supposed to have a contest this weekend, whether it's a game on Saturday for USF football. The Lightning are supposed to be playing at Amalie Arena on Saturday night, their home opener. Obviously, that kind of thing comes, that is way down the road, and we got to focus on our community right now. That comes before sports, but that could be a way when everything, and you said, right, keep an eye on, getting past this. That is really a way to kind of return to normalcy when we get our sports teams back out there, and hopefully it's sooner rather than later, and this storm doesn't hit as hard as it looks like it is going to.
Yeah, make sure you have that hand-operated radio on a keeper, the battery-operated radio, hand crank, because that way you can be able to carry us whenever the power goes out and bleep hits the fan. And I know you all want to be informed, and we want to keep you informed. So make sure you have that battery-operated radio. Looking right now, some of the worst areas of the Milton weather. And it's going to start moving on shore. The worst of it's going to start moving on shore during the next several hours. And we're going to see that going from Tampa Bay all the way down to Siesta Key. Very strong winds. We're talking about winds over 100 miles per hour. So I'm looking at this just absolute highlighted weather of it's bad weather that's going to be coming on to Sarasota, Bradenton, St. Petersburg, Tampa. That is where we're going to see those winds, and then the storm surge. This is going to be a catastrophic couple hours ahead. So, like we keep saying, this is go time right now. This is stay safe, stay inside, and let's get through this thing.
Yeah, we keep sending out this information and looking at some of the high wind reports in the St. Pete area. I mean,
and remember, Jay, we just heard,
40, right?
And we just heard in Tampa, once it gets over 40, they're not coming to help you anymore. Sustained winds. They're not coming to help you anymore.
So yeah, I mean, we've seen a high wind report at 39 miles an hour in Tampa, and we know that in St. Pete it's over that 40 mile an hour threshold. So you have to think, Aaron, if it's already like that in St. Petersburg, it's only a matter of time before Tampa has sustained winds over 40 miles an hour, too.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the feeder bands make its way across the middle of the state. So the entire state is essentially engulfed in some really, really severe weather right now. Obviously, some areas different than others, but you can just see the size of the storm that has grown. It's weakened as a storm, but it has grown in size and is basically taken up the entire state. It's just crazy to see how these things develop. Right now, moving northeast at 17 miles per hour, 120 mile per hour winds. So the winds are dying a little bit as far as the intensity of the winds. But like I said, once you're over 100 miles per hour winds, we're talking about deadly winds. So if you want to text in 97720, that's how you can do that. Or you can call in 954-989-1154. We're going to hear from Governor DeSantis, the latest briefing at around 7:30. And of course, we'll have that for you live. I know that Rory O'Neill is going to be coming on in a little bit. Ryan Gorman, I just saw him. He's already prepping for guests and what he's going to have for you throughout the night, because that's going to be, I think, the most important part of this thing. Around 10 o'clock, landfall, leading up to landfall, of course. But once it makes landfall, and then the noises and the how scared people are going to be throughout the night, that's where we're going to come in. And really, it's the shift of and the way the tone of this thing sounds, because right now it's informational. Right now it's just trying to get you ready. But when it's happening, and I'm telling you, we've been doing this for a long time. I'll never forget Irma. Some of the calls we got of people fighting for their lives. That is what we were going to be dealing with here in a couple. Hopefully not, but it is just inevitable. That's why we're here. We want to be not only be here to help those people, but for those people that can't get the help, just a comforting voice to let them know we're here for them, and just to hopefully know they're okay. We want to do anything we can for every individual. We don't want anybody to get left out here, Jay, because it's that's what the community does.
Also seeing, too, Pinellas County, over 1,650 animals hunkering down in their shelters as well. So hopefully these people out there that were looking for shelters and they did have a pet, they were able to find, because, man, not every shelter has, is pet friendly, but a good chunk of them are.
Let's go to Jeff Patterson from WFLA, eyes on the ground here in Hillsborough. Jeff Patterson, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. What's the latest you're seeing out there?
I'm doing well. We are actually on Davis Islands right now. We've been driving around. We're on I-4 for a while. Thankfully, not any traffic up there. We drove along Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa and saw some water ponding up on the road, but we are not seeing any storm surge. As a matter of fact, right now, what we're seeing is the wind kind of pushing the water out of Old Tampa Bay. And I'm at the Marjorie Park Yacht Basin right now, and it looks like it's lower than low tide. And that is because the wind is in the direction that it's pushing the water out of Tampa Bay, because as we're seeing, the eye wall from Hurricane Milton is expected now to hit around 7 p.m. around Sarasota, meaning that the people on the southern end of that eye will see the worst storm surge. So we're seeing some ponding on the roads over here on Davis Islands, but certainly nothing like they experienced with Hurricane Helene. In fact, what we have seen as we're driving around Davis Islands, unfortunately, because the storm surge was so bad here during Hurricane Helene, people have been working very hard to clean out their homes, bringing out their belongings and their drywall and all of the stuff that was saturated from that storm surge, and they've been piling it up on the side of the road. And as we have seen, the crews that are expected to pick up that debris have not been able to get it in time for this unprecedented back-to-back storm. So it's been pretty bad out here. We're starting to see some of that debris pushed into the roads.
And they had done such a good job. They did the best they could. We're out of time here, but Jeff Patterson, thank you so much.
Jeff. We appreciate. Stay safe out there. Keep up the great work, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll continue on Operation Stormwatch next.
Latinos are driving prosperity, power, and progress in America. Yet 77% of Hispanics don't know about their contributions to the country. From population growth to representation, economy, and education, Latinos are advancing positively and driving American progress. This
areas, Loxahatchee Groves. Just be careful. That has been, so far for me, Jay, that has been the big story, is the tornadoes and the havoc that's being wreaked by those tornadoes and whatever path they hit. It's been crazy.
Yeah, and luckily we've seen more and more of these alerts about shelters, and over 58,000 people in the country, or excuse me, in the states are in shelters. So that is a good sign that people have heeded the advice of the experts and not tried to tough it out in their house. Just go to a shelter and make sure that you are in a place where you're with others and that you're safe from the storm.
Yeah, Miami area, we're seeing visual of the ongoing tornado near Wellington. So just seek shelter. Seek shelter. If you are in a tornado warning, seek shelter, please. Also, want to remind people in the Polk County area, if you're listening in the Polk County area, there's a lot of flooding going on. They have 2 streets in Polk County that are impassable. Shouldn't be on the roads right now anyway, but in Lakeland, Reynolds Road is flooded at Main Avenue. In Winter Haven, 42nd Street Northwest at Avenue Q Northwest is also flooded. So you should be avoiding those already, but let's continue to avoid those areas, especially because they are impassable right now.
Yeah, and now we're looking Milton centered about 60 miles west-southwest of Sarasota as of 5 p.m. east, moving northeast, 120 miles an hour. It is a Category 3 hurricane right now, moving northeast at 17 miles per hour.
Jay, you know how we always say, like, even up until the last couple minutes of this thing, it can change, it can wobble, it can adjust, and even just a couple miles means the world of difference, in a good way for some people, in a really bad way for other people. Right. And what I just saw from the National Hurricane Center, they've slightly adjusted the track north. And for people at Tampa Bay, that's not the news you want to hear. The news you want to hear is it continues to go south. For people of Sarasota, for people of Fort Myers, especially Fort Myers dealing with the tornadoes they've been dealing with, that's not the news you want to hear. The storm surge is going to be catastrophic. But with this track a little more north, closer to Tampa Bay, sustained winds at 120 miles per hour for the Bay Area means it's just a huge difference between storm surge and what that's going to mean and what that's going to look like. We're going to have Rebecca Berry joining us, Max Defender 8, in just a few minutes, meteorologist there. But we were talking about 10 to 15 feet storm surge in Tampa. It looked like that backed off to around 6 to 9 feet. But if this thing continues to track north, then we're going to go back into those areas of 10 to 15 feet. Those
numbers are going to jump back up, for sure.
Exactly. So these last couple hours here before landfall are extremely vital. And then through tomorrow, some of the flash floods, the high risk, Tampa, all the way across the state to the other side of the state, the other coast, Orlando, they're at high risk. Possible. Miami, Fort Myers, Vero Beach, likely, just south of the Sarasota area, and Venice, and just north of the Tampa area. So it's just the entire state is dealing with a lot of this right now. And it is, we're just trying to get through this thing here. We're a couple hours away from landfall. It's going to get dark out in a couple hours. And then we are going to be here to help you out any way we can, give you all the information you need to know. Save this number so you can text in if you have any questions. You may not need to use it now, but in a couple hours, who knows, you might need some information. So text 97720. You have any question, you have any information you want to give to us, 97720 comes right to me, myself and Jay, and we'll get that out there for you.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about having this text line open, having the phone lines open, and also on social media as well, at Jacobson On Air, at Jay Retcher. If there's anything out there, if there's any pictures, anything you come across, tag us in it, because we want to be able to share that information and try to help people, because we've already said Polk County dealing with some flooding already, right? We're not even talking about Tampa and St. Pete. We're talking about already going out closer to Lakeland. We're getting closer. We know that the central part of Florida is going to be affected heavily by this storm, and we're looking at some of the high water levels here, Aaron. Look, Tarpon Springs 1049, Newport Richey 1107, Clearwater Beach 1109, Sarasota Bay 1202, Venice 1156, and then the St. Pete Pier at 158.
Yeah, we get Rebecca Berry on, our meteorologist, here in just a few minutes. I want to ask how the high tides are going to be impacting the storm surge, because that is definitely going to be a factor here overnight with those tides. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And if you want to call in, if you would like to chime in, if you don't want to just text, you can call in as well. 954-989-1154. I believe we have Chief Meteorologist from Max Defender 8, Jeff Biradelli, joining us. Is that correct? We'll have him join us in just a second. We were going to do Rebecca Berry, but I think it's going to be Jeff Biradelli. But I want to talk to him. Same question. I want to talk about the tides and what that means. Let's go now to Chief Meteorologist, Max Defender 8, Jeff Biradelli. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. I know how busy you are, and I know you got a lot to go. But I kind of really want to ask you real fast here, what's the latest update? And then I have one question for you.
Sure, yeah. So listen, you can hear that I basically am losing my voice right now.
Yeah,
but
right.
with all that said, the 5 o'clock advisory weakened to 120, and it pushed the track a little further north so that landfall is closer to around Bradenton. Doesn't make too much of a difference. We just don't want it going any further north so that it crosses through or north of Tampa Bay. That doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Looks like probably Bradenton is landfall. But remember, the eye wall diameter is like 60 miles. So we're going to see hurricane-force wind gusts all the way up through northern Hillsborough, maybe even southern Pasco, and then straight east towards Polk County. So we're going to see widespread power outages, unfortunately. And on the north side of the eye, there's going to be I'd say at least another 10 to 15 inches of rain, because it's all gathering. All the rain is gathering on the northern side of the eye.
How does the high tide impact what we're going to see with some of the flooding and the storm surge? What are we going to see there, Jeff?
Well, the high tide is not until later, and the storm is coming on shore in just a couple hours, actually. So it looks like it's not going to coincide with high tide. Justin, is that right? Does that sound right to you? Okay, I'm standing next to one of our meteorologists.
That was a big concern for a bit of time here as far as the timeline when this thing was going to hit. So that's good news, right, Jeff?
Yeah, for now, that is good news. But to be honest with you, I mean, when you're looking at 10 to 15 feet of surge, yes, another foot or two is important. But either way, it's life-threatening and deadly if you get caught in it.
No doubt. Chief
Again,
Meteorologist.
we're thinking the surge is going to be from Bradenton south so far. Unless it jogs further north, wobbles further north, then there's a chance some of it can come into the bay.
And we'll keep you updated on that. Thanks so much, Jeff Biradelli, Chief Meteorologist, Max Defender 8. Thanks. We'll talk to you later.
Jeff.
And let's pivot right to,
Get some tea, buddy. Tea, honey, lemon.
Yep, we know how that is.
Yeah.
It's you just got to hang in there and keep that voice going. And speaking of voices, we've got Gordon Bird in here from the newsroom with the latest that you need to know. Gordon?
Well, you just heard Jeff Biradelli talk about the storm surge factor with Milton. Of course, there have been a lot of other factors associated with Milton as well. We have waves of tornadoes across the state, 5 of them touching down in the Fort Myers area, causing serious damage. And most of us are still under a tornado watch until 9 this evening. Flash flooding is also a problem in many areas, and Pinellas County got several inches of rain this afternoon. There's also a flash flood warning in the area between Melbourne and Martin and Okeechobee counties until 6:30 this afternoon, and one until 7:45 for Manatee and Northwest Sarasota counties. And we're basically at this point we're following the eye. If unless you're mad, you have hunkered down or you're in your shelter right now and you're off the roads. And basically that's it. We're all waiting for impact here, waiting to see how we're going to be affected by Milton and getting ready for the recovery process.
There are people that are mad because they are still out there, Gordon, and I don't know what they're doing. But you've been covering a lot of storms, Gordon, and a lot of hurricanes like we have. But I just want to get your perspective on this because there's always a surprise and there's always a big part of the story. For me, tornadoes so far have been the big part of this hurricane. What for you is the big news story so far when it comes to Hurricane Milton?
I think that coming so close to the Tampa Bay area, it may or may not be the biggest one in this century, but it's certainly more so than any other to this point.
Has anything taken you by surprise up until now, or pretty much you've seen it all?
I think it's all down down to the last few minutes and hours here as we wait for landfall.
Yep. All right, Gordon Bird from the newsroom. Thank you so
Gordon.
much, Gordon. We'll catch up with you in just a little bit. Jay, we've got our boots on the ground before things get, to a situation where they can't be on the ground and they can't be outside. And, of course,
Right.
it's going to get dark out here soon. So we're going to check in with Katie Summers in just a few minutes from one of our stations in Tampa from 93.3 FLZ. So she'll be calling in and telling us what's been going on in her area. You can text in 97720 is how you can text in. Like this text from Lutz. They are starting to get some heavy rain in the Lutz area now, and starting to expect for the situations to deteriorate and to get worse especially in the next couple hours.
Yeah, and somebody asking about how far does a storm surge go inland. We gave you that a little bit earlier. Just go to Storm Surge. You could just kind of look it up. Storm Surge Map Florida, and the website is right there. If you just scroll down a little bit, nhc.noaa.gov/storm surge.
Once again, the latest from the 5 p.m. advisory, just to go over it. It is still a major hurricane, Category 3, Hurricane Milton, major Category 3, 120 mile per hour sustained winds, moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. Let's go now to our eyes and ears on the ground. Katie Summers from FLZ. She is in Wesley Chapel. Katie, how you doing? How's Sean? And how's everybody doing? What's going on out there?
We're good. We're actually in West Chase.
Oh, okay. West Chase. Not Wesley Chapel. They're in West Chase. So sorry, I got the wrong information there. But yeah, West Chase.
No, it's good. No, we're good. Obviously seeing a lot of wind, a lot of rain. Very lucky that we still have our power. We still have, AC internet right now, but we've been kind of preparing to not have that.
Yeah, and that's probably going to happen here in just a little bit. I mean, were you at home during Helene? Did you wait out Helene?
Yes, we did. The evacuation zone that we're in, we weren't evacuated. So, like for this one, not for Helene, but for this one, Sean boarded up the windows. We've got a lot of really big trees around us. So we just did all the precautions that, authorities told us to do just because we wanted to be safe for us and the fur babies. And we have all of our supplies. And
you didn't do any of the boarding? You left that to Sean?
Do you think I did any of the boarding? You're on speakerphone. He can hear you.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought I would have given. Yeah, you're tougher than Aaron. So
I was going to say, Katie, I'm in the same boat. I wish I would have called me Sean.
Katie's
to come
got a
over
better chance of putting up the boards than Aaron does.
That's
what are we talking about?
Come on now. I just got my nails done.
Oh, I heard that. Katie, so how close were you guys to leaving? Was it a thought in your you guys talk about that at all, or were you just going to stay the whole time?
We talked about it, but I really just followed everything that Hillsborough County was saying and Mayor Jane. And, I mean, they're the pros, so just listen to them. And obviously, staying off the roads right now because even though it's it's not a great idea.
No, that's what we're telling everyone.
Shelter in place. Shelter in place.
Stay inside, and that's all we can do at this point. So be careful out there, out in West Chase. Katie Summers from FLZ, and that's if you have any updates, give us a call back. Okay, your eyes and ears on the ground.
Will do. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Once again, Katie Summers. We got a lot of people listening from across the country right now.
Right.
And I mean, I'm seeing on the text line, I really appreciated the prayers from Alaska and somebody in Kansas City, Missouri listening. They have grandchildren in Lakeland. That is something I realize more so than ever. I always knew the power of what we're doing, Jay, but I never realized how many people outside of the state are listening. In my mind, it's like, all right, the people that are in it, they want to know what's happening in their area. If there's anything I realized from Helene, I wanted to know what was happening to people I cared about in North Carolina.
Exactly.
And that was important to me. So to be able to listen to the radio station, and for people in Alaska, for people in New York, for people in Kansas City, they're not dealing with the weather. So they can get us nice and clear on the iHeartRadio out. They're going to be listening throughout. So we want to do whatever we can for the people listening away from here that are safe, that they have loved ones that they care about. I know that feeling. It is so frightening. We will try to get you all the information we can. It's why, Jay, I was freaking. My parents didn't want to leave Sarasota County. Mm-hmm. They're right there on the water. I had to beg and plead with them, and that's crazy to me because these are sane people, kind of. That right, and you're questioning it. But these are people that have been through it, and they know what I do, and they knew how serious this was, and they still you had to convince them to leave. So for some people, for Lieutenant Dan, who wanted to ride it out on his little dinghy on the bay in Tampa Bay, I mean, there's some people that just, they're stubborn. They don't want to do it. They don't want to listen. It's this life or death situation here. And people I would never have expected to stay, they're riding it out. And at this point, they're stuck in it. Now, if you're more inland, I don't want to freak anyone out. The winds are going to be terrible. But if you're more inland, if you find a place to stay and shelter where you are, stay away from the windows, stay away from doors that could be flying out your way. But most of us should make it out of this thing, okay? It's the storm surge that's going to be so deadly, and I just could not imagine if you're living on the water, if you're in a flood zone, why would you chance it? It doesn't make any sense to me. But there are people listening right now that are on the water, that are in a flood zone, that are chancing it. So just let us know if there's anything we can do to help. If there's any information you want from us, text in 97720. We're going to try our best just to be your lifeline here, not just now, but throughout the night and the aftermath of Hurricane Milton as well.
Yeah, here's another one, too. Thank you for airing the Hurricane Milton tracking. It's helpful for people who have friends there but don't live in Florida, following you from Martinsburg, West Virginia. We also have somebody from Minnesota as well. I wanted to get to this question here, Aaron. This is from Steve of Steve Beach Palms of Siesta Key Village. Where exactly can we find out when the Siesta Key North Bridge reopens for residents of the island and business owners? Aaron, this is just one of those things where we're just going to have to wait until that information gets to us, because we know on the coast there, when they close things down, it's, hey, we're going to close it down. We're waiting for the storm to pass. People have to go out there and assess the damage, and then we'll hear the information when they'll be opened back up. So it is a waiting game.
I'm watching a video of Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies. They're on the street. They got to rescue this poor little dog. I think it's like a little chihuahua. And I mean, this is where we're at. Our resources are, I'm watching them run trying to save this. They will save anybody, whether it's, a human being or a tiny little dog that is on its own right now. And they saved it. So great job by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies for saving that little dog. And, hopefully all the animals are safe right now. They're in a shelter or they're with their family and they're safe at home, because it's just another element to these storms, just an element to these stories. People in Wisconsin texting in, their parents are in Punta Gorda. We are going to be tracking that for sure, because Punta Gorda is in a lot of, potentially in a lot of trouble here when we talk about the storm surge. We just heard it. Sarasota, Bradenton, that area, south of the Sarasota area, Punta Gorda, they could be in trouble here.
Clay Kitchings hits us up on the text line. We have no one we know in the Tampa area, but we're listening to you and praying for you from Athens, Georgia. Helene came through our area. That's kind of what you were just talking about before for Helene, and keeping an eye on your pal up there in North Carolina. And there is some kind of like a camaraderie of like, hey, we just went through something like this. You guys will get through this too. It's bad. It's really bad. But eventually, you'll try to get back to some semblance of normalcy right now. So that's another reason why we're doing everything we can to keep everybody informed. And if there's any way we can help or at least quelch some of those concerns and worries, that's the least that we can do here.
If you take the proper precaution, and I know a lot of you have, and if you're staying at home, if you're inland a little bit, if you're in Sarasota, if you're in a place where you think where we see right now that Milton's going right for, I don't want to scare you, because most of you will be okay, right? We're going to make it. The storm surge is dangerous and scares me, and I'm hoping that most people have gotten out. And if they haven't, I would like to think that they already have a plan in their head of if things get really bad, if the water starts to rise, how are they going to get to higher ground? Those are things that everyone should be thinking about right now. But if you do the right things and take the right steps, and everyone is going to have a different step depending on where you are, what county you're in, how close you are to the water, what zone you're in. If you take those right steps and have a plan in place in your head, and for some of you, it's going to be a more challenging plan because of you stayed home and you're in it. For others, it's not. It's going to be a pretty simple plan. Stick to the plan. But if you take those precautions and you listen to the warnings we're giving you and you try to take in and think about every situation that could happen, you're going to be okay. I believe that, and I want to get that message out there. I really do. You're going to be okay. But you have to be vigilant, and you have to be aware, and you have to plan for it. So I don't want to say, we heard Mayor Castor say, if you stay, you're going to die. I'm not going there, right? But if you stayed, you've given yourself a much harder chance to survive it. and you better start taking the precautions now because it's too late for you to leave, but it's not too late for you to start thinking about what's going to happen if, let's say, the water starts to rise. Start to go outside and look and survey the area and what could be a projectile. Start to look at trees that could be uprooted because of oversaturation. If they fall, where are they going to fall? Is there a roof they could fall onto? Well, if that's the case, make sure you or your loved ones and animals, they're not under that portion of the house. They're not in that portion of the house. Find another portion. Stay away from the windows. So that's all I'm saying is, of course, we're here and we're concerned about those people that decided to stay. I don't really get it, but I don't want to say this is the end for you. It's just you're going to have to take a little extra time to plan right now and think about every little thing that could go wrong. And even if you think that's not possible, write it down, think about it, and think about what you're going to do if it does happen. It will keep you alive. It's the difference between life and death.
Yeah, and I think when Mayor Jean says that, she's kind of taking the next step from what we heard from the Taylor County Sheriff just a couple of weeks ago of writing your name on your leg if you were going to stay in the path of Hurricane Helene. And now Mayor Jean, just to kind of echo those sentiments of like, hey, you have to take this serious because we know, we've heard it today. There are people that are lifers in the Tampa and just in the Bay Area, just on the west coast of Florida going, I don't care. I'm staying no matter what. So, whether her tactics were, could be questions. I think there was a realism that she wanted to get across of this is not the same old storm. We spoke about this at lunch yesterday. We sat around there with our Operation Stormwatch team and we looked around and we spoke to each other and said, Ryan Gorman said it. This is unlike any storm that we have covered, and we've been doing this for the better part of the last 10 years. Whenever the storm hits, we either stay in Tampa or we go somewhere else so we can broadcast before, during, and after with our iHeart family. And we knew going into the storm this was going to be unlike anything that we've ever encountered before. So I applaud those that evacuated. I applaud those that maybe you've been there for 3 or 4 decades, and this is the first time that you've gotten out. Good on you.
Yeah.
Good on you. Because you know what? All of that other stuff, your house, your car, all your belongings, you can get that stuff back. I know there's a lot of sentimental value. I'm not trying to make light of that. But Aaron, what's the sense of having that stuff if you don't have, right? I mean, what's good to have your stuff and not you?
Yeah. And that's why I appreciate
that's the most important thing.
I'm fine with what Mayor Castor did. I'm not saying, but that was before. Now we're in it. And for those people, they stayed. Right? I don't want them to hear or think that like it's over for you. You didn't listen to it and you stayed. If you take precautions now, you take the right steps, you will be okay. I just want to give a quick rundown of what we're going to see here in the next couple hours. 6:05, Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez is going to join us. I mentioned earlier at 7:30, we're going to have the Governor DeSantis presser, the press conference from Governor DeSantis. That will be at 7:30, and then at 8:30. The executive director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie. He is going to be on here. And then at 5:50, we're going to try to get we're going to get some Dr. Michael Brennan from the National Hurricane Center, the director there. He's going to give a live update. So we're going to try to get that out for you because that's all very important information. Got a text on the text line 97720, how you can text in. What AM FM stations can I listen to your station on a battery radio? We will have that for you coming up here because that is a very good question and an important piece of information that all of you need to know. We'll have that coming up here in just a few minutes. We're going to do a quick break here, but when we come back, we'll give you all the AM FM stations you can listen to. If power does go out and you can't listen to us on the free iHeart Radio app, you certainly want to have that battery-operated radio. I'm Aaron Jacobson. He's Jay Retcher. You're listening to iHeart Radio's Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Milton.
During Cybersecurity Awareness Month, LifeLock wants to
And this is just the start. Could 401ks and IRAs be next on their agenda? It might sound far-fetched, but so did price fixing just months ago. Hi, Donald Trump Jr. here. If you've spent decades building your nest egg, you can act now.
In conversations I've had with them earlier today, Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, and in the state's Emergency Operations Center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge, if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did in North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida, and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. That's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people who cut off by Helene. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force it's amazing what they're doing. Firefighters lifting collapsed wood and metal in an attempt to see if there are survivors, any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. And there are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild. May God bless you all, and may God protect those serving in the eye of this storm on behalf of our nation. Thank you.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation? Why do you think former President Trump has sent testing kits to President Putin during the height of the pandemic? Do you have a comment, sir? Why do you think Trump
Speaking of un-American.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation?
I don't know. I simply don't know. You can speculate, but I just find it, I know I've used the phrase more than I've used it ever in my whole career, un-American. It's un-American. It's not who the hell we are. What are they talking about?
Sir, have you considered calling him and asking him to stop doing that? To stop spreading it?
Oh, come on.
Mr. President, does Governor DeSantis need to take Vice President Harris's calls?
All I can tell you is I'm talking to Governor DeSantis. He's been very gracious. He's thanked me for all we've done. He knows what we're doing, and I think that's important.
Can you say that Florida has everything it needs for the storm? How was your call with Netanyahu today?
We didn't talk about the storm.
Thanks, everybody.
More and more over from the National Hurricane Center. 6 o'clock, we'll get another update on what is going on right now. A shout out to everybody that's texting in. There was some reports, and this is from the 337 I read on social media, about people who are staying due to gridlock traffic or lack of fuel at fuel stations to refuel en route. Is there credence to these reports? This is Elizabeth listening from Lake Charles, Louisiana. As far as gridlock traffic, and I think a lot of the people were able to get out because the evacuation has been happening the last couple of days. I don't know about you, Aaron. I mean, we've been going up and down throughout this information. I haven't heard anything in particular with that, though.
No, I can tell you exactly what we saw. First of all, it's Wednesday right now, right? Yeah. It is 5:40 on Wednesday in the afternoon. Monday morning, we started to see people in the Tampa Bay area hitting the roads. And yes, was there a lot of congestion? No doubt about it. It took so many people hours longer than it usually takes to get to Atlanta or to get inland. It took me yesterday morning than usual. On the road, it was clear on 75 going south. So it really depended on when you were leaving. But I'll tell you one thing. What a job the state did by getting the message out there. People were not messing around, most people. They left on Monday, they left on Tuesday, and then the last people left today. But that was not the case. People were leaving, and when you have max exodus and people are evacuating, yeah, there's going to be traffic. But it was not, it was not something that was not manageable. And then I will debunk it right away, the lack of fuel at fuel stations to refuel en route. Of course, when you have that many people on the road, there's panic and people are filling up. Now, you got to remember, they're not just filling up their cars. They're filling their extra tanks. They want their generators. There's so many other things they're getting that gas for. So people panic, they overbuy, and we get long lines. But Governor DeSantis has been all over making sure that tankers are coming in. We've had Erica Rodriguez reporting on it throughout the time we've been on. Tankers have been coming in. Ryan Gorman mentioned yesterday or a couple days ago when he was driving over here that he went to a gas station that had no gas. And by the time they were ready to fill up, they just got there, the tanker had pulled in, and they got their gas. So did a really good job in the state making sure that the fuel wasn't an issue. I mean, of course, you're going to have some stations that run out of it, but they're getting refueled. The fueling tanks are getting in. They are prepared for that. I didn't have any issue getting gas, so I can debunk that right away.
On the other hand, I did have a difficult time getting gas, and this was on Monday early afternoon. I was able to find one place over in Harbor Island. Flash flood warning, Pasco and Pinellas County. That was issued 3 minutes ago, and that is until 7:45. We know there was a flash flood warning earlier for Hardy, Highlands, and Hillsborough, as well as Polk County, until 6:15. So flash flood warnings up and down the west coast of Florida.
Joining us now, Erica Rodriguez. And Erica, we're going to take a little break, Jay and I, for a couple hours after this. But you've done such an amazing job with the information, and people don't even see behind the scenes, getting the audio and everything we need. So really great job, and we really appreciate it. Erica Rodriguez, what is the latest?
The latest is we just had the president make a brief statement from the White House talking about the destructive nature of this storm. They've already approved emergency declaration for the state of Florida, 20 million meals and 40 million water being pre-positioned here in the state. So when they need it, it will be here. The FEMA administrator is arriving tonight. So she's going to be here to make sure local, state, and federal officials are all working hand in hand. They've surged 1,000 Coast Guard crew also in the Tampa Bay area for search and rescue. So between, again, the local, the state, and federal officials, hopefully once the worst of this storm passes by, they're going to be out there to make sure anybody who's still out there is safe.
And let's hope they don't run into anybody. That would be the best news, that they went out there, they were deployed, and they didn't have to rescue or find anybody.
100%. I'm sure they feel the same way as well. National Weather Service, as of the 5 o'clock advisory, they gave a few key messages. What they're saying, a large area of the destructive storm surge now. Inundation of 10 feet or greater expected along the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. The surge will be accompanied by damaging waves, water levels, devastating hurricane-force winds, also going to be part of the west coast of Florida. Within the warning area, the risk of strong tornadoes continues throughout the evening across to the southern and southern portion of the Florida Peninsula. So if you are out, make sure you have to get to inside the closest portion of your house with no windows if possible, and the heavy rain is going to continue all night.
Yep, and that's all we can say now is just find that place inside that you can stay safe. Erica Rodriguez, thank you for the latest.
Thank you.
Doing a great job as always. And, you know, it's just it's that eerie feeling, as I know a lot of people are with their kids, and it's got to be really, really tough for the parents as we're getting into the sun's going to go down here in just a little bit, and, you know, it's something that becomes very dangerous. Let's go to News Channel 8. Eileen.
Nachuk's on the Wow, Eileen's with the program. Hello, Eileen. It's Jay and Aaron. How are you?
Hello, guys. How are you?
I mean, we were just speaking earlier before about all of our friends that are working in sports, and now they're dabbling in storm coverage. Saw you on the TV. Great job. I mean, how has it been out there?
Thanks. In local news, we like to wear many hats. So today, obviously, helping out with Hurricane Milton. But funny enough, I actually went to high school around Pasco County, more so north. But right now, so I'm very familiar with the area. Right now, I'm in Wesley Chapel specifically. Spoke with the PIO at Pasco County Sheriff's Office, Violet, and she said the biggest concern for them is those power lines, right, from those heavy winds. Right now, we've got, I'd say, probably 25 to 40 mile per hour winds. That's obviously going to pick up as, Milton comes in closer. And, on TV with where I was facing on camera, rain's kind of coming down from the northeast. It's interesting because you're standing there and then all of a sudden you got a heavy gust of wind and then it kind of dies down. Then you got a heavy gust of wind, it kind of dies down. So it's going on and off, but if you're looking for shelter, which you probably should be at this point, you should be hunkered down. Sun Lake High School, they're pet friendly as well. If you need a shelter, 5A High School, as well as River Ridge High School, all shelter areas that are pet friendly. So we've got a great weather team over at Channel 8, and we're just trying to do our best in terms of coverage. So yeah, appreciate you guys having us on.
Yeah, Eileen, you brought something back up that made me think of this, and it's a really good point. It's weird how the winds will pick up and then they'll die down. And some people, especially if they haven't been through something like this, that to them is a false sense of security. They think once that wind has gone through, they go, oh, okay, that's it. It's gone. No, it's not. So like people like to venture out. They go outside. They think they want to see what's going on around the area. You brought up the power lines. When those things go down, those are some of the deadliest parts of the after the storm. When we talk about the aftermath, when they're down, a lot of them are live. They're hot. And if you touch them, you're going to get electrocuted. So those are just some things that you brought up that made me think, and I haven't brought it up enough. So thank you. It's a real problem when it comes to these major hurricanes.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. And, it's no joke. And I know as Floridians, I'm from Hernando County. We typically, people are driving down on their, jet skis or on their kayaks or in their canoes and paddle boards. Like it's no joke. This is you heard the mayor the other day. Like this is a no joke hurricane that's extremely dangerous. I was in Hudson Beach yesterday, and we were talking to a couple who evacuated for Hurricane Helene, and that's one of the craziest parts about this hurricane. People haven't even recovered from Helene, so you've got those big piles of debris all down the streets, and these winds pick up. Who knows where that debris will go, and who knows how many houses and things will be damaged from that debris. The couple I talked to, their boat flew into their house. Their boat is destroyed half of their roof because of that, how heavy that wind is and was. So it's no joke. Stay inside, stay safe, stay hunkered down, and that's really the best advice I can give viewers right now.
Eileen, what have you seen over the last week or so as far as how serious people have taken the evacuation orders, even leading up until today? And then also, do you think that the recent Hurricane Helene, had something to do with that?
100% I do. And, the mayor, she said this was a wake up call for a lot of Floridians. And you know how people are here. And, we like to make light of a lot of situations and a lot of hurricanes, because in the past, a ton of them have just kind of missed Tampa. Well, Hurricane Helene went right through us, and the flooding was devastating. The debris was devastating, and that was a wake-up call for all residents here. And I will say this, I don't even know if I've seen as many people evacuate in the past. I think that this is the most people have evacuated, and I agree. I think Hurricane Helene is a big reason why people evacuated. They saw the potential of what Milton could be, and Milton's supposed to be even worse. Hopefully it's not. I think a lot of people are listening. A lot of people have evacuated, and here's the thing too. It's hard because you fill up your gas tank and then you're on the road for 8 hours, but you just have gone a few miles and you run out of gas, and then you're stuck on the road. So people are dealing with their own problems who have evacuated. I know some residents who wanted to evacuate but couldn't. So people are all dealing with their own situations, and obviously, praying and making sure everybody stays safe throughout all of this. But I want to bring up pets too. If you see any pets on the side of the road, take care of your pets. I hate seeing things that we have to report on with abandoned animals. That's the first thing you grab out of your house is your pet, and make sure your families are safe, because those pets are a part of our family.
Eileen,
right?
What happened with that dog that somebody just tied up on the side of the highway?
Listen. I'm sick. Me
too.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. That we posted that, and it really breaks my heart. It really, really breaks my heart. I'm all for adopt, don't shop, and that sort of thing. And this poor dog is probably going to end up in the shelter, and who knows?
I'm glad they're going to the. I'm glad somebody who's going to get that dog, and that dog's going to be better off than they were with whoever had them before.
You're right. And you know what? Maybe it'll be one of us. Who knows? But we need to make sure our pets are safe. They're a part of our families. I'm absolutely sick. Seeing that video, it's on our social media and online, but that's one of the biggest things is take care of your pets when these storms come through.
Yep, it's a really good message. Eileen Natchuk from WFLA News Channel 8, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Eileen. Be safe.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, be
Thanks
safe for sure. It's a good message. It's something I can't believe we're even saying, but
those are the kind of things that should go without saying.
They're your family. Your pets are your family. And I could not imagine... It's okay. I couldn't imagine if I had no other option other than to leave, and I can't take my pet with me, and I know that, and it kills me. And that would never happen, by the way. I would do what I have to do to be with my pet. But at the very worst, if that's the situation you're in, why would you not give that animal a chance?
Right.
If you tie them to something, you're not giving them a chance to get away. I've never seen anything like that. I've heard of people leaving their animals and hoping that their animal figures it out. You mentioned it earlier. Animals have this weird sense. They know when these weather patterns, when things are different. And somehow, after all, there's a lot of animals that are out there. There's a lot of strays that they make it through this. There's some that don't. But to not even give them a chance, absolutely crazy. I could not believe with everything we're seeing, that's the most diabolical thing, inhumane thing, I should say, the most inhumane thing I've seen up to date right now.
If you cannot take care of a pet in a situation like this, you shouldn't have a pet in the first place.
Agreed.
Simple enough.
All right, we're going to continue here on Operation Stormwatch. We got a lot going on, Jay. We're going to sign off for a little bit. We're going to take a little rest, and then you and I will be back here, 2 a.m.?
Yeah, we'll be back at 2 a.m. I know Ryan Gorman is going to take over here momentarily, but thank you for everybody for tuning in. And, man, I cannot stress to you guys and gals enough the amount of information and comments that we've gotten on our text line, 97720. Keep them coming, because we're gonna go back. We're gonna get some food. We're gonna rest up. We'll be back at 2 a.m. Ryan Gorman's gonna be on, Ryan and Dana, from probably the next 6 to 8 hours. It's gonna be a long journey for all of us, but you are not alone. You're listening to us wherever it is, whether it's on the free iHeartRadio app or on one of those old transistor radios, the hand crank radios, what have you. We are going to be here with you through the night. We're on from 2 to 5, then back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So we're tagging in and out, but we are going to stay with you. Just like we've been with you before the storm, we're going to stay with you during it and after the fact, because Hurricane Milton is a storm unlike anything we've ever seen.
And the timeline continues to change too, Jay. Yeah. We've got landfall that's expected here. At first we were hearing 2 a.m. Then we were hearing, about 10 p.m. Now we're hearing, a couple hours away, not even from this making landfall. So it has certainly changed as far as the speed. And then we talked about the storm surge, and we don't really have any gauges yet what's going to be happening from between Tampa and in this area yet. But we're already seeing about 3 feet of surge and rising fast in Fort Myers, Cape Coral. We're going to have to figure out exactly the numbers here, but in Fort Myers, we're seeing about a 3-foot storm surge already.
And we're seeing, too, from a bunch of our pals that are out there on the streets there in Tampa, our guy Evan Klosky, the rain has subsided, but the wind is not. So you may feel like you're getting a break in the action in some capacity, whether it's the rain, whether it's the wind, but I think one of the biggest things we could take away from our coverage every time, but today, the only thing predictable about these storms is the unpredictability. You just don't know what's going to happen. You have meteorologists that have been covering this for decades, and they are still waiting every single hour to get these updates to try to best kind of formulate where we think the storm is going to go. Unfortunately, if you didn't take precautions before then, you're in big time trouble. Yeah. But we've seen a lot of people with this storm, more than any other storm that you and I have covered, focus and make sure that they're heeding the advice of the officials and the experts, and they got out of Dodge.
And Sarasota County just put this out as well. Just put this out now. No longer safe to evacuate. So you're not allowed to go out now. This is the time to stay in and shelter in place. We're starting to see some of the bad portions of this storm make its way towards us and start to have a huge impact. You mentioned earlier, I'll mention it again, flash flood warning, including Sarasota, Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens until about 7:45 tonight. And Jay, we talked about the debris and how that was a big concern for me. Watching video right now, in the rain, in the storm, in the conditions, police escort roughly 25 dump trucks carrying storm debris. That was across the Howard Franklin Bridge a little bit earlier, but the conditions were already so bad. And that just shows you what they were doing just to make sure all the debris from Hurricane Helene wasn't going to become flying projectiles right now. And listen, they didn't get all of it. They did a great job getting a lot of it.
75, 80%, I believe.
Yeah, which is a lot, but it's not everything.
No, it isn't. And listen, this has come out from the St. Pete Police Department about 2 minutes ago, and you and I were discussing this about an hour ago. Northeast and Southwest sewer treatment plants offline starting at 7 p.m. I just retweeted it on my Twitter /X @JRicher @JacobSid on air. Please reduce water use in those areas. Don't use dishwashers and washing machines. Limit flushing, limit showering, and I'm sure that there's going to be more and more warnings put out like that up and down the west coast of Florida as we get closer to the storm and as we get through it as well.
Yeah, I just wanted our final messages for you. Just remember, charge those devices now. It could be your last opportunity. Keep them plugged in as long as possible because you don't know how long you're going to be without power. If it's days, you want to make sure you have life on that battery for as long as you can before you lose it, and have those extra batteries ready to go. Keep that flashlight nearby. If it gets dark, especially overnight, those sounds get very scary. Just make sure you're with the people you love inside the shelter. Look around your surroundings. Make sure you're not near windows. Make sure that you are putting yourself in the safest place in your house. And whatever situation you're in right now, don't worry. Don't panic. This is the situation it's going to be throughout the night. And as long as you take the precautions and you're very aware of your surroundings and aware of the people in your house, keeping them close to you, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay. Jay and I will be back at 2 o'clock. And I promise we'll be here for you with whatever you need, whatever updates that we need to get out to you. We will certainly be doing that. But make sure you have that battery-operated radio so you can have us the entire night. We are not going anywhere. Ryan Gorman's about to jump in here. But Jay and myself, we're going to take a quick little break. Save that text line number so you can text in 97720. Once again, that's 97720. Hang in there. We're going to continue on Operation Stormwatch. You're listening to iHeartRadio's Operation Stormwatch. For Jay Retcher, I'm Aaron Jacobson. The coverage of Hurricane Milton will continue next.
You're listening to Continue.
At 5 p.m., this is the advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Milton remains a Category 3 storm with top winds of 120 miles per hour. It's a little weaker than it was this morning, as it begins to interact with the wind shear, but it's still a dangerous Category 3, let's face it. The eye of the storm is 60 miles west-southwest of Sarasota, moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. So I guess if you want to do the math, that means maybe we can expect landfall in about 4 hours from now, possibly in the Manatee-Sarasota area, but it could wobble as far north as the mouth of Tampa Bay. So that's something we're going to be definitely keeping a very close eye on. Milton has been sending waves of tornadoes across the state this afternoon. 5 touched down in the Fort Myers area, causing serious damage. There is a report that we are trying to confirm at the moment that Glades County reporting that a tornado touched down in Lakeport, destroying as many as nearly 30 homes. So we're watching that. We're trying to confirm that. We get some more information. We'll pass that along to you just as soon as we can. A tornado watch remains in effect for most of Central and South Florida until 9 p.m. Flash flooding has been a problem in many areas of the state. Pinellas County received several inches of rain this afternoon. Flash flood warning remains in effect there. Another one between Melbourne and Martin County, that's in effect until 6:30, but will probably be extended. And another flash flood warning just posted until 7:45 for Manatee and northwest Sarasota. A quick look at the big bridges in the Tampa Bay area. The Skyway is closed. The Howard Franklin is closed. Both of those now closed in both directions. The westbound Gandy Bridge is closed. The westbound Courtney Campbell is closed. The eastbound lanes, as of right this moment at least, are still open. Essentially, I'm guessing to give people one last chance to get out. But the big bridges, westbound Gandy closed, westbound Courtney Campbell, Howard Franklin, and Skyway closed in both directions. A couple of other things I want to get to very quickly if I can, Ryan. In Bradenton, a large water main break has been reported in the area south of 9th Avenue East. At the moment, crews are really not able to get to it because of the conditions, the weather conditions in the Bradenton area. City's public works crews were able to clamp the pipe to slow water flow, but they won't be able to repair it before Milton makes landfall. And, just got this in as well. This is from St. Petersburg. The city of St. Petersburg has turned off power at the Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant that's on 62nd Avenue Northeast and the Southwest Sewer Treatment Plant on 54th Avenue South to protect employees in the treatment plants.
All right, that gets you up to date on a number of different things we've been monitoring. Now let's go to the hotline, and we bring in Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez with an update on the state's response. Lieutenant Governor Nunez, thank you so much for taking a few minutes to come on with us. So now we have the storm really impacting such a large portion of the state already. I think one of the headlines throughout the course of the day today, the incredible amount of tornadoes and tornado warnings that have popped up. What are you all focused on now as Hurricane Milton gets closer and closer to making landfall?
Yeah, and we're just a couple of hours away from landfall. And, of course, we have been leading up to this moment, encouraging people to get their necessary precautions in place and make sure if you had been under evacuation order to heed those warnings. Of course, now it's a little late for that. And so we're just continuing to monitor all of the different, as you mentioned, tornadoes, making sure people have late-breaking information. And I've shared this before many times. They can follow us at FLCERT, that's FLSERT. But really and truly, the amount and the extent of this storm, this hurricane, is really going to be far-reaching for the entirety of the state of Florida for the most part. And when you see all the tornadoes going down to South Florida, up north, and really when it makes landfall, what we're going to see is going to cut across the state of Florida through that I-4 area, which, as you know, is heavily populated. So we just want people to take those necessary precautions right now. If you're hunkering down, if you're in your home, you're going to start to see the winds pick up, the flooding, the rain, all of that. And so we encourage people to get to an interior room in their house. Make sure you are away from potential tree impact to your home. That's been something that's concerned us because we saw during Hurricane Helene, tragically, someone lost their life when a tree from the outside fell on their home in the area that they were sheltering.
Has there been anything that has taken you by surprise up to this point?
No, not really by surprise. As you know, we've been monitoring this very closely, coordinating with all the appropriate individuals, making sure local governments are also in tune with the messaging. So we expect this to be really catastrophic as it relates to the storm surge, the winds, the impact to a good portion of the state, very heavily populated, as I mentioned, portion of the state. But we expect that Floridians know they've been listening, they've been heeding those warnings, and they know what we need to do right now. We'll just get through it, and we'll come out on the other side, and of course be with them every step of the way as we rebuild.
Hi, Lieutenant Governor Reed Shepard. I wanted to ask you the storm is now, the forward speed is now up to 17 miles per hour. Do you have anything new as far as the timing when we might see landfall and when the storm might exit the state of Florida on the East Coast?
Yeah, so you're right. It has gone up to 17 miles per hour. It's sped up. I think at one point earlier today or last night it was at 9 miles per hour. So that means it's going quicker. It'll be making landfall at some point this evening. And then, of course, as it goes through the state of Florida, we don't have exact time. And, of course, we want people to be mindful of when you're going through the storm, oftentimes the eye wall goes through and there's sort of a calm and people think it's okay to go outside. There's really no need for you to go outside this evening. People want to go and assess the damage and take pictures. Please don't do that, especially at night. You run the risk of running into all sorts of issues and challenges. You know, standing water, people want to drive through it. That's very dangerous. Down power lines. There's going to be massive power outages. We know with Helene, there was over 2.4 million homes that lost power, and we expect this to be probably bigger than that. And so we want people just to wait until it's daylight. Fire rescue and urban search and rescue, and of course 911, they will be operating once it's safe for them to do so. But there's really no need for people to go outside at any point this evening, even after the storm has passed.
One final question for you, Lieutenant Governor, and thanks so much for taking the time to come on with us this evening. As the storm is impacting the state of Florida overnight, what will you and Governor DeSantis and others be doing? How is that coordination going to work with local officials throughout the state? Can you give us a little background on the process that you'll be following through all of this?
Yeah, well, the EOC is, of course, activated 24/7. It's at a level 1, and the governor will be in close communication with our Division of Emergency Management Director. He is also coordinating on a regular basis with all local emergency managers. When there are missions put in through the locals, through local government, they're continuously monitoring those, and they are doing that in real time. We've got Highway Patrol, our law enforcement agents. We've got all of the relevant parties that are going to be integral in terms of the recovery process, but also monitoring the storm while it's going through. They will all be in constant communication. So there will not be a point in time where the governor is not in the know as to what's going on. But really and truly, the most important thing for people to realize is we want them to be safe. We want them to stay indoors. We want them to avoid going out. And if there is a situation, of course, fire rescue, as I mentioned, there comes a point in time when law enforcement fire rescue cannot go out because of the winds, because of the gusts, but I suspect that they will be going out just as quickly as possible. And I know they do just a phenomenal job, as well as our search and rescue teams. They'll likely be out in the wee hours of the morning and conducting all the operations that they'll need to. And, of course, we have all the assets and personnel in place. So.
All right, Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez with us here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage. Lieutenant Governor, thanks so much. Stay safe.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, let me just reset things here for a moment. We have a lot of information coming at you, but we wanted to get you all caught up, and we wanted to get to the Lieutenant Governor as well, just to start the show. Right now, we've got Hurricane Milton. It's sitting about 50 miles west-southwest of Sarasota, moving northeast at about 15 miles per hour. It's a Category 3 storm. Maximum sustained winds 120 miles per hour. Taking a look at the radar, it really has been incredible how much of the state this storm has impacted throughout the course of the day today, especially with those tornado warnings popping up in southwest Florida, in southeast Florida, all over. Right now, you've got some really, really rough weather, outer parts of the eye wall hitting everywhere from Sarasota up through Tampa. Then you've got some severe storms all the way up Daytona Beach, Ocala, Gainesville, and over on the East Coast as well. It's just, again, I think that's what has me a little bit surprised. And let me turn to you, Natalie. You've been following this all day. The amount of tornado warnings from these outer bands. We always have some of that with these storms, but this thing is
it's a phenomenon.
Leading to warnings just everywhere.
Yeah, I was reading some scientific research on Milton. They were talking about supercells and super tornadoes that are forming inside of the storm, inside the eye wall of the storm, and that's unprecedented. But then again, of a storm of this magnitude, it really isn't. I don't think that people were prepared. And I think anxiety levels are really shooting through the roof right now. And I just want to have a message that goes out to people. Just, breathe through it and don't take it out on each other. Cabin fever is going to kick in. And I know that there's a lot of concern that goes with a storm of this. So much uncertainty with a storm like this. And they're saying it's going to grow in size. It could intensify before it makes landfall. So, yeah, it's just unbelievable. We saw down in South Florida at least 2 tornadoes this morning within a couple hours touching down. And I know that in Fort Myers there was a twister that did some damage, some serious damage. Also, there's too many cars on the road already. Yeah. And I'm seeing way too many of those. Go home, seek shelter. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Hunker down.
Hunker down.
Hunker down.
You're going to hear that a lot.
A lot of traffic signals are out. Treat every traffic intersection as a 4-way stop. Don't want to see traffic accidents, especially when the winds start really kicking up and 911 providers can't come out and help you.
Right. Just a follow-up thought, if I can, Natalie, as far as hunkering down, some of the information we're seeing from Hillsborough and Pinellas and other counties, most of the shelters are full right now. So you're going to be in with about, a couple hundred of your best friends right now. Mm-hmm. And the best thing you can do is just deal with it, be patient, get as comfortable as you can, and hunker down. Thank you.
I was surprised today to see that they had to keep opening up more shelters, which makes me feel good about the fact that people evacuated. Right. But I don't think any of us have ever seen anything like that, with so many shelters having to be opened up for people. And, it's just really incredible what we're experiencing right now.
I think to kind of put a big picture perspective on this, you have a major hurricane hitting a part of the state of Florida directly that doesn't get hit directly by these storms. It's going to make landfall somewhere between, it looks like, Tampa and Port Charlotte. Mm-hmm. That's what we're expecting here in the next couple of hours. And having an eye wall go along that route across the state, it doesn't happen.
No. It hasn't happened in over 100 years, and people in the Tampa Bay area have thought that we've got this myth about this Indian burial ground that protects the air and all of that, and now we're seeing, what I think we've all avoided for so many years.
And what makes this such a big deal, it is one of the most populated parts of the state. It's a very low-lying area, prone to flooding during regular, summer thunderstorms, and so the concern is with the storm surge that we are already starting to see. This is going to be a real difficult situation throughout the course of the night tonight. I know it's been said a number of times throughout the course of the day today, and I mentioned it this morning. For whatever reason, these storms always seem to come at night, which doesn't help.
No.
It makes things a bit more unnerving.
Scary.
What I can tell you about what we're going to be doing, so we're doing this broadcast from our Miami studios, statewide coverage, so we're on all of our iHeartRadio stations across the state of Florida. And we're going to be connecting with you in a couple different ways. The easiest way, if you have a question that you want us to ask an official who we have on, we're going to have Bill Logan, Manatee County Emergency Management Information Outreach Manager, at 6:35. Like I had said a few minutes ago, the Weather Channel, they're going to be with us 6:25. We'll talk to a meteorologist from there. We'll check in with the National Hurricane Center at 6:50. We've got reporters all over the place across the state. We'll be talking to them. But really, you're going to be our eyes and ears throughout this thing. So the easiest way to connect with us and let us know what you're experiencing, or if you have questions you want us to get answers to, just text us 97720. Again, that's 97720. We're actually getting texts from, there's one just came in from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing too, is that people from all over the country are listening. They have loved ones that are in the state of Florida that want to know how the storm is impacting them, and people are just, curious to hear what's going on here.
Yeah, and some people, I'm sure you all have experienced this, they don't really understand where their loved ones live in Florida. So they just say there's a hurricane hitting Florida, and they could be up in Pensacola, and they're like, what's going on up there?
Are you okay?
Right, exactly. So there's a lot of that going on. But if you don't have the iHeartRadio app on your phone yet, go ahead and download that now. It'll take 2 seconds, and then you can just punch up whatever your favorite iHeartRadio station is, depending on where you are in the state. And we're going to have this broadcast, this Operation Stormwatch special, be running on those stations. This way you can listen to us when the power inevitably goes. There's going to be a tremendous amount of power outages across the state.
Yeah, TECO, Duke Energy, and FPL have all said to be prepared for the possibility of extended power outages over a period of days, maybe even weeks. We certainly hope not. Right now, the latest figure I saw is more than 40,000 crews have been mobilized from all across the country.
It's like an army.
As California. I saw a picture earlier today of the staging area in Ocala, and it was just truck after truck after truck. So the preparations have been made as far as getting the crews in to work to restore the power, but obviously nobody at this point can make any promises about when the power could be restored if your power is out or goes out at some point during the storm.
And that's why it's so important to, again, have that iHeartRadio app on your phone so you can listen to us when the power goes out. Hopefully you have a charger or something like that to keep power on your phone throughout the course of this storm. And if you've got one of those battery-powered radios, every time, I've covered so many storms in recent years, every single time I'll get emails and messages. Well, it's a good thing I had that battery-powered radio.
Right,
I hadn't taken that out in a while. But
the only thing that kept me in contact. So the text line is 97720. When you do text us in to tell us your power is out or to tell us what's going on, make sure you tell us where you are, because we've got a lot of messages here. My power is already out, but I don't know where they are. So if you can text us that information, where you are, where you're located and all that, that'll be really helpful.
A positive about the power outages, and let's go back just 2 weeks ago with Helene. They restored power really quickly. And those crews that were already mobilized, they're still there.
Yeah.
And they just had more of the super power troopers moving in to back them up. So I think that we're going to see the power restored a lot faster because they mobilized with Helene and they learned their lessons.
yeah, a lot of those linemen are going to be going back to the same areas.
Yeah.
Like, I just fixed this.
Yes.
Hey, we were just again.
But I also think that there is going to be that much more damage that in some areas it's going to be harder to get things back up and running. So
yeah, be careful with your generators. Don't use candles. If you're going to fall asleep, turn them off.
Yeah. No generators inside.
No.
I mean, I was just going to say, let's face it, as far as the power being off for an extended period of time, a lot of the areas that are going to be affected are interior counties in Florida where they're a lot more rural.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't want to say isolated. That's probably not the best word, but you know, the population is not as heavy, so the damage has the potential to be a little bit greater in that area, and the response might be a little slower. Not that they want to be slower, but it might take a little longer for them to get to some of those areas like Henry County or Glades County or something like that.
Right, absolutely. And so I'm watching right now live stream of Tampa Bay, of Key West, and then of Sanibel Island. And in Sanibel Island, you can already see some flooding starting to happen on a road there. And then also in Naples, waves starting to crash up over a fence on the beach. So, conditions are already starting to really, really deteriorate in a lot of areas.
I've got a note here from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and they're saying due to the hazardous conditions of Hurricane Milton, effective immediately, deputies, they're going to be pulled from the road until the storm has passed and it's safe for them to respond to calls for service. There was a bit of a difference between Helene and Milton in this respect, especially when Helene was about 100 miles off the coast of Florida. It was still having a significant impact in, Sarasota, the Tampa Bay area, Citrus County, and up to the Big Bend. But in a lot of those places, the wind speeds didn't reach a level where law enforcement had to pull deputies or first responders had to be pulled because it was no longer safe. That's why there were so many of these incredible water rescues. I mean, I'm sure most people have seen the videos by now. It was just unbelievable. They're not going to be able to do that for Hurricane Milton. And
the winds are just going to be way too intense. Yeah.
Once they hit around 40 to 45 miles per hour, that's when it becomes not safe for police to be on the roads or first responders or ambulances for that matter. So if you've got a 911 call that you need to make, prepare for them not to come out and help you. So you need to really be careful while you're hunkered down.
And that's why there was such a push in advance of this storm to get everybody set in a safe place where they need to be by this time. I mean, we were pushing people to get where they needed to be last night, this morning at the very latest. And that's why, because they're just not going to be able to come get you if something goes wrong from here on out. Let me go to the hotline now and bring in Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau. Mark, thanks so much for joining us. And with the 5 p.m. advisory that came down about an hour and 20 minutes ago, what were some of the headlines from that? And based on what you're seeing right now, what's standing out to you about Hurricane Milton?
Well, what's standing out to me is it is still moving a bit more at that quicker pace. Currently 50 miles southwest of Sarasota, northeast movement still at 15 miles an hour. So if that continues right in that direction, we're looking at a landfall in about 2.5 to 3 hours, give or take a little bit. Very concerned because the conditions in Tampa now are really going downhill. We're starting to get racked by that northern part of the storm.
Yeah.
We've seen the wind gusts really start to come up, and the weather's really slid here in the Tampa-St. Pete area just over the last couple of hours. We're seeing some wind gusts now that are 60 miles an hour. We've got basically have sustained tropical storm conditions now going on in Tampa, and I don't think it's long before we start getting into some hurricane conditions here pretty soon. We're 38 gusting to 61 at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport, and really all around the north side of Old Tampa Bay, it's 25 gusting to 47 at Tampa International, and just down the coast a little bit, we've got winds at Sarasota Bradenton right now, 36 miles an hour, and get this, gusting to 77
already
miles an hour. So we are going to start seeing the power go out, and we're going to start seeing some, possibly some trees coming down, and it's raining very hard, so we're going to start seeing some flooding. Now, what I want everybody to realize is even if the center goes a little south of Tampa as we head through the evening hours, we still, as the storm goes by, could still start to pick up a northeast and north wind eventually, and that could push the water back across Old Tampa Bay southward, and ahead of it, we could get a southeast wind too, so that could surge the water from Tampa Bay northwestward. So I don't think we're off the hook from a storm surge here in Tampa Bay. We still could see a several foot rise here, maybe 5-6 feet, with down to the south towards like Sarasota, Bradenton. We could be looking at maybe a double-digit storm surge event coming up here over the next few hours as that eye moves closer to making landfall. 120 miles an hour, according to the Hurricane Center. Northeast movement now at 15 miles an hour, 50 miles southwest of Sarasota. We do expect some weakening a little bit, but I still think this is going to come ashore close to a major hurricane, maybe just a bit shy, but right around that major hurricane status, maybe 115 miles an hour, something like that, sustained winds in a small area, but widespread tropical storm and hurricane conditions. Very dangerous weather going on right now in the Tampa area, in Bradenton, in Sarasota. This is not the time to get outside. Hopefully your preparations are done. If you're staying, you got to stay hunkered down. You got to stay in a safe part of the house. This is just going to get worse as we head through the evening.
Mark, looking at the radar, it looks like from Fort Myers across to West Palm and then south, through Miami and all of that, it looks pretty clear. What's the situation going to be like for that part of the state? We know Sarasota, Tampa, Orlando, that area is getting hit pretty hard with some significant bans. But is the southern part of the state? I can't imagine it's in the clear at this point, right?
No. This is what we call a north-loaded hurricane. Most of the weather is on the north side of the hurricane. The reason that is because we had some shear and some drier air come in and undercut the hurricane a little. That's what caused a little bit of the weakening as we headed late into the afternoon. Still a very powerful hurricane. It's still nothing to mess with. But what's happening across far South Florida is this afternoon we had sort of a regional miniature state tornado outbreak here in South Florida. A number of tornadoes reported north of Miami and stretching up towards Port St. Lucie and points westward, with confirmed tornadoes being confirmed by video and things of that nature. What will happen in this area as we go through the night is, for instance, let's say if we head down to Southwest Florida right now at Fort Myers, Pagefield, we've got winds right now that are basically calm. But what's going to happen is our winds are going to start turning around more to the west and southwest. And what that means is we're going to start seeing the water begin to pile up. Just north in Punta Gorda, the winds are southeast at 36 miles an hour, gusting to 50. But as the center moves inland and makes landfall, the winds now come around. All that water that's been loading up across the Gulf of Mexico. Remember, this was a Cat 5 when it was well west of us. So it's got all that water weight of a Cat 5 coming in. It's going to be a 3 or maybe a high end 2 when it makes landfall. But all that water is coming in on the south side with that westerly tropical storm, hurricane force wind field, and that's being pushed right up into places like San Carlos Bay, in the Fort Myers area, Sanibel, places like that, and up towards Charlotte Harbor. So all that water will start to surge in, and I'm afraid we could get a storm surge of several feet as well across Charlotte Harbor and maybe into San Carlos Bay, maybe up through the Caloosahatchee as well. So that's something we're going to have to watch for Fort Myers, as well as Cape Coral, Punta Gorda, Northport, places like that. And Venice, too, could get quite a surge out of this as well to the north as those winds swing around to the west. When the hurricane comes in, that's when it's kind of like the water pendulums around the bottom of the hurricane and starts swinging in, and that's when you get that big surge coming in once it makes landfall. So conditions we're not off the hook in Fort Myers or Cape Coral. I don't think we're going to get the worst winds there. We've had some tropical storm gusts. I think the big thing is going to be that water coming in through the evening and the levels coming up at Fort Myers Beach and down to Naples, places like that, and Sanibel. And my hope is we don't get too bad of a surge in somewhere like Sanibel, because we all know the causeway from Ian got cut off completely. So hopefully it will not be that bad, but I'm afraid it could be pretty bad in places through the evening.
Mark, real quick, a flash flood warning just came down for Tampa, Brandon, and Lakeland until 7:45. We're going to get more of those warnings throughout the night. We've already gotten a bunch of them. Can you explain what that means and what people need to know when these flash flood warnings pop up?
Okay, so in this case, we're talking about a top-end flash flood warning. We might get what we call some flash flood emergencies through the evening, which means that if someone does not use their best judgment and they're out in one of these bands that are coming through and these strong winds, they could very well get stranded from high water, and plus the surge is going to be coming in too eventually here. So the flash flood warning means flooding is expected to occur rapidly. Pasco, Pinellas County till 7:45. We've got a flash flood warning. Let's run them down real quick. We could see an additional 3 to 4 inches of rain on top of the 4 to 8 inches of rain that's already fallen. We've already had very high rain totals throughout the day in and as we look at the radar and we look at the northern part of the hurricane that's starting to move towards the area, Manatee as well as northwestern Sarasota till 7:45, we have a flash flood warning. We are going to see street flooding from the rain that's fallen. It could be significant street flooding, and again, on the case of the beaches here, we got to worry about the surge on top of that too. So it is just very dangerous to be outside right now. And remember, with the surge, it's not something that gradually comes in a lot of times. It can, with a hurricane that's moving at 15 miles an hour, if it does not slow down, that'll speed the tempo at which the water starts to move into some of these surge-prone areas. So it is just simply not safe. Flash flood warning. This is a top-end flash flood warning because we've had several inches of rain. We have very heavy rain with the hurricane coming in, and then we have that surge potential coming in as we go through the evening as well. So you could, if you go out for any reason tonight and you're in a vehicle, you could very well easily get stranded in floodwaters.
Mark, I'd like to ask you, if I can, to clarify a little something with respect to the winds. Now, right now, the latest information that I saw is that hurricane force winds are extending out only about 30 to 35 miles from the center of the storm, while tropical storm force winds are go out like more than 200 miles, which means basically the entire state of Florida is going to experience tropical storm force winds at some point. Now, I guess my question is, do you expect the eye of the storm to remain fairly compact and, fairly small with the hurricane force winds only going out about 30 miles or so, or would we see that expand?
I think that's definitely a fair statement. I think the hurricane force winds are going to be anywhere from 30 to 40 miles out from the center. So right now, as we look at where the center is, 50 miles offshore, we haven't really seen a lot of we saw that gust in Sarasota to 77. So they're starting to get into that northern part of the storm. And again, those winds extending 30 to 40 miles an hour. It's not a very compact eye anymore. Again, the storm is weakening a little, but I use that phrase very, very carefully because it's not going to be a weak storm. It was a Category 5. It's a 3 now. And what's going to happen with this as it moves inland, there's a couple of things going on in the atmosphere. There's a trough to the north of us. There's another one to the north and west. So as the system moves in, what's going to happen is your tropical storm force wind field is going to broaden out. It's going to spread out even further. That's why we're seeing hurricane warnings upstream into the up towards the first coast. We have some tropical storm warnings around Jacksonville. And as you head down to the south, we still have got some hurricane warnings for the Palm Coast extending down towards further down to the south along I have so many warnings here, I can hardly see the towns, but we have, New Smyrna Beach, for instance, we've got a storm surge warning there. We have a hurricane warning. And then further, when you get south of about Port St. Lucie, it changes down to a tropical storm warning. We do expect the wind field of the tropical storm force winds to expand once this moves inland, and we're going to get probably an easterly tropical storm force wind field with gusts to hurricane from, say, south of Jacksonville down to St. Augustine, heading down to the Palm Coast. Palm Coast is in a hurricane warning tonight. With the winds broadening out, I think we'll see at some point in places like Orlando even, and places like the Palm Coast, we'll see sustained tropical storm conditions with gusts to hurricane force potentially because of that broadening wind field. What happens when these move inland a lot of times, and this is the case with this one, is we see it turning into more kind of like a big gale system where you see a broadening wind field. It's still tropical, but it behaves more like a gale. You see a huge tropical storm force wind field, could extend out 250 miles, something like that. And the hurricane wind field begins to shrink a little further once it moves inland. But embedded within that tropical storm force wind field, you still have all this energy. So here and there, we get a downdraft heading down, you get gusts to hurricane force too. And that's why this is so dangerous, because even though you're sitting up in Jacksonville, you're saying, oh, I'm just in a tropical storm warning right now. This is coming your way. As once we get beyond tonight, once it moves across the peninsula and it moves out a little further south, the winds are going to be strong out of the east. There's going to be surge potential all the way up to the low country of Georgia and South Carolina. We actually have tropical storm warnings for Savannah all the way up to Charleston as well, for the potential of those 40 to 50 mile per hour winds and a 2 to 4 foot storm surge as the system moves out and the winds swing around to the east to the west. East to west winds in those areas, possibly flooding parts of the low country of Georgia and South Carolina. And that would also include the first coast around Jacksonville, spreading down to St. Augustine, the Palm Coast as well. The potential there for some storm surge flooding as well could be 2 to 4 feet. So, yes, the answer to your question is we'll see a broad tropical storm force wind field. We could have tropical storm force gusts in Miami, maybe to 40 miles an hour tonight into early Thursday. And then further up, the further north you go, the better you have a chance of getting a gust of that hurricane force, especially from I-4 northward. And that does include Orlando, and then up along all the coastal communities on the Atlantic side, too.
All right, Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with us. Mark, thanks so much. We'll talk to you in about an hour.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I do want to get to a couple of updates here. It's county after county. They're all coming in. Sarasota, I'm seeing. Pasco. I think there were a couple of others. Basically, all the counties that you would expect along the west coast of Florida, Charlotte County, they are all suspending emergency response to calls for service, like almost every single one of them, which isn't surprising.
There it is.
The wind has just picked up way too much. I'm also looking now that there is a tree in Largo that caught fire after it came in contact with some power lines. So I'm looking at that video right now.
Oof.
And I've also got some numbers as far as wind gusts right now. Albert Whitted, downtown St. Pete, 66 degrees. St. Pete Clearwater Airport, 61. Sarasota Bradenton, a 77-mile-an-hour gust right now. Venice, 68. MacDill Air Force Base, which I would think is particularly vulnerable.
The manatee washed up on MacDill Air Force Base during Helene.
The Helene, right.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Poor manatee was like, how did I get here? Can somebody get me back in the water?
So 52 miles an hour at MacDill Air Force Base. So the tropical storm force winds have moved in. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, and I'm getting power outage numbers right now. Close to 300,000 outages.
Wow.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Out of like 11 million.
It's growing.
Duke Energy is dealing with 54,000. Florida Power and Light, almost 154,000 outages right now.
We are expecting those numbers, obviously, to go up throughout the course of the night tonight. That's why you want to make sure that you have your iHeartRadio app on your phone so you can listen to our live Operation Stormwatch coverage, statewide coverage that we're doing. If you've got a battery-powered radio, that's great, too. Just tune into your favorite iHeartRadio station wherever you are across Florida, and you'll be able to listen to our nonstop coverage. I mean, we're in the middle of it right now. We're staying on with you all night, all morning, and in the aftermath of this storm as well. So we will keep you up to date with everything you need to know. I want to go back to the hotline now and bring in Manatee County Emergency Management Information Outreach Manager, Bill Logan. Bill, thank you for taking a moment to come on with us. What can you tell us about the situation in Manatee County?
Well, right now we're... As we used to say when we stood out in the rain as a TV reporter, conditions are deteriorating.
Yeah.
We've got wind gusts up over 50 miles per hour right now. First responders are off the road. They've made the call to hold those folks to shelter in place as well, because it's just not safe for them to go out. So they're kind of putting the calls, the emergency calls, in queue, and they're going to get to it as soon as it's safe to go back out on the roads again.
What were some of the preparations that took place in Manatee County in advance of Hurricane Milton? And was there anything that you did differently for this one compared to previous storms?
Well, I mean, certainly with this one, we had just come through another storm. So, Helene hitting us and still on the curbs and on the right-of-ways as we were looking at another storm, kind of barreling right at us. We had to really redouble what we were doing as far as debris collection. So from the beginning of this week, Monday, Tuesday, there were extra crews brought in, extra claw trucks, and extra drivers to help get this debris out. And then yesterday, we actually stopped the collection of recycling and regular trash, and those drivers went out and helped to pick up the debris. So over 11 million pounds of debris collected since Helene. And we know that we couldn't get it all. But there was really a lot of folks pitching in to make sure they could get up everything they could get to.
Are there certain parts of Manatee County that you're more specifically worried about tonight?
Certainly anywhere along
the coast.
Water.
Right.
Our Barrier Island communities, which were just devastated from Helene. Thankfully, most of the folks have gotten off of the Barrier Island, so that's a relief. We've had 11,000 people are right now hunkered down in Manatee County storm evacuation centers. So they definitely got the word this time. And they're going to have to stay there. They're kind of locked down as this thing goes through.
All right. Bill Logan, Manatee County Emergency Management Information Outreach Manager with us. Bill, thank you so much for the information. Anytime you need to get anything out to everyone in Manatee County, just let us know. We'll have you right back on. We appreciate the time. Stay safe.
Well, I will add one thing right now.
Sure.
We are having some issues with a few of our lift stations. So we're asking people where they can just, try and conserve water a little bit. Don't flush every time if you don't have to, because we are seeing some of that infrastructure, the lift stations that, convey that wastewater out to the treatment plants. Some of them are going offline because of power outages.
What is that saying? If it's yellow,
let it mellow.
Yeah.
It's brown. Yeah, you know what to do.
We know. All right,
Hey,
Bill.
heard it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You got to take care, guys.
That's one of the things, too, when we saw this with Helene, the sewage systems and stuff like that, it becomes a real mess with these kinds of surge conditions, the amount of rainfall that we've been experiencing. That's a major concern in a number of different areas, not just Manatee County.
Now, Tampa's water service will continue. What they did was they placed a tiger dam around the Krause pumping station. Now, I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what it is.
What is that?
However, I will tell. I asked my colleague Gordon Bird. I says, "What is a tiger dam?" He says, "It's like what they've got around Tampa General Hospital."
That's what I was wondering. Is it like what they've got around the hospital?
If you think about that barrier, is basically what it boils down to. It held, if you'll recall, that barrier held during Helene. So that's what they did around the Krause pumping station in Tampa so that they could keep water service going.
I tell you, when I saw that, it was called an aquafence that they built around a hospital in Tampa because it's somebody decided to put the hospital right there.
And they did it. They did it a couple of years after the hurricane of 1921, which was the last time a major hurricane hit Tampa. A couple of years later, they decided to build a hospital.
Maybe not the brightest bulbs in the bunch there, but it's there. And so they built this aquafence. It just looks like this makeshift fence that's really high, and they put it around it, and it kept the water out during Helene. And now, if it gets over 15 feet, you got a real problem on your hands, because then not only does the water get in, but
then you can't
get out.
You can't get out.
Right. But hopefully that won't be the case. I want to let everyone know we got a little bit of breaking news here. An extreme wind warning is in effect for Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater until 9:30 tonight. That means dangerous hurricane winds are imminent. Again, that's in Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater until 9:30 tonight. We're looking at a Weather Channel meteorologist here in Sarasota, and he's having trouble standing up. So, that I think goes right in line with the winds that everywhere from, the Fort Myers area up through the Tampa Bay area and then inland too. That's what they're going to be dealing with.
And he's having a hard time, and the wind gusts are apparently about 35 miles an hour where he's trying to stand right now, and just knowing what's coming and how strong the winds are going to get with this storm is really scary.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Don't do it for TikTok.
No.
And one thing I do recall, I'm watching Paul Goodloe from the Weather Channel up there trying to stand up. If you are in that place where the eye wall comes ashore and it gets really nice and calm for a little while, don't go outside and take a selfie or something like that.
That's a good point, right? Natalie, let me go to you. You've been following everything happening in Miami, West Palm Beach, southeast Florida throughout the course of the day. Obviously, one of the big headlines was the two tornadoes along Alligator Alley. And because we're located in Miami, that's where we're doing the statewide broadcast right now. The wind certainly picked up in the afternoon. And those tornado warnings, for whatever reason, it seems like every storm, southeast Florida gets like a bunch of tornado warnings from those outer bands.
I just haven't seen as many tornadoes touching down as I have today.
Yeah.
There's another one that touched down and confirmed that I just looked at video out of West Palm Beach.
And there was one in Vero Beach, too.
In Vero Beach, that's further north. Yeah. The winds are starting to pick up. I have a note about that. All the way down in Key West. There's a lot of tourists who have never ridden out a storm, who are standing right now at the southernmost point, not smart. The storm surge is coming over. There's like a little pool that has now been formed around the southernmost point, the statue, monument there. Just be careful. The winds have started picking up anywhere from 30 to 45 miles per hour in Key West. In Naples, close to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, ranging about 40 to 45 mile per hour winds from from Marathon all the way up to Pompano Beach and Fort Lauderdale. That's already, we're getting to that point where we were talking about first responders not being able to go out.
Yeah.
That hits that mark between 40 to 45 miles per hour. Once that 45 miles per hour hits, it's not safe.
That's it.
I just want to also add that local and state officials are really pushing this right now. If you don't have somewhere safe, you need to seek shelter now. There's no need for you to be out there anywhere at this point. There's a 1-800 number if you do need evacuation assistance. It's 800-729-3413. It is open, 800-729-3413. If you need to get out, call that number and somebody will come get you.
Looking at some of the images from Venice, it is brutal out there along the coast.
We actually have someone on our text line who texted in from Venice, and he said, wind is picking up, metal roof ripping so loud I can barely hear the radio, and this isn't even, quote, the show yet.
Well, hang in there. Let me go to the hotline now, and we want to take a look at what's happening a little more inland here in Florida. So we bring in Georgia MacArthur, News Channel 8 reporter in Polk County right now. Georgia, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to come on the show. What are conditions like where you're at?
Hey, good afternoon. The conditions here in Polk County are a little more mild than we have further out. We are seeing a lot of roads that are starting to have a whole lot of flooding, not passable. There are a few people who tried it, but as you can imagine, the conditions are starting to deteriorate as we see that rain get a little bit heavier. I will say it's a little bit fluctuating. The rain will let up, but the wind gusts will get stronger. The wind gusts will get weaker, and the rain will let up. But it seems like a ghost town pretty much in the downtown area near Lakeland. And not a lot of people are out, so it seems like a lot of people are heeding evacuations. We went to nearby hotels in the area, and we are seeing a lot of people from like Pinellas County kind of migrate here towards Polk County to kind of dodge some of that heavy rainfall out there.
And those who you've talked to in Polk County seem like they were taking the storm seriously. I feel like because we just got done with one in Helene, everybody is doing what they need to do with this one in Milton.
Yeah, I actually talked to a resident who was staying at the hotel who says he hasn't evacuated in years. He said Irma and Ian was the last hurricanes he evacuated, and hearing all the warnings about Milton, and he has his whole family of 6 that were living in a mobile home. They were like, we're not going to chance it. We have a very vulnerable house. So I would say much of the population is probably taking Milton very seriously, especially with our first responders and our county officials telling people to stay home. For sure.
Yeah, that's the best advice right now. Stay where you are and ride this thing out. Georgia MacArthur, News Channel 8 reporter coming to us live from Polk County, Georgia. Thanks so much. Stay safe out there.
You too. Thank you.
I also want to note the Orlando area. There have been some pretty severe storms that have made their way through Orlando over the course of the past couple of hours. I mean, when we were talking about all of this leading up to today, we were saying this is going to be a statewide event. And we said it this morning as well during our Operation Stormwatch coverage, and that's exactly what it's become. I mean, there is really not a part of the state, aside from maybe when you get over to Panama City and Pensacola and the Panhandle, that hasn't already been impacted in some way from Hurricane Milton. Let's go back to the hotline now and bring in the Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center. Jamie Rome joins us. Jamie, thank you so much for coming on the show. So, where are you most focused on right now when it comes to Hurricane Milton impacting a certain part of the state?
Unfortunately, because of the large size, it's impossible to sort of focus on any one area because all the vast majorities of the Florida Peninsula are experiencing some impacts. We got the huge tornadic outbreak that happened earlier today in sort of the southeastern portion of the state. We're experiencing the storm surge as I speak, as the eyeball starts to come ashore. The extreme winds of a major hurricane are starting to impinge upon the Tampa, St. Petersburg, Sarasota area, and adding insult to injury, we're starting to get these extreme rain rates that we expected with this storm. We're going to have a flash flooding event unfold over portions of the I-4 corridor later tonight.
Jamie, the tornado warnings, over 133 so far today, ranging everywhere from Miami, they were 49, Melbourne, they were 35, the Tampa Bay area, 49. What is the reason for so much tornado activity associated with this hurricane? I've covered a lot of hurricanes in recent years. This seems a little bit excessive in terms of the tornado warnings than what we're typically accustomed to with some of these storms.
Yeah, it's because of all the power that it's bringing. We've been trying to talk about this all week. Even though it's weakening from the traditional Saffir-Simpson scale perspective, it's actually bringing more power with it as it crosses the peninsula, because a couple things going on. It's growing in size, and big storms just cause big problems. We saw that with Helene. But it's also interacting with the cold front, and it's sort of the energetics that come with that energy, that interaction is sort of supercharging it, if you will, right as it comes ashore, and just allowing. You see hurricanes with these big tornadic outbreaks. What's unusual in this case is you're getting the worst of the surge, the worst of the heavy rainfall, the worst of the wind, and the worst of the tornadoes. Usually you only get some of those. In this case, you're getting all of the hazards coming to play as it crosses the peninsula.
All right, Jamie Rome, Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center, with us. Jamie, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again in about an hour.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and again, we're going to have the Weather Channel and the National Hurricane Center on with us every single hour so we can have the latest information for you. What do you have, Reed?
Well, I've been trying here in the last couple of minutes or so to reach an old friend of mine who is a former Weather Channel meteorologist, Jennifer Naramore, who has a website on tornadoes. Now,
perfect.
As we have been saying throughout the day, one of the big things about this day has been the tornadic outbreak that we've seen, whether it's been in Fort Myers, where there's some serious damage, what we saw earlier along the Alligator Alley, and also, again, on a report from Glades County of nearly 30 homes damaged from tornadoes. So okay, I've got her phone number, and I think we can get her at 7:15.
Perfect. All right.
That's all right. Jennifer Naramore.
That'll be great information, because I think that is certainly one of the headlines so far, if not the headline up to this point with
That's
this
a big
storm.
takeaway with Milton, for
Right,
sure.
right.
Supercharged tornadoes? What?
Yeah, and I think with Helene and with other storms, we've seen the tornado watches happen. We've seen maybe a few little tornadoes here and there, but nothing like this. I mean, when I saw those videos of those tornadoes, near Alligator Alley this morning.
I wanted to see Helen Hunt chasing them.
Yeah, and I mean, there's another one that happened near a Publix in Loxahatchee. I mean, so all on the east coast of the state, they're getting these tornadoes.
And I think this is a good time to remind everyone, find a spot in your home that would be safe if you were to get a tornado warning in your area.
Yeah, and you might want to bring water and some food and bring stuff in there so that if there is some damage in the tornado and you have to stay in that space, you have what you need.
The most important takeaway from that, if you do find a space, it needs to be either a hallway, a closet, or a bathroom.
Exactly.
You need to have something to cover your heads with. That includes yourself. If you have time, bring in your pets with you. Once you're in, do not come out until that twister is long gone, until you don't hear that noise, that silent howling that you hear with the twister. But definitely seek shelter. And if it's on the first floor of whatever you're in, the better. Do not wait in your car. Don't go into a shed. Don't go into a storage facility. It needs to be inside a home or a building. First floor unit, cover your heads, hallway, closet, bathroom.
And maybe have something to tie yourself to a pipe, like in Twister, when they tie and the tornado came over and
the cows started flying.
Maybe think of that too. Again, 133 plus tornado warnings associated with Hurricane Milton, and that's just been up to this point. We can expect a lot more, and of course, when we have those tornado warnings, we're going to bring them to you right away. We're getting a ton of texts, and this is a really easy way for all of you listening to inform us on what's happening in your area. That's what's unique about what we're able to do with our coverage, kind of sets this apart, is that we can get your instant feedback, and it's helpful to know that you're not alone.
It's so helpful for us to be able to report on what's happening, and it's helpful for other people who are in your area to know what other people are experiencing. So the text number is 97720, 97720. Make sure you tell us where you're texting from so that we know, because we're on, of course, all over the state of Florida right now. So one woman said that she is hunkering down in a shelter in Palm Harbor, about 25 miles northwest of Tampa, and she said that it's raining hard. The wind is blowing really hard. The shelter is very crowded, but so far everyone is being really nice. And then she said that the staff is overwhelmed. So I think, we could take a second to recognize the people working in the shelters that are
Definitely
overwhelmed right now. And a lot of the people that work in the shelters are volunteers who step up to be able to help out their community right now, and they're doing a really tough job.
It looks like some of the most severe weather from Hurricane Milton right now is sitting right over the Tampa Bay area, right over Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, and then honestly, you've got some severe weather up in Ocala, Gainesville. It really is incredible the size at which the storm has grown to, because when we were tracking it back in the Gulf of Mexico, when it was closer to Mexico, it was a compact storm, but there's all kinds of different reasons, like eye wall replacement cycles and all that stuff. I'm not a meteorologist. I'll leave that to them. But a couple different reasons why it's expanded. That expanded the wind field, and it's expanded the amount of area in Florida that is going to be impacted by this storm.
Yeah, and the idea that it was supposed to make landfall late tonight,
I know,
2 a.m. tomorrow, and now we're looking at 8:30 to 9 o'clock at night landfall.
I wasn't supposed to be on right now. I was supposed to be on at 10. I was supposed to be napping right now.
We thought we were going to get a nap, and then I was watching the coverage on TV while I was trying to get a little bit of rest, and when I started to see how quickly things were deteriorating, and then I saw Ryan calling me, I was like, all right, I think it's time to get up now.
I feel like I jinxed it because I told you I was going to see you tonight.
Yeah, all of a sudden it decided to put the pedal to the metal and speed up towards Florida. Hurricane Milton has not made landfall yet, but the eye wall, especially the northern eye wall, it is coming ashore, and that's what Tampa, Pinellas, Pasco County, that's what they're experiencing right now. Parts of Sarasota getting hit pretty hard. So we've got a long way to go. This storm is going to, I think the latest forecast still has it as a hurricane when it exits the other side of the state.
Yes, it does.
Too.
Category 1. It's a category 1 as you start to get toward Orlando, and then as it exits the state, maybe over near Cape Canaveral, it's still a category 1. And interestingly enough, the eye wall is still intact over places like Polk County and Seminole County and as you get toward the East Coast. One quick thing, by the way, we are confirmed with Jennifer Naramore. She is the owner of TornadoTalk.com. We will have her on at 7:15.
Okay, great. So 7:15, we'll have an expert on tornadoes. Also in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll check in with our Weather Channel meteorologist, Mark Thibodeau, who's standing by. We're going to have a reporter coming to us from Pinellas County in the next hour. And Governor DeSantis is going to hold a press conference at 7:30, and we will carry that live for you. So we'll get an update from the governor at 7:30. About 50 minutes ago, we talked to Lieutenant Governor, and we're at the point now where all the prep's been done. Now it's just about riding out the storm. There's really nothing else anybody can do where you are. Hopefully it's a safe place. That's where you need to stay. I mean, I'm seeing more notifications come through. Basically, if you're up and down the west coast of Florida at this point, law enforcement, first responders, they're no longer coming out. It's gotten too dangerous. We're monitoring what's going on in the Orlando area and on the east coast of Florida in terms of any of those warnings coming through. We'll pass those along to you if we see them. But maybe we should should we start a TikTok challenge where it's everybody stay safe and get where you need to be.
Who's got the best hurricane snacks?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we
got a pizza box right over there.
Start a whole challenge.
I know she brought it. None of us can actually eat pizza right now because we're all talking on the air, but she brought it in here for us, and it smells so good.
I smell it. It's so good. Oh, man.
It looks like, just from taking a scan through our text line here, and again, you can text us at 97720. That's 97720. There are a lot of power outages that are popping up. Seffner, parts of Seffner without power. Looks like, let me see, parts of Sarasota without power.
City.
Yeah, and that's to be expected. Unfortunately, that's only going to get worse throughout the course of the night tonight. And one of the other problems, and this is going to impact power across the state's saturated right now. We've had so much rain. Even in the southeast Florida, when you're talking about Fort Lauderdale, Miami, it's been raining the past couple of days nonstop. The Tampa Bay area obviously has had a ton of rain with Helene and all of that. Sarasota and Manatee County, they got hit hard by Debbie with flooding and rain. So the ground's saturated, the winds begin to pick up, and that's when the trees begin to go down. I'm looking at Jim Cantori's in Charlotte Harbor, if anyone was wondering where he is. Obviously, you don't want him in your town, but he's in Charlotte Harbor. I don't know what structure he's in.
It looks like he's in a parking garage, doesn't it?
Completely flooded.
Yeah, he's in a flooded park. I think it's a parking garage, and
Fort
he's
Myers.
up to his knees in water.
Yeah, Fort Myers. We're looking at some images there, and
His camera guy's going.
Yeah, this
wobbling.
is the storm surge, and I forget who we were talking to earlier in the day, but I thought they put it so well with the storm surge.
Yeah.
The surge is key because it comes fast.
Yeah, it doesn't just come a couple inches at a time all of a sudden. And we saw that image in the Tampa Bay area after Hurricane Helene where it was somebody's backslider and it just showed a big wave just crashing right through and into the house.
All right, we are doing live Operation Storm Watch coverage for Hurricane Milton. Statewide coverage. I'm your host, Ryan Gorman, with Dana McKay and Reed Shepard and Natalie Rodriguez from our newsroom, along with John Momola. We have a lot to get to. We'll do an update, get you all the latest, what you need to know, coming up in a moment. And then we have guests lined up for the next hour, and we'll carry that Governor DeSantis press conference at 7:30 back in 1 minute here on our iHeartRadio Operation Stormwatch coverage. to Orlando, into Jacksonville. We're going to have the latest information for you. We've got a number of great guests lined up as well. We'll go to Orlando in just a second, get an update there. Then we'll go to West Palm Beach and get an update from our good friend Brian Mudd, who's standing by. We've got a tornado expert coming up in about 15 minutes, so we'll get a sense as to what we need to know about all these tornado warnings. That's been one of the big headlines from Hurricane Milton up to this point. We've got Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau coming up at 7:25. We'll talk to the National Hurricane Center later in the hour, and then we have Governor DeSantis' press conference, which we will carry for you at 7:30. So we've got a lot of great guests, and we've got a lot of information to get to. I want to start with the basics here. Right now, Hurricane Milton is a Category 3 storm, 120-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. The center of the storm is currently located just a little bit off of the coast by Sarasota. There was a specific mile number that I just had, but it just came down. The Weather Channel
earlier at the 5 o'clock update.
It's like
60 miles,
yeah.
but it's not. It's gotten closer.
Yeah, it's
since then.
It's inching its way towards the coast. Hasn't made landfall yet, but that certainly doesn't mean that the impacts aren't being felt all over the place. You've got the northern part of the eye wall that's really impacting parts of Sarasota, Bradenton, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, and moving up into Hernando County. Right now, let's bring in Deb Roberts from Real Radio Orlando to give us an update on what's happening in the center of the state. Deb, thanks so much for taking a moment to come on with us. So, Orlando, you guys get impacted by these storms time and time again, too. A lot of times the focus is on, the coastline, but the inland impacts can be really significant. What are you experiencing so far?
Well, so far it's been a lot of wind and rain and tornadoes. Central Florida counties have been under an incredible amount of tornado warnings, which of course means something has been spotted on the ground. So it's already been a very dangerous storm, even though the eye wall of Milton hasn't crossed over yet.
How have the evacuation orders been? How have the people in Orlando complied with all of that? And you also, I'm sure, have a lot of people from other parts of the state who made their way to Orlando to get away from the worst weather, maybe along the coastline, but they're still going to experience Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, so that's what makes Central Florida such an interesting dichotomy. You have your mix of residents who are here year-round, including those new residents who this may be their very first hurricane, as well as people both evacuating here and maybe vacationing here before they realized the severe weather was going to be moving in. What I have been really impressed with is how rapidly people paid attention to the warnings about this storm. As early as, of course, we didn't get a lot of warning, right? It went from a tropical depression to a major Category 5 in less than 24 hours. So Floridians paid attention quickly. If that's because of what Helene did, then we can be grateful that people paid attention. But this storm, people did not play around. They took the warnings, the evacuation orders. They got to the stores early. Of course, there's frustrations that you can't find gas, even though there isn't a gas shortage. Difficulties with lines at the stores and stuff, but overall, I've been really impressed with how Floridians have reacted to Hurricane Milton.
What has the traffic been like over there over the past, 24, 48 hours?
It was crazier over on either coast. So I-75 north, of course, bumper to bumper to where they had to use the emergency shoulder declaration, as well as on I-95. Locally, since they've kind of everyone is hunkering down at home. It was a pretty eerie drive into work. It felt a little 28 days later kind of thing.
Have we
because there were so few cars.
Sorry about that. Have we reached a point yet in Orange County where law enforcement has said, we can't come to get you if you are hunkered down and facing a problem? Because just about everybody over here on the West Coast has pretty much said that right now, that they are not coming to get you until after the storm passes. Have we reached that point in Orlando?
No, we have not, but that could be because the worst of it really isn't expected to hit us until the overnight hours when most folks are
This is going to be a longer event.
Yes, a much longer event. And so they're looking at, that's when their troubles are really going to begin. It's going to be next Monday when they really see those floodwaters rise. So we haven't even really begun to deal with what Milton is going to bring to our area and really to the entire state.
Well, Deb, I can tell you, it looks like, just taking a look ahead at the forecast, probably in about an hour, you're going to have some really rough weather heading your way in Orlando. So stay safe, and if you have any updates for us, please reach out. We'll have you back on, and we appreciate the time.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate you reaching out to us, and I hope everyone that's listening to you stays safe and look forward to what will hopefully be a beautiful weekend once we get past whatever Milton has in store.
Absolutely. Deb Roberts from Real Radio Orlando with us again. We've got our iHeartRadio team all throughout the state. We'll be checking in with them to get updates. And in fact, let's go to another one of our hosts from West Palm Beach. We have our good friend Brian Mudd with us. Brian, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to come on. And what have you been seeing and hearing in West Palm so far today?
Yeah, it really has been a day, and tornadic activity has been the story by far. And, certainly we've all been watching the approach to the Gulf Coast of Florida, and little doubt that water will be the biggest story that comes out of this. On our coast, though, we have had what may be an unprecedented amount of tornadic activity. And one stretch today, starting before at 9 o'clock this morning, I want to say around 8:30-ish or so, in our coverage area, which includes the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast, I believe we went in excess of 9 hours consecutively with at least one active tornado warning. And obviously with tornadoes, it takes a long time to confirm exactly how many touched down, although we have lots of visuals and lots of damage all throughout the area, to show evidence of many that were spawned. But what I think back to, I've covered every hurricane that has impacted the east coast of Florida and Georgia, going back to Hurricane Floyd in '99. And the only hurricane I've covered that I recall as much tornadic activity in was Hurricane Ivan in 2004. For the folks who were in Florida back then, you might remember that record-setting crazy 04-05 cycle where it felt like everything that developed was on a conveyor belt straight through Florida. Now, Ivan spawned 117, and it was the final score count there, and I have no idea where the ball is going to land with Milton, but it is way the heck up there for sure.
Yeah, it's already surpassed that number. I think 133, wasn't it the number? I think I
there you go.
mentioned that a little while ago. There have been so many warnings across the state. Can we double check about that number right? I don't know.
I can do the math. Hold on.
Yeah. Natalie's face is telling me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little off there.
143.
143. Okay.
143.
I was close. I was within 10. And Brian, in terms of the situation right now, anything noticeable without you going outside and putting yourself in harm's way for the report? Anything that you're seeing or hearing in terms of wind or rain? I mean, looking at the radar, it looks pretty clear right now in West Palm, but I'm sure it's breezy there.
Yeah, and so that really is it. In the grand scheme of wind, you're talking about maybe upper 20s sustained for a lot of the area in the Palm Beaches, and you're getting gusts up to around 40 or so in parts, but that's been really about the extent of it. And it's actually been super dry here today. One of the earlier developments that was super positive with all the dry air that was coming in underneath this thing that's helped with the weakening of the hurricane on the approach. It actually dropped the flood warning that had been in place in the Palm Beaches earlier today, which is really helpful because, as you know, you get into these situations. One of the big problems can often be a lot of saturation, and then a gust of wind comes through. You have those down branches, down trees, and then you have power problems, and things can escalate from there. And so, thankfully, throughout the Palm Beaches, that has improved. Now, as you go through the Treasure Coast, you have had more rain today, and the further north, you have had some increased activity, and there has been some isolated northern flooding. But again, really the story over here has been tornadoes. The Wellington Country Club, for example, there are a number of homes that have serious damage there, roofs ripped off, that type of thing. We had a tornado that was one of the largest I've seen in this area. Almost looks like something that you'd see in the Midwest. We'll see if we ended up having any EF3s. Typically you get EF0s or 1s that are spawned by hurricanes, but definitely something that to the eye looks like it could have been as big as a 3, passing by PGA National, which a lot of people familiar with that, if for no other reason because of the golf tournament, and then into Martin County and into Fort Pierce, especially along the coastline. There were a lot of buildings and a lot of homes where you see some really significant damage, including one that looks like it was a 55 and older community that sustained heavy damage. There was an industrial park, the building just completely leveled. So, kind of to your point, it's not a great time for people to be hopping out and doing a lot of damage assessment right now because conditions are gradually getting a little bit worse, and it's also getting dark over here. So, and not the best idea, but for what we have seen, there is a significant amount of damage in isolated places where these tornadoes did touch down.
One of our talk show hosts from West Palm Beach, Brian Mudd, with us on this live Operation Stormwatch coverage. Brian, really appreciate the time. Stay safe, and if you have any updates, please let us know.
All right, sounds good. You too.
All right, let me get to the latest from the Weather Channel real quick. Landfall timing might be speeding up a bit, might be closer to 9 o'clock as opposed to, we were thinking 2 a.m. Just, earlier in the day. Yeah, yesterday. But now it's looking maybe like within the next 2 hours. It's currently 35 miles southwest of Sarasota, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. There was a video that was taken on Fox Weather, and it showed the waves in the Gulf as Milton was making its way to our coastline. I'd be a little seasick if I were out there. There's one of them, they were showing 27 feet high. Stuff like from The Perfect Storm, if you've ever seen that movie before, just incredible. Some of the images that we've gotten from the Hurricane Hunter planes and what they went through to this, to
the
images
lightning
from outer space. Yeah, the lightning.
NASA's.
Just watching a security camera on Captiva Island, and you could see the water start to come ashore.
Yeah, the surge, Fort Myers experiencing some surge. And I want to note real quick, the latest from the National Hurricane Center, the northern eye wall of Milton is coming onshore. And I want to note real quick, the latest from the National Hurricane Center, the northern eye wall of Milton is coming onshore along the coast. It's beginning to move onshore near Tampa and St. Pete. There's an extreme wind warning in effect for the Tampa Bay area. The National Hurricane Center saying please shelter in place as these extremely dangerous hurricane force winds spread throughout the region. So the wind speeds are picking up, and looking at the radar, like I've been saying, just north of Sarasota, Bradenton, Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, and parts of Hernando County experiencing the northern eye wall right now. Let's go back to the hotline, and I want to bring in Jennifer Naramore, a tornado expert who Reed so kindly lined up for us, because Jennifer, tornadoes and these warnings really been one of the key headlines.
We actually had what we call a hatched threat. And so they had analyzed the atmosphere of what was coming in with Milton and the winds and the heating, and said, hey, things are looking pretty ripe here that we could actually have stronger tornadoes form. And so they really nailed it with a forecast, and those storms really started to fire and producing tornadoes late this morning, and it's been really going for the past several hours. The last warning we had was up in Brevard County, and that was about 25 minutes ago. So things have kind of calmed down now. And it looks like as we start to lose the heating of the day, we should not have as many of those type of tornadoes. But there's still the possibility, as now that Milton's, getting close to making landfall here, a lot earlier than projected, that we could have still some quick spin-out tornadoes in some of those rain bands. But yeah, it's been a very hectic day, and it's been record tornado warnings issued by several of the National Weather Service offices. A last I'd seen was National Weather Service Miami issuing 55 tornado warnings today. That is a record for one day.
Yep.
Wow. Jennifer, hi, it's Reed. Good to talk to you again. Thanks so much for joining us on the program today. the number of tornado warnings that we saw throughout the day is just absolutely unbelievable. Now, do you have a breakdown yet of how many of these tornadoes were actually on the ground versus how many were indicated by radar?
We do not have that yet. The Weather Service, they'll start doing their surveys probably as early as, well, tomorrow if the conditions are safe enough. I think the Miami office will be able to get out tomorrow and start looking at what some of the damage was. And they'll go through and they'll look back at the radar. How do things track? They'll get the reports that have been coming in. The National Weather Service Miami has done a fabulous job at retweeting, or re-Xing, whatever you want to call it these days. Yeah. A lot of the reports from the public of what's been happening. And I mean, there's a lot of folks that were out, because there are a lot of people that evacuated from West Central Florida down southeast. And so there are a lot of folks along the, I-95 corridor, and people were seeing these things and getting some snapshots and what have you. But we should be able to get more of that. It's going to take a while to go really survey. I counted so many towns, including Fort Myers had a tornado. We had Fort Pierce, Wellington, Clewiston, so many areas that had tornadoes and damage. And so they'll go back and map that out, look at the radar, look at the rotation. They'll look at radar signatures to see if there was reports of damage lofted by some of the radar signatures as well.
Hey, Jen, it's Natalie. It's been a minute since we've talked about a hurricane.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. We just got word of a tornado warning for Brevard County. Now, 98 tornado warnings from Tampa Bay through Melbourne, not counting South Florida, which had 55 tornado warnings and at least 9 confirmed tornadoes in South Florida. Those are preliminary numbers. We were talking about storms in the past that have spun tornadic activity such as this. I can't remember one, maybe Dorian.
Maybe, yeah. Especially for just Florida. Beryl earlier this year, that was multi-state. I can't remember how many tornadoes occurred with that. But just for Florida, this is pretty...
So widespread.
It's very unique. And again, I've been taken aback by looking at some of the footage and seeing what looks like Kansas or Oklahoma type wedges. It's really been startling to see.
Jennifer Larimore, tornado expert with us. And last question for you, Jennifer, and thanks so much for coming on with us. For those who end up in a tornado warning, what do they need to be doing?
If they're in a tornado warning, they need to be into a safe shelter. They want to be at the lowest level. The right thing to do is be in your lowest level of your home. You want to be away from windows and hunkered in, into a closet or what have you. Obviously, this is where it gets tricky. If you're in a flooded area and a tornado warning is out as well, people are like, what do I do? Yeah. And that is the scary thing. If that sort of thing is happening, you want to still try to be as low as you can be. And, at this point, we are seeing this transition away. We're not seeing the rain bands central and south as much as we were earlier. A lot of these have been moving out into the Atlantic. And so now we're going to be dealing, if we see any more tornado warnings, there'll be there'll be quick movers within the rain bands themselves. And so you need to treat, a tornado warning, or even like we're under some of these extreme wind warnings now as well across the Tampa Bay area, that you have to treat them, and you got to get away from those windows. You got to hunker inside, have as many walls around you as you can, and, try to stay at the lowest level as you can to try to protect yourself just in case something were to happen. But again, I don't think we're going to see at this point what we saw earlier. They would be more of your typical spin-ups. And really the atmosphere is going to come to the point here where we're just going to be dealing with the actual wind of Milton coming in, and then, of course, the torrential rainfall, too.
Jennifer
Naramore, the owner of TornadoTalk.com. So good to talk to you again, my old friend, and take care of yourself, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for asking me to be on.
All right, Jennifer, we really appreciate it. Now I want to bring in Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau once again. So, Mark, looks like landfall should happen pretty soon, and Sarasota County, that's going to be where it makes landfall, correct?
It could be, yes. It's getting very close right now. It's only about 35 miles southwest of Sarasota, and that slower speed we thought we'd see with the center has not materialized yet. It's still moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour, so it could be Sarasota. It could be just a little bit north. The northern eye wall is kind of lashing Tampa Bay right now, and up towards St. Petersburg. What's going to happen in that northern eye wall is that is where your most likely spot is going to be to get those hurricane force wind gusts. It's going to be a little tricky. We got tropical storm force winds right now, and we have a lot of times when these hurricanes come ashore, we have what's known as an extreme wind warning that's been issued right now. That is with the northern eye wall that's going to be moving to the north and east into St. Petersburg, into Tampa, and points a little bit further north. And what that means is the winds are going to pick up very quickly as an eye wall comes ashore. So you want to treat that like a tornado warning. You want to get the lowest interior room, many walls between you and the outside. Could be looking at winds gusting over hurricane force as that northern eye wall moves in to the area. So we don't want anybody to panic or anything, but you want to get to the safe spot in your house, as many walls between you and the outside. That way, should you get a window breaking or something like that, you'll be protected because in these hurricanes, one of the things we see sometimes is if the windows break, those destructive winds enter the structure, and that's when we start having problems. We want everybody to be safe there. That's going to go till 9:30, so I don't think we're going to see the kind of winds we saw in the extreme wind warning that went into the Florida Panhandle with Helene, but we're still going to see some very strong winds, possibly gusting over hurricane force. As we look at some of the observations around the area right now, we're 35 gusting to 53 at Clearwater St. Pete International Airport, and then up on the north end of the bay at Tampa Bay, at the Tampa International Airport, it's northeast of 25 gusting to 50 miles an hour. This storm has become a little lopsided. We've had a lot of dry air that's come in from the Gulf of Mexico. So this is what we call kind of a north-loaded hurricane. The northern side has got all the weather on it. The southern side, the tornado threat is mostly diminished. A lot of the supercells are out over the Atlantic Ocean right now, but I think we're okay there. But what we got to watch for is if you're listening further south, I don't want you to let your guard down around Fort Myers or Venice, because the winds eventually, Venice down to Fort Myers, are going to turn around to the west. And what that's going to do is that's going to push all that water that's been kind of loading up on the south side of the hurricane into some of these beaches. Could be like Englewood down to Venice, and then further south, maybe down to San Carlos Bay, which is lining up with the Caloosahatchee River, and Charlotte Harbor as well, potentially seeing the water levels rise. So that's where we worry about the storm surge a little bit of several feet. That's why the evacuations were issued, because we don't want anybody to be on the beaches, because when that water comes in, it can rise very quickly, and that can obviously put you in a life-threatening situation if you're not in the right spot. You want to be off those beaches, of course. Hopefully everybody's done that. But for the immediate Tampa area, like I said, we're worried about these winds over the next couple hours, gusting in the northern eye wall. We're going to get a landfall, I think, within about 1 to 2 hours here. It could be around Sarasota. It could be a little north. It could be slightly south. But I think maybe Sarasota, maybe just a touch northward. We'll just have to wait and see. When half the eye crosses, that's when we have an official landfall. So everybody needs to stay where they're at in their safe spot. Let this thing go by. The weather is going to be very gusty overnight, even once it goes by. We still could have sustained tropical storm force winds and a few gusts to hurricane. Now, one of the things that could happen when it gets to the other side of the peninsula is we have a trough of low pressure that's coming in from the plains. And what that will do is that will expand our tropical storm force wind field. So we'll have winds extending out to 250 miles from the center. So that's why we have the tropical storm warnings for places like Savannah and the low country of South Carolina and down to Jacksonville. We're going to start getting a tropical storm force east wind, and that will drive water up to places like St. Augustine, as well as up towards Jacksonville, the St. Johns River, and then up towards maybe the Savannah River, up towards Savannah and up towards Charleston too. So this is really just as much the Gulf side hurricane as it is going to be central and northern Florida Atlantic side hurricane. It will go across the peninsula as a hurricane overnight. So in Orlando, heads up there as well. You want to sleep in the part of the house that hopefully doesn't have any big trees around it tonight. As you turn in, hunker down, because we could get wind gusts or hurricane force overnight in Orlando. Things improve as we head through Thursday as Milton finally gets back out in the Atlantic and begins to move away. But kind of rough tonight. Be safe, and certainly be in your safe spot if you're riding this out. Hopefully you're inland from the beaches, but this should be out of here, I think, by about midday tomorrow and out on the Atlantic side.
Hey, Mark, it's Natalie. I'm sorry, going back to the storm surge, how big of a role is high tide playing at this hour?
So right now, the tides are a little on the higher side right now. So I think that is going to play a role across areas that are along and south of where that center makes landfall. So that's the unfortunate thing with this. We're kind of around the time of high tide in a lot of these harbors, and that is going to play a role in increasing the storm surge. That's why we think that somebody to the south of Tampa Bay could have a double-digit storm surge potentially, because we take the pull of the moon with the high tide, and then we take the water that's, frankly unwinding from what was once a Category 5 hurricane when it was further out in the Atlantic. So we do think that there could be a pretty serious storm surge along and wherever south of that hurricane makes landfall, say from Sarasota, Bradenton, a bit further south. That's why in places like Fort Myers and Sanibel Island and places like that, we don't want you to let your guard down, because even though the weather is, compared to what's going on in Tampa right now, relatively benign, we're still getting some wind, we're getting some rain. We're not getting really heavy rain, but the trick is going to be, as we head through the evening, as those winds switch around to the west, that's when those water levels are going to start coming up on Fort Myers Beach, through San Carlos Bay, across Captiva, across Sanibel, and potentially to Fort Myers Beach once again. I don't think we're going to get an Ian-type surge that we had a couple years ago, but we could get a sizable surge. Let's hope we don't. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. I don't think we are, but we still could get a sizable surge, and we still could be in some trouble in some areas there around Fort Myers and points further north towards Punta Gorda. If this thing comes in at the right angle, if the winds in fact do go west, and they will eventually, and that could put us in a surge potential here.
As well as receiving a lot of assets from other states. And so it'll be the largest search and rescue function that we've ever done. Now, I do think a lot of people did get out, and I hope we don't have to effectuate a lot of rescues, but we'll be ready. I also would just say it has been somewhat good news that it's weakened. It's now a Category 3. It's still a very dangerous storm, but the fact that it's weakened and the fact that it's moving quicker means it's going to come ashore before we hit high tide. That may mean you have a mitigation.
Spreading out, and we'll get those very intense gusts going on, I think. I think Orlando, the problem is going to be down trees, down power lines, and the potential here from extended power outages. So hopefully plenty of water, some non-perishable food. Hopefully you have all that in Orlando, because it's going to get very weathery, I think, overnight there and into the sunrise hour for sure.
All right, Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with us. Mark, appreciate the update. We'll talk to you next hour.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
We've got some reports that Charlotte Harbor, Englewood experiencing some really extreme storm surge right now, and we have visual evidence of that because Jim Cantori is there, and he's in some, it looks like parking garage.
I think it's
structure.
a parking garage. That's what it looks like. Yeah, and
It's
he's
flooding.
up to
I agree,
and he's up to his knees in water right now.
Yeah, and that's why I thought this was a really smart move on the part. It started in Tampa, and then St. Pete did it as well. Having people put their cars in public garages to get them out of harm's way, and specifying that electric vehicles park at the third level or above, so we don't have those kinds of fires that we saw with Helene, where you get the salt water mixing with the electric vehicles and the batteries, and all of a sudden you've got a fire and nobody can come and put it out, and structures burn down. So
that was the situation in Davis Islands, where a electric car caught fire, and the conditions were so bad that the first responders couldn't get over there.
Yeah, I think there were 16. That was the count from Helene. 16 electric vehicles had car fires during Helene.
More and more people are starting to lose power. Not a big surprise. Up over 300,000 right now. We're getting reports that we have a listener in Venice, Mark, who lost power. In some parts, they experienced the flickering, right. And then now the power is just going out. I know firsthand what that's like because I just experienced it with Helene, where my power flickered and then it was out for a couple of days. So unfortunately, those numbers are going to increase. Really, right now, the most severe weather is sitting right over the Tampa Bay area. So Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, Hernando, inland into Polk County. That's where the most severe weather is, that northern eye wall. But you've got some significant storms all the way up, headed towards Daytona Beach right now, up through Ocala and Gainesville. So there are just so many areas of the state being impacted by this storm. Seems like there's a little bit of a break towards southern Florida, southwest and southeast Florida. We'll talk to the Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center about that in a little bit. Right now, we want to go to Governor Ron DeSantis and his press conference.
It's moving toward the northeast at 17 mile per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours. We have seen a weakening of the storm over the last 24 hours. We also saw it sped up, which means it's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. You see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the west coast and eventually on the east coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local. It's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction. Likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris. And they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
This is a press conference with Governor Ron DeSantis and the Director of the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie.
Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the second floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely nothing or absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership, and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way. And hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power. These linemen, people love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well. But we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go, but it'd sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So as I mentioned, we've been discussing with some of the federal partners about acceleration of what needs to be done if something needs to be done on these ports. To say like, oh, it's going to be weeks for a port, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we got to get it open. And I think they're of the same mind, and I think that Kevin and our team have had good conversations. We've also, Kevin, I know, is talking, both Kevin and I talk with the FEMA administrator about some of the things that we're looking for. For example, with this debris, let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly. Because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that. And a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. Look, I don't want to have to, even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and that's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that makes sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that because it does. It just makes sense.
All right, that's Governor Ron DeSantis along with the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, with an update. We're actually going to talk to Director Guthrie coming up at 8:30. So we'll have the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management with us in about a little under 45 minutes from now. Right now, I want to go to the hotline and bring in Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center. Jamie Rome joins us again. Jamie, thank you so much for taking a few minutes to come back on with us. And it looks like the northern eyewall really impacting the Tampa Bay area, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Polk, Pasco, Hernando, and there have been some new flash flood warnings that have been issued. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you're starting to see things go downhill really, really quickly with both heavy rains and then probably flash flooding that's going with it. And the core of a major hurricane moving ashore. It had a gust earlier to 90 miles per hour. So you're starting to see that really intense core of the hurricane push over a densely populated metro area. If people haven't lost power, they're going to soon lose it, and then you're going to spread all that damage inland along the I-4 corridor overnight.
Let me ask you about the maximum sustained winds compared to what we're seeing and experiencing right now. So the headline is always Category 3 storm, 120 mile per hour winds. Then we see the wind gusts and the measurements that we've gotten so far, and they're certainly inching up, but not quite that. Can you explain why that's the case, why the 120 miles per hour is like the headline number, and then what people are experiencing, it's a bit different?
Yeah, you rarely measure extreme conditions of a hurricane, whether it be storm surge or wind, with a traditional instrument. It occasionally happens, but you usually don't see it or measure it. But it doesn't mean it's not there. So like the analogy would be, we know tornadoes occur, but you don't see tornado reported in an instrument. And so it is likely that there is substantially higher winds in between those reports that you're seeing. It's just occurring at a scale that is too small to perhaps measure in this case. Plus, we got a lot ahead of us. I don't know that we've seen the worst of it yet. There's more to come, and I think you're going to see those wind reports continue to inch up over the next hour or so.
So the areas where the worst storm conditions will be, is that obviously right now the Tampa Bay area, and then as the storm makes its way across Florida, we're looking at Orlando and perhaps Daytona Beach?
Correct. Basically the I-4 corridor. Okay. So your next in line would probably be like the Lakeland area for those really, really intense winds. But the other thing that's going to play out, and you're starting to see it, is this band of incredibly intense rainfall. And I'm not talking about rainfall like we're used to seeing in the afternoon thunderstorms. I'm talking about really intense rainfall. It's starting to set up along into the north of the center. That's going to move right over Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando, and when it rains that hard, we're talking about rain rates 2 and 3 times the normal rates that you would see in an ordinary thunderstorm. When it rains that hard on an urban environment, concrete, you basically create an instant flood. And so it is imperative that everybody in the path of this storm, especially the I-4 corridor, not be out of their homes. Absolutely inside now, and please do not be driving. You cannot see flooded roads at night, and you could drive your car right into it.
Last question for you. I know you got to run. In terms of South Florida, West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, the Keys, are they in the clear at this point? What should they be watching for with this storm?
You got to be watching for these outer squalls.
Okay.
These outer squalls can come through and produce really intense wind gusts. I'm thinking and hoping the tornado threat here in South Florida has diminished, but it certainly still exists up in Central Florida. And then tomorrow too, it's going to be quite windy and gusty on the back side. Not certainly not life threatening or anything like that down here in South Florida, but people are going to know there's a hurricane to their north.
All right, Jamie Rome, Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center, with us here on our Operation Stormwatch coverage. Jamie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to him again in about an hour from now. If you have any questions for our meteorologists, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll check back in with Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau, and we'll also talk to, again, Jamie Rome at around 8:50. Send us a text. 97720 is the number. Give us your name, where you're texting from, and whatever it is you want to know about, and we'll try to get some of those questions answered throughout the course of the night. So again, 97720 is the number. Next time we talk to a meteorologist, I want to focus in a little bit on the storm surge too, and get a sense as to where that could potentially be the worst based on the track of the storm.
Yeah, that's something that I'm curious about myself, because we've been saying now for, ever since we really started our coverage here, that the track of the storm was really going to make a difference as far as storm surge. Those areas to the south of where the storm makes landfall, we're going to see the most storm surge, and we've already seen that, I think, in some video I've seen from places like Captiva Island and Charlotte Harbor, but that the storm surge might not be quite as bad to the north. And that would include greater Tampa Bay at the moment. But again, seems to depend on the track, and I would like to get that. I think we need to get that clarified.
Yeah, I'm just seeing now that all lanes eastbound on State Road 62 and before US 17 are closed due to flooding in Manatee County. Mm-hmm. There's flooding at State Road 684 and Cortez Road at Gulf Drive. So some flooding on roads in Manatee County happening right now. I've also seen floodwaters starting to come in the Port Charlotte area right now too.
Yeah, there's two different things happening. We got the storm surge along the coast, and then we have these flash flood warnings that are popping up across the state in certain areas too, with some of that inland flooding. In terms of power outages, because that's always a major concern, you're really starting to see them pop up now in the Tampa Bay area specifically. So Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, and Hernando, a ton of power outages there. We're up over 420,000 people without power now. That number's only going to grow exponentially in the coming hours, and that's why it's so important. Make sure you got everything charged. If you have power right now, make sure you have that backup source of power. Hopefully you have one of those little chargers or something like that. Make sure you have your iHeartRadio app handy, because when the power goes out, we'll be able to keep you informed as everything is unfolding. Just search for whatever iHeartRadio station you typically listen to. We are being simulcast on every Florida iHeartRadio station right now. So that will be the best way to get the most up-to-date information, and it's not going to suck out all the power on your device either.
Yeah, as long as you leave the screen off and just have us on to listen to us. There's also some really strong wind in downtown St. Pete right now at the 89 miles an hour, and Sarasota Bradenton Airport 90 mile an hour gusts.
Somebody is texting in. Actually, we've gotten multiple texts wondering where the eye of the storm is right now. The eye of the storm is still sitting just a bit off the coast, I believe, right off of Sarasota. It has not made landfall. It looks like landfall will be Sarasota, though, for this storm. And that's why you're seeing such severe weather in the Tampa Bay area, because it's the northern eye wall that has the most severe rain, wind, and all of that. And that's what's sitting over St. Pete, Tampa, and a little bit north into Pasco County and Hernando County. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah, and anywhere you are right now, wherever you're listening from, whether you're down in the Keys all the way up into that area of Hillsborough County and beyond, you should not be on the roads.
No,
As of now is not the time to be on the road. You need to park and get into and seek shelter at this point.
Wow,
First responders have said all up and down the coast, the time has passed where they can come to get you if you are hunkering down and you get in trouble. They won't come. They can't.
We're starting to see some floodwaters here. I'm looking at some different images that are being posted to X, and you're starting to see parking lots getting flooded, and that's going to continue throughout the course of the night tonight. Again, whether it's storm surge or we've got these flash flood warnings. In fact, there's one in effect right now until 10:45 tonight for Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater. And really, this flash flood warning extends all the way up to Homosassa Springs. It extends all the way east to Lakeland and down to Bradenton. So it's a pretty significant area in the Tampa Bay region that is under a flash flood warning until 10:45. And that goes back to something that Jamie was just saying, those incredible rainfall totals that they're going to be seeing for an extended period of time.
Yeah, worse than, just the afternoon thunderstorms. And you know how bad that rain can get. And this is even worse. And I'm looking on the cameras right now in Sanibel Island. And then there's one in Tampa as well where it's just like sheets of water coming down right now.
Yeah. So tell us, what you're experiencing. Again, you can text us at 97720. Let us know where you are. And we're getting, a ton coming in right now. Somebody's asking, they evacuated to Crestview. They're from St. Pete. How is St. Pete? St. Pete's getting hit hard right now. That's, wow, look at Jim Cantori in Charlotte Harbor. The floodwaters are
now he's
rising.
Outside.
Yeah. And the wind is, it's horizontal at this point. The rain that's falling.
How is he standing? That's what I'm wondering.
I think he's standing on something.
Oh,
he's Jim Cantori. He's used to doing this.
Well,
he's standing on the water.
We actually got somebody on our text that asked if it said, Ryan and Dana, are you the Jim Cantori of iHeartRadio? Because when I heard you were coming on, I started to think, we're in trouble.
Yeah, when I take over storm coverage, trust me, it's not good. All right, this is our live Operation Stormwatch coverage on iHeartRadio for the state of Florida. We're covering all things Hurricane Milton. We're going to be with you through the duration of the storm. And then, of course, in the aftermath, we've got a very busy hour lined up. We've got more meteorologists on the way. We'll check in with our team standing by across the state. And we'll talk to the executive director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, at 8:30. Back with more in just a moment. Hang on.
You're listening to continuing Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Milton. This is iHeartRadio Florida, WFLM.
too much. It's still going in an east-northeasterly direction at 15 miles per hour, so that has not changed. And no new advisory, so we're still under the same storm surge warnings, hurricane warnings and watches, and the tropical storm warning, which extends all the way down to Florida Keys.
We're going to get a full update at 11 o'clock, so the more detailed updates come in at 11 and 5, so 11 p.m., 5 a.m., 11 a.m., and 5 p.m. This is the latest, though, and we've got a major hurricane that's going to make landfall any moment. I mean, it seems like we're just moments away, probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, we started talking about like 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then it became 10 p.m. It's 8:05 right now. It's the northern eye wall is already come ashore, so it could be at any time.
And this is why we were encouraging everyone to get to where they needed to be earlier today, because this is what can happen. All of a sudden, you think
the storm starts moving faster, and the conditions really started to deteriorate a lot sooner than I think some of us expected.
Right. Well, just think if you hadn't gotten to where you were going to ride this storm out, and you figured, all right, well, the storm's not going to hit until the middle of the night. Thursday morning, I've got most of Wednesday to get my stuff together. Well, then all of a sudden you've got tornado warnings popping up all over the state, and you're trying to get things in order. That's not a good situation. So hopefully it seemed like most people took the storm really seriously, and it's a good thing because we're dealing with a major hurricane yet again, making landfall here in Florida, the second major hurricane to hit Florida, the Gulf Coast of Florida, head on. In like 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. I know. It is really, really crazy.
When you just step back and think about that for a second, 2 major hurricanes in 2 weeks.
Mind-boggling.
It really is. And we said for the past couple of months since hurricane season started, there were these expectations it was going to be a very active hurricane season. It didn't really seem to be the case for a while. And now it's not only active, but it's devastating. It really is devastating the state. I'm looking at some of the images that are coming out from different parts of the state. At the University of South Florida in Tampa, you've got stormwater overwhelming drainage systems. You know, we're obviously very focused on the storm surge, but I'm telling you, I think like the tornadoes have become a big story with this storm, I think it's going to be these flash flood warnings and flooding from the heavy rainfall that parts of our state are going to be experiencing. I think that's going to be another big headline, too.
Yeah, and October storms.
And I've got some new storm surge projections from the National Hurricane Center. Anna Maria Island to Boca Grande, 9 to 13 feet. Anclote River to Anna Maria Island, 6 to 9 feet. Tampa Bay, 6 to 9 feet. That's down from 10 to 15. Which we were projecting yesterday as the worst-case scenario.
If it's the high end, you're still talking about higher storm surge than Helene, which was about 7 feet.
Helene was record-breaking, yeah.
Boca Grande to Bonita Beach, 8 to 12 feet. Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet. Bonita Beach to Chokoloskee, 5 to 8 feet. Chokoloskee to Flamingo, 3 to 5 feet. Sebastian Inlet to Altamaha Sound, Georgia, 3 to 5 feet. Yankeetown to Anclote River, 2 to 4 feet. The Dry Tortugas, 2 to 4 feet. And the St. Johns River, which you were pointing out earlier, Natalie, flows north. And they might not see this for a couple of days yet, but they're talking about a 2 to 4 foot storm surge.
You know, we've seen flooding in the center of the state. We've seen flooding in Jacksonville. I remember, I think it was Hurricane Irma, where all of a sudden Jacksonville was getting flooded, and I don't think anybody really expected that. There is a flash flood warning in effect for the Tampa Bay area right now, but the projections are that there's going to be flash flooding taking place, really that I-4 corridor stretching from the Tampa Bay area up through Orlando over to Daytona Beach, because that's where the northern eye wall, the most severe weather, is going to be headed. Right now, the northern eye wall is sitting over Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Pasco County, and Hernando County. But as the storm inches closer to the coastline and makes its way inland, that northern eye wall is going to cross right over the Orlando area, probably as a Category 2 or thereabouts once it hits Orlando. And it's still projected, I believe, to exit the state as a hurricane. It's not going to lose that much intensity, even over that much land. We're talking about landfall being imminent. You know, that's going to be one question I'll have to ask Mark Thibodeau from the Weather Channel when we talk to him coming up in about 20 minutes from now. Like, what is the exact criteria for landfall?
What is landfall?
Is it like in football when it's any part of the football touches the goal line, it's a touchdown? Like, you know, what exactly is that criteria when they finally call it and say it's made landfall? That was the analogy that came to mind.
It's always a football analogy with you. Always.
I mean, he's got a good point.
Right.
Yeah. The power outage numbers, we're now over 500,000 people across the state of Florida without power. The most significant power outages are in Hernando County, then also Pasco County and Pinellas County as well. Manatee County, there are a lot of power outages there, and then Lafayette County. For some reason, there are a couple of ones, Indian River County, Martin County, a lot of power outages. So you can see, like, you know, almost in the Big Bend part of the state, the west coast of Florida, then over to the east coast, lots of power outages. That's going to continue. That's why we're encouraging you to make sure you have iHeartRadio on one of your devices. This way, when the power goes out, you can listen to us that way, and you can keep up to date with everything that's happening. I want to go to the hotline now and bring in our good friend. We've got hosts from across the state that we'll be checking in with throughout the course of this Operation Stormwatch coverage, and I want to bring in right now Froggy from the Elvis Duran Show and WQIK in Jacksonville, who's with us. Froggy, it's so great to talk to you. How are you faring up there in Jacksonville? It looks like you're getting some rain, and you will be getting some severe weather soon enough.
Yeah, it's just been raining pretty much most of the day. I'd say it started raining probably around 10, 11 o'clock this morning. It started raining, and we're getting some rain bands every now and then. You get one of those where it rains real hard and it's windy, and then it kind of stops. We're getting that. Low-lying areas in South St. Johns County, St. Augustine Beach, starting to see some flooding now because it has been raining all day long. So we're concerned about those areas as the storm passes and throws the water back up in here. Black Creek in Clay County, also another place we're worried about flooding. That's going to be the biggest issue here, is probably flooding because of the rain and the storm surge, I think more than the winds, because they canceled the hurricane watch in Duval County. We are down to a tropical storm watch. So I don't think we're going to see heavy winds, but we are going to see a ton of rain.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I've covered so many hurricanes in recent years, but it was Irma where there was the significant flooding in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, it was Matthew in 2017
Okay.
and Irma as well. Both. We had significant flooding, especially along the beaches.
Yeah.
Irma, if you remember, kind of split the state, just went down. I was in Miami for that storm. It went across between the Keys and Miami, and then it went up the state, kind of split us. Matthew, on the other hand, stayed out in the ocean and kind of skirted, and it threw a lot of water up in here. And so that's the thing is most of it, as you know, the storm surge does way more damage than the wind does, unless you're inside the 20, 30 miles of that eye wall.
Were people in Jacksonville taking this seriously? What were you seeing when you were out and about?
They were. I noticed that our roads were packed, and a lot of that was due to people evacuating from Central Florida, the Tampa Bay area. People, you could either go way south, go to Miami, or you could go north. So we saw a lot. But here in Jacksonville, I drove to the radio station about an hour ago, and there's nobody on the road. So people have heeded the warnings. I don't understand the people that are, oh, man, they got us all worked up over nothing again. I'm like, listen, I've got, as you know, lots of friends that live in the Tampa Bay area, and they lost a lot during Helene when it was 110 miles offshore. You have to take every storm serious, and when you do dodge a bullet and you don't get the damage that they've told you could happen, consider it a blessing, consider yourself lucky, because it won't always be that way.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time, obviously, in the Tampa Bay area. What are your thoughts just on a storm? It looks like it's going to make landfall right around Sarasota. Really, could be any minute, but Tampa getting pounded. Tampa, St. Pete with the northern eye wall, and this has always been the big concern for the Tampa Bay area, that almost direct hit. Now, the absolute worst would have been if the eye had passed through probably Pasco County or northern Pinellas County. But still, this was the one where Tampa didn't quite luck out like we have with so many other storms.
Yeah, it's. I grew up in the St. Petersburg area. I grew up in Shore Acres, which is a low-lying area.
Oh, yeah. Shore Acres gets flooded. It's like it drizzles outside.
Right, exactly. So we would get, I remember times when I was a kid, we'd need to go to the grocery store. My mom would want to run to Publix, and we couldn't get out of our neighborhood because our house didn't have water, but you couldn't drive in Shore Acres. So we used to always say that if a storm ever does come up the mouth of the Tampa Bay, Shore Acres in that area was going to be in trouble. And then we saw it, 10, 12 days ago with Helene off the coast throwing the water into all the barrier islands there of the beaches, Reddington and Madeira Beach and Treasure Island and Paso Grill and all the way up to Dunedin. That whole area, they really took a beating with the storm surge. And it did look for a couple days like this storm was going to be the one that everybody's talked about. Mm-hmm. And thank God it's not. I feel bad for our fellow Floridians that are in Palmetto, Bradenton, Sarasota. They are taking the brunt of Milton now, and the storm surge is going to be catastrophic wherever it does come ashore.
Yeah.
But Tampa looks to have not completely dodged a bullet, but have dodged what the worst case scenario that we were thinking just 48 hours ago.
Yeah, we're looking at the storm surge potential right now, and it's about 6 to 9 feet for the Tampa Bay area, 9 to 13 feet from Sarasota into Fort Myers. So if that surge number had been a little higher in the Tampa Bay area, that was the worry. But I got to tell you, what we're seeing and hearing right now, some really, really severe weather just sitting over again Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Polk County. Froggy, it's so great to talk to you. We thank you for taking a few minutes to come on with us, and we definitely want to check back in. If the situation deteriorates in Jacksonville, please let us know.
You got it. I appreciate you having me on. Good to talk to you, and if anything changes here, I will definitely check back in.
All right, sounds good. Again, that's Froggy from the Elvis Duran Show on WQIK in Jacksonville. We'll go to the Tampa Bay area in just a moment and check in with one of our other hosts to get a sense as to what it's like right now as the northern eye wall just sits over that part of the state.
Yeah, I'm seeing now that in Bradenton, there's a video that shows glass breaking on a building because the winds are so strong right now. And then also on our text line at 97720, a lot of people in Northport saying, lost power in Northport. It's very gusty in Northport. Can you tell me when the winds are going to die down in Northport? So it sounds like that area is really getting hit hard right now with that wind.
Yeah, Northport is taking the part of the brunt of this storm. You've got areas like Gulfport where there's a lot of flooding. Shore Acres, like Froggy was just saying, lots of concern there, especially with the amount of rainfall that we see. So there's a couple different things. There's a storm surge, there's a rainfall, there's just a lot of different factors at play that are going to lead to a lot of flooding, and that's why it was so important for people who were in those flood zones, in those evacuation zones, to get out. And hopefully just about everybody heeded those warnings. Let's go back to the hotline, and I want to bring in another one of our iHeartRadio hosts, Pat Donovan from our sports station, 95.3 WDAE in Tampa, is with us. He's coming to us from Temple Terrace. Pat, it's great to talk to you. So the northern eye wall really sitting right over your region. What are you seeing and hearing out there?
So you know what it feels like right now is an elongated summer storm. No lightning, no thunder, but just a lot of rain. And honestly, I'm not even really seeing much wind out here.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little windy, but it doesn't feel like a hurricane from where we are here in Temple Terrace.
Are you outside right now?
I stepped outside. I thought it was good for the effect. And
he wants to be Jim Cantori.
You really shouldn't be outside right now.
Go back inside,
He's making a burger.
No, I'm telling you, in Temple Terrace, it is very, very just rainy, and that's it. It's very safe.
All right, that's good. Well, we're glad to hear that. Is your power still on?
My power is still on. We had it flicker like once or twice, maybe an hour or two ago, and that's about it.
That's a bad feeling when the power flickers.
You're like, it's coming.
It is. You're just waiting for it.
You know it's coming.
Yeah. So what was your plan to ride out the storm? Any concerns like on your property? You have trees or anything like that you have to be worried about?
We do have a couple of giant oak trees in our backyard that I think it would take like an act of God to knock over. But there are a couple of decent-sized branches that hang over our house. And we have one, I don't know if it's a custom window or whatever the hell it is, but we have a window in the back of our home that's probably 12 feet wide. And that's my one concern is, God forbid, something would have smashed that window. I have no idea how I'd ever get it replaced.
Now, did you prepare? So are you set if you lose power for a couple of days and all of that?
Oh, yeah. We're as prepared as we can be. We even have our mother-in-law over here for entertainment. My mother-in-law over here for entertainment. So, yeah, we're ready to go if the bleep hits the fan. But it feels, at least at this point, like we're kind of be the lucky ones again.
Well, now I know why you're outside to get the mother-in-law in the house.
Pat, you know how to live. You're outside and you got the mother-in-law for entertainment. You can't top that.
Pat Donovan from 95.3 WDAE in Temple Terrace with us. Pat, really appreciate it. Stay safe, and if things change, let us know.
Anytime, guys.
All right, taking a look at some of the storm surge numbers. Natalie, you've got that, and we're starting to see, especially Fort Myers, Naples, some significant numbers coming in.
Yeah, we have been, and just by the looks of things outside, really Bradenton, Sarasota, Fort Myers, they're starting to get those storm surge rising. And let's see, tracking conditions in Sarasota as well. The latest peak storm surge forecast was, and we've been talking about how it's still high, but coming in a lot lower than what was anticipated. 5 to 8 feet in Chokoloskee, 8 to 12 feet in Bonita Beach, Tampa Bay 6 to 9 feet right now.
Yeah, and just got done with Helene, which again was about 7 feet. So hopefully it's on the low end, but if not, there's going to be a lot more significant flooding.
No, definitely. Where Jim Cantori is in Charlotte Harbor, they're still getting 8 to 12 feet storm surge.
Wow. And it looks like just about all of that is in the park. I mean, that parking garage that he's in, it's
where he's at.
Yeah. It's like an ocean there. There's a new low pressure record that's been set for Sarasota. So, of course, Sarasota, that's where the center of this storm is going to make landfall. And this has been a record storm in so many different ways. It's right up there among the strongest storms that we've ever seen, in the Atlantic, in the Gulf of Mexico. How low the pressure got, how high the wind speeds got at one point, up to 180 miles per hour.
How quickly it went from a Category 1 to a Category 5 in just a matter of, 4 hours?
Right.
Yeah, just a matter of about 4 hours.
And not many storms have done what Milton has done, where it was Category 5, it lost some intensity, and then it ramped right back up to a Category 5. Luckily, the forecasts were right that the intensity decreased to a Category 3 as it's about to make landfall. Unfortunately, that's still a major hurricane, and it's still going to do a lot of damage, and it is just really hitting the Tampa Bay area pretty hard right now with some severe weather. And it looks like just south, I want to say, let me zoom in here, because there is one spot in particular that looks concerning, and that spot is just north of Bradenton, just south and to the east of Pinellas Park and St. Pete. And it looks like that is going to make its way towards Tampa, Riverview, Brandon, and Temple Terrace. Perhaps Pat should have waited before he gave his optimistic view of the storm. So, again, we're monitoring everything really closely, and we're keeping an eye on the flash flood warnings that have been coming through and any potential tornado warnings as well. Let's go to the hotline and bring in Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau once again. Mark, it's great to talk to you. So landfall seems to be imminent. How do you determine when landfall is made? What's the criteria for that? The analogy I used earlier, is it like in football where you just need any part of the ball to hit the goal line and it's a touchdown?
No, it has to be at least half the eye has to make it on shore.
Okay. So that's like the whole foot.
Yes.
Half the eye, okay.
So half, if you have a size 12 foot like mine, at least 6 inches of my foot has to get over.
Got it. Okay.
But it's you have to have half of the eye on shore, and I think that's going to be pretty soon here. This is really sped up from earlier today, because the original computer modeling was saying that was saying that it was going to slow down a little.
Yeah, we know. We weren't supposed to be on the air right now. We were supposed to come on at 10. We had to speed everything up because of this storm, so we're well aware it's moving fast.
It's still moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. This is a very misbehaved hurricane. It's moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. The winds are still 120. The pressure is 28.11 inches, 952 millibars. That still breaks the home barometer on the low side. Very, very low pressure. 140 miles southwest of Orlando, 35 miles southwest of Sarasota. Of course, that was with the 8 p.m. So I believe that it's probably, let me just click here because I'm getting updates so frequently. Let's see here. Now it is, 20 miles southwest of Sarasota, 130 southwest of Orlando, moving northeast at 120 mile per hour winds. So those are the particulars on it. We have an extreme wind warning here that's going to go on for just a bit longer. It's going to be for Manatee County as well as Hillsborough and Pinellas County. That is with that northern eye wall. It's lashing Tampa Bay right now, heading up through basically towards St. Petersburg right now. They're getting hit by the northern eye wall, so landfall will follow that. So I think it's going to be within a half an hour. That center is going to be at least halfway on shore. The winds are responding, of course, 54 miles an hour, gusting to 77 at St. Petersburg International Airport right now. Tampa is 33, gusting to 59. And Sarasota, believe it or not, the winds have come down slightly. When I say slightly, I mean slightly. 40 gusting to 73. Last hour, Sarasota was gusting to 93 miles an hour. So that is very solid hurricane conditions going on. It's not 120, but that's getting into almost Cat 2 conditions. When we say, I want to clarify something too, when we say the winds are 120 miles an hour, that's over a very small area, an isolated spot. That doesn't mean the whole hurricane is 120 miles an hour. That's only in a small section. In this case, it would be on the northern side because this is a north-loaded hurricane. All the weather's on the north side. There's not a whole lot going on the south side weather-wise. However, that being said, our own Jim Cantori is in Charlotte Harbor right now. He's in a parking garage.
We've been watching.
He's getting a surge. Yeah, he's getting a surge right now. So that's, even though there's not a lot of rain falling, it's windy. The winds are coming from the wrong direction. What I mean by that is they're starting to turn around to the west a little bit. And so what that's doing, they're south at 51, gusting to 79 in Punta Gorda right now, south wind. So that's coming right up the length of Charlotte Harbor. And what that does is that brings that water level up. I don't have an official water level rise component yet. I'm waiting for the Hurricane Center to send that out. They have not yet. But I guarantee that we are probably going to get potentially a 10-foot surge into Punta Gorda, potentially, and through Charlotte Harbor, because the center is going to the west and north of Charlotte Harbor a little bit. So they're on that south side of the hurricane. Even though it's the drier side in this case, the winds are coming in fast, gusting to hurricane force, and they're coming in due south. So that's pushing all that water up through Charlotte Harbor and pushing it right towards Port Charlotte, as well as some of the surrounding areas around it. The areas around that whole area, all those towns around there are going to be seeing water come in here very soon. Venice, you're not off the hook either, because the winds are going to go kind of west-southwest here, so that's going to push the water up on Venice Beach. And then Inglewood, too. Not so old Inglewood especially, not totally off the hook either. We could see a surge coming in here as well. We might be. We're still waiting to get official numbers. And again, Tampa Bay, don't let your guard down here either, because we're getting those very strong winds coming in now. And the winds right now are northeast still at Elbert Whitted, but I'll tell you what, as we get that center swinging north, they're going to start coming around more to the southeast a little bit, and that could push water up into Old Tampa Bay as well as Tampa Bay as well. So 120 miles an hour, moving right towards Sarasota. The center is north of the center. That's where your worst weather is. To the south, you got wind. You don't have a whole lot of rain, but you still got a surge potential. And we still have that extreme wind warning that goes on for just a bit longer for the Tri-County area, Hillsborough, Pinellas, as well as Manatee. We could have winds gusting up to 90, 100 miles an hour within that northern eye wall. We've seen that already around Sarasota. And those winds could be happening and not even being reported at various locations, because we don't have stations everywhere, but they could be happening on St. Petersburg, and it could be happening just south of Tampa a little bit based on the way the radar reflectivity works. So now this hurricane overnight, it's going to jet across the Florida Peninsula, and by 7 a.m. tomorrow or 8 a.m. tomorrow, it's going to be offshore the Atlantic side of Florida. And it's going to grow in size. The wind field's going to grow. It's interacting with the fronts of the north and west. So we have the tropical storm warnings all the way up through coastal Georgia into the low country of South Carolina. You'll have a tropical storm force east wind in those areas tomorrow. That could push water into Savannah. Could see a 2 to 4 foot surge there. We could see a decent surge from Jacksonville, maybe up to St. Johns River and further down to the Palm Coast as well. St. Augustine could get a good surge. In fact, if you look at the Atlantic observations right now on the other side, it's already starting to gust pretty. We're 16 gusting to 25 at Cocoa Beach, but I did see a location earlier, like Daytona right now is 36 gusting to 58 miles an hour. And, they're about 150, 160 miles still from the center of this hurricane. So that's what I mean by the tropical storm force winds are really expanding as this moves in. It's becoming a larger storm. It's a weaker storm. A small core of hurricane winds, a huge tropical storm force wind field. Orlando, your turn overnight, unfortunately. As this moves across the I-4 corridor, we could see gusts of hurricane force, trees down, extended power outages all across Central Florida, especially along the I-4 corridor. So let's be very careful overnight, hunker down. Things get better around, then we can get out and assess a little bit.
Mark, you said something a little bit earlier that kind of jogged my memory about describing the way the storm has formed and the way that it's moved across the Gulf. This has actually been a very unique hurricane in a lot of ways, hasn't it?
It really has, because we don't often see a hurricane. We see hurricanes developing in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico, but typically when that happens, most of the time the way the steering pattern is in the upper atmosphere, they either move into Mexico or they move towards the Texas coast. To have something go across the entire Gulf of Mexico like that, from west of the Yucatan Peninsula and down in the Bay of Campeche, basically, and then go east, northeast, all the way to the Gulf side of Florida is really unusual, because even Hurricane Charlie, that formed down kind of at the edge of the Western Caribbean and then shot up very quickly in strength and went straight north right up through. We all know what that did. That was a horrendous hurricane for Punta Gorda and the Charlotte Harbor area. Just total destruction. But then, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, it was a lot less of a hurricane there. It just had some gusty winds and some rain. But this one, to go across the whole Gulf, become a Cat 5, max out, it was actually nearing mathematical limits on this side of the hemisphere. The pressure went down to 897 millibars a couple nights ago. That's almost an all-time low for the Gulf. The lowest pressure is Hurricane Wilma that we had 20 years ago. I believe it was 2005. We had Hurricane Wilma, and that had an 882 millibar pressure. That's ear-popping pressure, and so is 897 for that matter. But then what happened was, as it moved east, it started feeling a trough from the north. So that started shearing it, and then at the same time, as you get one of these troughs, you usually have dry air spilling in at the same time. So that cut off the south end of the hurricane. It didn't cut the wind field out, but it cut the rain out a little bit. That's why we're getting more wind in Cape Coral and Fort Myers than the north-loaded side where the rain stayed, where the shear didn't get to on the dry air. We're getting very heavy rain, and we're getting very strong winds, too. But it's been unique because, here it is. It bombed out to 180, 185 miles an hour, came across, held strength for a while, came in weakening, but still a 3. And now we basically have, I'm not saying we have half a hurricane, but this is all north. And to the south, it's still weathery, but it's not, the weather that's going on in St. Petersburg is a lot worse right now than what's going on in Cape Coral, for instance.
Yeah, no question.
But still, I would say Lee Island coast, we got to watch for a surge there, too.
Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau with us tonight. Mark, thanks so much for the update. We'll talk to you in about an hour.
Okay, thanks.
All right, now let me switch gears, and I want to bring in Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, joins us. Director Guthrie, thank you so much for coming back on. We saw you with Governor Ron DeSantis a little earlier, about an hour ago, during that press conference. But just to speak to those who maybe didn't catch that, what are your messages tonight as Hurricane Milton is about to make landfall in Sarasota?
Yeah, Ryan, thanks for having me on. The message right now is if you're in Sarasota County, you're Manatee County, Pinellas, Hillsborough, that area that's getting heavily impacted right now, is to stay right where you are. You do not need to try to get out and go into this. Please make sure you shelter in place, get to an area of your home that is central, away from doors and windows, hunker down and ride this thing out. If you are in an area that's a 2-story building and you're susceptible to storm surge, make sure you're doing that on the second floor, not on the first floor, just in case you get some type of water inundation. We don't want you, down there in the water. We want you up a little bit higher. Beyond that, Ryan, I think I go back to your previous caller. This is a really, really interesting storm in that the entire bottom and even portions of the east side of the storm have got a dry slot in it, and it's not the quote-unquote dirty side of the storm, if you will. Yeah. All of this weather is to the north. And when I say to the north, it's like to the state line north, if not even beyond. So this is a very interesting hurricane for us. I think that sums up what you and I've been talking about over the last three days now. Is it's just been interesting the way that it formed, the way that it's gone up to Cat 5, down to Cat 3, making landfall a little bit south of where they projected, but nevertheless, a lot of rainfall again. But the message of the day right now, especially for those in the impact area, is going to be shelter in place. But also, again, I know some of your listening area over on the East Coast, Miami, Broward, and so on, we had just a plethora of tornadic activity.
Yeah.
About 4 hours ago, 100+ tornado warnings, nearly 20 radar indicated tornado signatures on the ground with debris in the radar signature. Lots of damage, lots of destroyed homes, several people, or not several, but lots of people taken to the hospital, some of them potentially serious injuries. So again, same thing that we're talking about here, Ryan, is if you get a tornado warning, get to the center of your house, get to that location with no windows, put some type of heavy clothing or a light mattress, heavy blankets over the top of you and protect yourself from the elements.
Kevin, could you speak a little bit to the power outage situation throughout the state and more to the point about the recovery effort that's been put in place? The last number I saw was something in excess of 40,000 crews were already mobilized and in place ready to restore the power once the storm passed. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm just getting the announcement they just made declared landfall at Siesta Key. So Ryan, you got that information.
There it is.
Right here.
Well, that was good timing.
So,
That's exactly what we planned on, Kevin. That's why we had you booked for 8:33.
Oh, there you go, Ryan. I appreciate that shout out. So on the power outages, I think the last number I remember hearing before I came in here was probably about 120,000. But the number of resources that we have amassed for this is now a Florida historical record. It's 53,000, 54,000 that we have resources that are already on stage in the area. So we're going to get after it. How we do it in Florida, we go full throttle, and we're going to get out there. We're going to get after it. My goal, and this is a goal. I set goals for my team all the time. Let's try to have 85% of the power restored in 48 to 72 hours, with 95% restored in 72 to 96 hours. So that's a goal that I set internally for our team. I don't mind sharing that with you. I think it's important for us to set goals and expectations and try to achieve them. If you don't, we just get complacent with mediocrities. But that's what we do here in Florida. We set goals, we try to go out and achieve them, and then we try to set records and beat them.
Kevin, it's Natalie. Thank you so much for joining us and for being just always so accessible. I know we've talked about power outages and storm surge and tornadoes. One of the things that stands out for me with Milton is water safety, water quality, bacteria that's been associated with this storm. What can you say on that?
Yeah, Natalie, well, I give it to my comm staff. They love it when I use the term floodwaters are gross. So, but they are. I mean, let's just talk about it. I'm a North Florida kind of guy, so I'll just go out and say floodwaters are gross. There's a lot of, especially now with the debris that was on the right of ways, and especially that Pinellas, Tampa Bay area. All of that's going to be mixing back in with the water that's coming in the storm surge, the Tampa Bay waters that are coming up on the Bay Shore in that area. What people don't realize, and I know. When I was a kid, the people go out and play in the street water after it rained. Yeah, we certainly did. But at the same time, getting a cut, something you're going down the middle of the street, you're knee deep water, you get a cut of something that's floating there, a rusty nail or something like that, and you're in that mixed water. The water quality is not great. The last thing I want anybody to do is end up getting some type of infection and then ultimately lead to potentially an amputation. Because we just didn't do things that were very smart. So I think we need to, use caution, do things that are smart, protect yourself from that. But the floodwater is not good, especially with all of the mixed debris that we're going to have that was already on the ground.
Yeah, and it seems like, and final question for you, Director Guthrie, and thanks again for your time. It seems like earlier in the day, obviously, the tornado warnings, that was the big story with Hurricane Milton, but it seems like moving forward, it's going to be the storm surge, obviously, on the west coast of Florida, and then also, and this could extend far inland, the flooding from the rainfall. A lot of flash flood warnings happening right now.
Yeah, and Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and add to your bingo card East Coast storm surge, and I'll explain that in a second. Yeah, you're right on with the West Coast storm surge. I think we're definitely going to have some areas around Port Charlotte, maybe Tampa Bay again. There was a lot of outflow in Tampa Bay, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays. But then, to your point, the Central Florida flooding, we've already had, and this was, I got the 5:15 briefing from the National Hurricane Center. We had already had 7 to 8 inches of widespread rain throughout the entire peninsula. There was one hydrologist calling for potentially isolated pockets of 16. That starts to rival numbers that we got for Hurricane Ian into Central Florida. So it's going to be interesting to see how that sets up. But if you look at this bigger radar signature, you see that way offshore lightning, heavy lightning that was the tornadoes that you mentioned, Ryan, now coming and wrapping back into northeast Florida. That's going to be an interesting developing story to watch. I think we're going to have more storm surge, 3 to 5 feet up there in that, Volusia County, Flagler County, St. Johns County, Duval County, Nassau County area. That's going to be interesting to watch. And then also that's all real vulnerable still from Hurricane Nicole, Daytona Beach shores, Daytona Beach itself. We still got a lot of coastal erosion there. So that may be a developing story that we need to watch in the next day or two.
All right. Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, with us. Director Guthrie, we always appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming on, and thanks for timing that out. So we had the announcement of landfall while you were with us.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate you, Ryan, Natalie.
All right. Again, official landfall 8:33 in Siesta Key. I guess according to what we heard from Weather Channel meteorologist Mark Thibodeau, half the eye of the storm must have made its way into Siesta Key. A couple things I want to get to here. There's a lot happening. We've got a flash flood warning in effect for Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater, and this extends all the way up into Dunedin and Oldsmar, all the way down to Piney Point, and then over covering Sun City Center, Riverview, Brandon, and Temple Terrace. That's in place until 11:30 tonight. And when you take a look at some of the most severe weather right now, we've got multiple things going on. We've got the storm surge that we're monitoring, especially in Port Charlotte, in Fort Myers, Sarasota. A tremendous storm surge there. And then we also have the northern eye wall with the most severe weather. That is sitting over Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Polk County, Pasco County, Hernando County, and it's making its way now really into Citrus County, and Orlando is starting to get some pretty severe weather as well. So this really has been a storm that has impacted almost all of the state. I mean, maybe like Pensacola's sitting out there, and they're like, we're good. But just about everywhere else, including obviously the Miami-Dade area, Fort Lauderdale with tornado warnings earlier today. This has really been something, and just the speed at which it shifted. We were looking at potentially a 2 a.m. landfall, and we just had it at 8:33 tonight. And that's why when we're doing storm coverage leading up to landfall, and we mentioned this a number of times, like everything is subject to change. The intensity of the storm, the exact track of the storm, when it's going to make landfall, these things, it's not there's a lot of science in it, but it's not an exact science.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Predictably unpredictable, I think. And then the rainfall, too. 6-hour rainfall totals in Tampa Bay at least 5 to 8 inches, with hourly rainfall in the 2 to 3 inches per hour range expected. Yeah, on the ground that has just already been soaked.
Yeah, I think I saw 6 to 12 possible. Isolated spots could get as much as 18. And, that kind of brings in the fact that you saw, to kind of compare and contrast, earlier this year after Debbie, we saw places in Manatee and Sarasota County were getting as much as 17 inches of rain, and those neighborhoods in Sarasota County and Manatee were flooded literally for days afterward. So this is going to be, I guess my point is that this is going to be a very long-term situation with the potential for flooding in some of these areas.
According to one of the measurements that we're getting out of Sarasota, there is 10 feet of storm surge in the Sarasota area right now. 10 feet of storm surge, and then we've been watching Jim Cantori, and he is Charlotte Harbor. Is that right? That's where
Charlotte
Jim
Harbor.
Cantori.
Yep.
And there is just a ton of storm surge there. So really, from the Tampa Bay area south, that's where the most significant storm surge is taking place at the moment. 10 feet of storm surge. And I mentioned earlier, let me scroll down here, Sarasota set a new low pressure record tonight, and the previous record was set on October 19th, 1944.
Wow.
It's been that long.
So
since
just another record that this storm has broken. Yeah, and I'm seeing now a video of a roof ripped off the Bank of America building in Bradenton. And, I mean, the roof is just off the building, so that strong wind coming through there is doing a lot of damage.
And just a little more hurricane history for you here. Now that Milton has made landfall, it is the 5th Gulf Coast hurricane landfall this year. You had Beryl, Debbie, Francine, Helene, and now Milton. It ties 2005 and 2020 for the second most Gulf hurricane landfalls on record, trailing only 1886 when there were 6 Gulf hurricane landfalls. So it's become a very active season, and they all seem to be hitting the Gulf Coast.
And I keep saying those October storms.
Yeah.
The October storms. There's something about October.
Yeah. One thing I heard from Channel 8's chief meteorologist Jeff Baradelli not too long ago was he was kind of taking a 10,000-foot look at the hurricane season, and he says that this one has seemingly become back-ended.
Yeah.
Where we still have about a month and a half to go before the traditional end of the season, yet this is the busiest part of it, and we may yet achieve that extremely active prediction that we heard back in April and May. So
we're monitoring the radar. We're monitoring the storm surge. We're monitoring all the warnings that are coming in, including these flash flood warnings. You have more?
The Pasco, Polk, Citrus, Hillsborough, Hernando, Manatee, and Pinellas are under flash flood warnings right now.
Yeah.
What are you experiencing right now? You can text us at 97720 and let us know what's going on. And my internet connection just went out. I was going to read some of the texts, but I don't have them in front of me. So,
all right.
Almost 700,000 power outages now.
Yeah, and my family's in Riverview right now, and I'm getting texts, my friends and family, that the power has gone out and that the wind has gotten really, really bad in the Riverview area in Hillsborough County. So.
Well, let me see. Let me check in on my text messages. My mom, she is saying that and I'm quoting here, it sounds like a freaking hurricane, and she's in Spring Hill, so Hernando County. And my dad texts me that the Mets are moving on, so apparently they won their game. You can see where his head's at compared to mine.
Well, my sister-in-law down in Holmes said, what's available on Uber Eats? That's the text that I got. So.
All right, let me bring in News Channel 8 reporter Ty Russell, who is in Hillsborough right now, in Hillsborough County, along with Pinellas County, Pasco County, Polk, Hernando, and now it's reaching into Citrus, dealing with the northern eye wall. Ty, thank you so much for taking a moment to come on with us. So what have you been experiencing over the past hour or so?
Yeah, over the past hour, things have really started to worsen. This is when we are seeing the actual hurricane impact. The wind speeds have picked up. The wind gusts are a lot stronger. We've been dealing with heavy rainfall for the last 2 hours or so. And this is that kind of rain with that strong wind where, it hits you in the face and it feels almost like sand.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts you. So that's why officials have been telling people this is the time to really stay indoors because the wind speeds are picking up. And then there's a lot of debris around on some of the streets as well because officials haven't had the time to clean up from Helene. So it's a really sticky situation right now, but so far, no major reports of any deaths or any major injuries, so far at least.
Have you seen any flooding in the area that you're in? Are you in a flood-prone area of Hillsborough County?
Yeah, I'm in evacuation zone A, but the photographer and I, we are in a safe spot here.
Okay, good.
And the reason why we are in evacuation zone A is because we've been showing our viewers in the Bay Area the Hillsborough River. We are yards away from the river, and so far what we've been seeing is the water rushing out of the bay into the Gulf, which is a good thing because in Helene, I was in the same exact spot, and we had to move away because the water rushed in, and that caused a lot of the flooding. And I mean, we're talking waist-high flooding, seeping into homes and businesses, damaging cars. That's how we got some EV fires, because some of that salt water mixed in with those electronics and caused many fires. And, you know, first responders, they were unable to get to them. So it's a lot different now when it comes to the flooding. However, Hillsborough is expecting more rain this time around, because on the side of the eye wall where we are, boy, it's going to get messy.
Now, have you seen people out and about, or is it like a ghost town where you are? That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping people are in a safe space and they're staying there. In terms of those in your area venturing out, any of that going on?
You know, when I first arrived to the location where I am, which is downtown Tampa, I did see a few people this afternoon taking a jog along a river walk here. However, fortunately, for the last 3 or 4 hours, I haven't seen anybody. The only people who I've seen on streets or driving around were first responders. I saw one ambulance with flashing lights and a siren, but besides that, it has been a ghost town, and that's exactly what officials want. They want people to stay inside because last time people tried to go out in some of these flood waters, and guess what? They were swept away or they needed to be rescued. And when the wind speeds get to a certain level, you know, first responders can't go to that area because it's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for the vehicles. So people, thank goodness Helene happened, because people are definitely listening to officials this time around, and they are staying off the sidewalks, off the streets. They are inside.
Ty Russell, News Channel 8 reporter, coming to us from Hillsborough County with an update. Ty, thank you so much. Stay safe out there.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Now let's bring in the Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center. Jamie Rome is with us here on our statewide Operation Stormwatch coverage for iHeartRadio. Jamie, we just announced it. We actually had Kevin Guthrie, the Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. He made the announcement as he got it. We have landfall 8:33 at Siesta Key.
That is correct. That's a little bit to the west of Sarasota. Made landfall with 120 mile per hour winds, 954 millibars, and so that's a major hurricane, unfortunately, as predicted.
I feel like we've got a couple of different storylines going on right now. I'm seeing in Sarasota pretty significant storm surge. We're seeing Naples water levels above where they peaked for Helene 2 weeks ago and still rising. And then we have these flash flood warnings for a large portion of the Tampa Bay area. What are some of the angles that you're monitoring closely with Milton?
Unfortunately, all of the hazards that we sort of feared would happen are unfolding. This sort of speaks to why we can't see a hurricane as a dot on a map, and we have to think of it in a broader sense. So the heaviest freshwater flooding from rain is occurring along into the north of where the center is tracking. So that's occurring over Tampa, St. Petersburg, effectively the I-4 corridor. And the highest storm surge is occurring near into the south of where it made landfall. So that's, like you said, Sarasota, Venice, Port Charlotte, and while the peaks are not in the Naples area, they're getting very impactful storm surge down there. This is going to continue to the next several hours, certainly through midnight. So I don't know that we've seen the worst of it yet, unfortunately. And we've even got wind gusts to 100 miles per hour in Egmont Channel.
And then what should those who are in the Orlando area, the Villages, Ocala, Daytona Beach, Gainesville, what should they be gearing up for? Because it looks like some of that really extreme weather, it's either making its way through that area right now or it's going to pretty soon.
Oh, it's going downhill quickly in Orlando. We're already getting gusts to tropical storm force, and this band of heavy rain is going to ride right along the I-4 corridor. So if you look at all that extreme rainfall that's happening in Tampa, that is going to slide east-northeastward overnight and impact the Orlando area in the next several hours. So you have got to go home. I'm telling you, the driving conditions in Orlando are going to be treacherous, especially since it is nighttime. You cannot see flooded roads. You cannot see how deep the water is. It is not safe to be out, and go home as quickly as possible.
Jamie, I was kind of waiting, and this is Reed Shepard here. I was kind of waiting until the storm made landfall to ask this question, but maybe it's time to look into it a little bit. And that is simply, we had a text earlier this evening from a gentleman down in Venice who was asking, when are things going to improve? When might we see things start to improve, not only in the Tampa Bay area, but down to the south of Sarasota where it made landfall? Any guesstimates on that?
Probably after midnight. We really got to get the winds to not be onshore. So right now, the winds to the south of the center are pushing towards land. So they're shoving all that ocean water, towards land. Once those winds come around, more to the north or northeast after midnight, that water will start to drain out. Now, I will caution, though, sometimes the water pools. Once it goes inland, it kind of ponds and pools. So when people get up in the morning, don't just go out and start wandering around. There could be power lines down in that pooled water, so it still might be unsafe to move around even tomorrow morning.
All right, Jamie Rome, Deputy Director for the National Hurricane Center, with us on our iHeartRadio Operation Stormwatch coverage for Florida. Jamie, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting a lot of texts into 97720. That's how you can text us. Just give us your name, kind of where you're at right now.
Yeah, let us know where you're at right now, because somebody said many of my roof shingles have blown off and a tree fell in my yard. I don't know where this person is, though. So if you can provide that information where you are, that would be really, really helpful. Somebody said, I stayed in my mobile home in Lutz, and I've never been so scared in my life. I'm hoping these winds start dying down. Bill in Dunedin said, we're getting some pretty strong wind gusts and heavy rain. Our power has been flickering on and off, but it's still on in the countryside area. Lakewood Ranch, lots of scary wind, no power, tucked in a closet with a headlamp and a bike helmet. Somebody said Gardens of Gulf Cove, in the center of it in Zone B in East Englewood, power flickered on and off for several hours and finally went out around 8:28, saying, I don't see any power in the neighborhood. There's no flooding or surge right now, but winds are moderate and nothing too crazy, but the power is out there. And then just a lot of people, power out since 5:30 in Pinellas Park, flickering lights, but still have power in Venice. So text us at 97720. Let us know what's going on where you are.
Yeah, I just got a text from my wife, in fact, who is up in Ohio right now, and she talked to a woman who lives in our community. This is in Safety Harbor. She says the rain is coming down in sheets, but there's lightning behind it, which she thought was a bit weird. Trees are bending over in the wind. There is some storm surge, but not as bad yet as they're predicting. She said she went by our house the other day and everything looked okay. So far so good. But the power is out.
The power outages were up to almost 780,000 power outages across the state. The hardest hit county at the moment is Pinellas County, followed by Hernando County, Manatee County, Hardy County, Pasco, Hillsborough. So really that general area, Manatee County, where the worst of the eye wall has hit. That's where we're seeing most of the power outages. But they extend as far north as Marion County, and they extend over to the East Coast, Martin County, St. Lucie County, Indian River County, with a lot of power outages. When you go down south, Collier County is not so bad, but along the coast, Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and these power outages, they're just going to continue, unfortunately, because now the winds are really starting to pick up. And like we've mentioned, between the branches and the saturation of the ground, trees going down with this kind of wind, unfortunately, this was what we expected in terms of power outages. I guess the positive, the thing to help keep you optimistic, we heard from Governor DeSantis during a 7:30 press conference. I think think they have between 40 and 50,000 linemen standing by, ready to go. When we talked to the executive director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, about 25 minutes ago, he had some pretty aggressive goals for the timeline in terms of restoring power for most people here in Florida.
He wants a majority of people to have their power back on within 72 hours. And I mean, I think that's a really, really big goal considering how widespread these power outages are going to be. I'm also seeing that the storm surge, the Manatee River at Rye, is at 12 feet right now, which is very, very high for that river. So yeah, just a lot of flooding and the rain coming down in sheets in some of these videos that I'm looking at of Tampa and in St. Pete. So,
and what's so alarming is like when I'm looking at the storm surge numbers for Manatee River, you can see where Helene was, and you can see it elevated there, and it's just blowing right past that with Milton. And that's the difference between a storm that's 100 miles off the coast and a storm that is a Category 3 and makes landfall. A little more history, too. Milton's only the third hurricane and the first major hurricane to directly hit the Sarasota area since 1851.
Wow.
Yeah, there have been another couple that just barely missed the area to the north or the south, closest being in 1859 and 1852. So we're going way back. A lot of history being made with this storm. Fortunately, it's not the kind of history we want, but that's what we're seeing. We are keeping a close eye on Fort Myers and Naples. Again, they're showing moderate to major flooding right now. Water levels still increasing. So you've got a few things going on. Earlier in the day, we had the tornado activity that was making all the headlines. It was like 140 plus tornado warnings across the state. Now we've got the storm surge really from Sarasota south to Fort Myers and everywhere in between, and then we have the flash flooding for the Tampa Bay area.
And there are some reports right now of calm winds in Sarasota right now because the eye is right there. So what people in Sarasota are experiencing is the eye of the storm. That does not mean it is time to go outside. That does not mean the storm has passed at all. You're in the eye of the storm. It's gonna be calm for a little while before those winds start to really pick up again.
Yeah, don't venture out and start looking at stuff or take any chance. Not worth it.
No, it's not.
Whatever the situation is, it's still going to be that way in the morning, when it's a lot safer.
Yeah.
So please stay where you are, stay safe. We are hoping that we are not going to be dealing with what we saw with Hurricane Ian and the death toll here in Florida, or even more recently, obviously, Hurricane Helene. Hopefully everybody, I think Helene scared a lot of people.
Yeah, I think the death toll from Helene was approaching 200.
It surpassed it.
Surpassed it.
Yeah.
The last time I saw. But I was thinking about something else too. Is like it may seem like a once in a lifetime event to go outside and stand in the eye of a Category 3 hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it.
No, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. And you're going to regret it in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we've got a lot of texts coming in. We're keeping up with all of those, and we can't thank you enough for providing this feedback from across the state. You could send your text to 97720. We'll try to open up the phone lines in a little bit as well. We've got more guests coming up for you in the next hour. We'll check in with our Weather Channel meteorologist and with the National Hurricane Center. So lots on the way here on this live Operation Stormwatch coverage for Hurricane Milton on iHeartRadio.
You're listening to continuing Operation Stormwatch coverage of Hurricane Milton. This is
54 millibars. It's moving east-northeast at 15 miles per hour. We'll get a big advisory at 11 tonight, and as soon as we get that information, we're going to pass it along to you. But in terms of what everyone is experiencing right now, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, so we're talking about Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Hernando County, Pasco County, Polk County, that's where the northern part of the eye wall of the storm is. That is going to make its way east, and Orlando, the Villages, Daytona Beach, Ocala, all going to be feeling those effects over the course of the next couple of hours. Now, we're also very focused on what's happening south of the eye. When you get to Sarasota, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, Naples, Venice, that's where the storm surge is really kicking in. So we've got multiple things going on here. We've got flash flood warnings associated with the northern eye wall of this storm covering the Tampa Bay area. Then we have the storm surge issue to the south from Sarasota through Fort Myers, and we're seeing some alarming numbers in terms of how significant the surge is becoming.
Absolutely, and the wind gust, too.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay had a wind gust of over 100 miles per hour just a few minutes ago.
Wow.
Yeah, and you're talking about covering Hurricane Irma. I mean, there were some wind gusts that were pretty up there, but this is even surpassing that.
And I'm looking at a video right now of storm surge in Punta Gorda, and the person who posted it said the water rose 5 feet in the last 30 minutes, and the water is getting pretty high there, coming up to some houses in Punta Gorda.
Yeah, you've got drains and sewers that are overflowing too. So that's not helping streets with their flooding.
I'm also seeing an image up there. A car driving through. I'm not sure where it is.
It's a bad idea.
The car is driving through water, and I just want to say that is a really bad idea.
That's
right
an awful
now.
idea. Yeah, don't do that. And just to give you again a sense as to how wide of an area this storm is impacting. So there's a wind gust of 60